Hello gamers, it's patch noting time. Everyone's favorite part. We might get a quick patch after this one to fix a few issues. Yeah, that's usually what happens. I've already spotted a bit of an issue. It looks like if you go to the missions tab and try to use the new simulator, all of the dev mode options are available. So that's a bit of a spoiler. You might not like Now, luckily, there's only like 5 people who actually use the missions tab. So, for most people, it's not going to be an issue. But they should still probably fix that for like the 5 people. That's a big issue, yeah. It's a bit of an oversight. What are you going to do in this stream? I just played missions, lol. Yeah, so just don't use the simulator when you're using your designs. That's all. Until they fix that. Because there's definitely a few new enemies that will be spoiled. Probably better to fight those in the actual game. That's right, we're going to patch note all over these notes. The audience has voted, and roughly, what is it? Oh, for a little while it was 69%, but unfortunately it dropped to 68% at the end. You guys kind of fucked up there. Not going to lie. Do better next time, chat. The important thing, though, is that people voted for reading the patch notes first before actually playing the game. And a pretty convincing vote, decent sample size, and that's a super majority. So, it looks like we're reading the patch notes first. You naturally want an Invictus fleet to show the new threats the light of Lud? Maybe. I do believe Alex himself used an Invictus against the current threat. The new endgame threat. Added threat. Yes, there is actually, right here, in the original post, added threat. What, you expect him to elaborate on that? Of course not. Just, it's a threat. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm waiting for the Nexerolin update for the new update. Yeah, there's going to be there's a lot of mods that are going to need to update, but they're usually pretty quick about it. Is this the sex update? No, you're thinking of Minecraft. All right. So here's the March 27th changes, which is a lot smaller. So like this is the actual patch notes for the February part. This part is just a small number of changes that have been added since then. Hello, Master Chief. I'm glad to know you're here sectoring these stars. The Chief himself is here. How's Halo Infinite going? I'm already playing with mods. That was quick. I mean, there are a number of mods that don't need to be updated at all. You just need to go into the mod settings and update and just change the number so that the version is compatible. Halo Infinite is fine. Yeah, that sounds about right. First thing I did after installing the thing came in the missions tab and then the simulator. That was a mistake. Yeah. Okay, so there's more than 5 people. There's at least 7. Okay. Anything big for this update? You better believe it. Nexerolin actually works if you just change the version in the text file. Really? I would have expected... Like, Nexerolin has such implications to the game that I would expect it to actually need a bit more of an update. But apparently, it's quite simple. Alright. Goofy-looking shroud creatures. Yeah, Alex kind of showed them on his social media. But don't worry, because there's actually other threats besides the ones that he showed. He's kept a pretty tight-kept secret. Which file? I think every mod has like a config or something. I forget what the actual name of the file is, but there's just like a little WordPad thing. For 8 or 10 years, Starsector was solid sci-fi without too much supernatural elements, and now there's the Ziggy Alabasters and the new threat. I think that was probably always the point, is that for most of Starsector's development, it's been adding content for the human factions. And obviously the human factions are going to be relatively mundane. That's how you make the supernatural stuff interesting. Like, if you have the humans have, like, normal technology and normal spaceships, and you've established that, and then you play through most of the game and that's what you're used to, then when you run into some spooky shit in the abyss, then it's going to be really weird. I believe Alex said somewhere that moving forward the game will be more modding friendly or something like that. That's possible. He does have like a modding section on every update, showing the new things that they can do with the API. Although this stuff is above my pay grade, so I'm going to ignore this. Right there from the beginning were the questions of just who John Starsector really is, or what he is. That is somewhat a question. Honestly, it's a bit more compelling of a question if you pick a portrait where you're wearing a helmet. So then it's like, maybe he's an AI underneath that helmet. But if you have like a human face, then it seems unlikely. New Onslaught? No, that's a very mod thing. Every mod eventually builds Onslaught. It is as simple as the rain falling from gravity. Alright, let's cover these changes for March 27th. This is something I suggested. Oh, love your content. I hope I can still play around with the Star Federation this update. Well, thank you for the 5. Drone Von Reaper. The Star Federation will... I'd have a hard time imagining that there's too much that's going to go wrong there. You can Yeah, they'll probably update it pretty quick, even if it's not immediately compatible. Crystal Hull mods. Psycho Mantis. Alright, let's get started with the new changes that they added by March 27th. So this is something I actually suggested. Help pop-up's new game option now last time a new game was created. Thank you! Because it's always enabled by default, and every time I forget, I get really annoyed, because then I have to click through all these random pop-ups that I don't need. It's like, it's good that it's enabled by default for new players, because there's a lot of game mechanics that this is the only way in the game to actually learn about them. So it's useful, but the fact that it continues to be enabled by default was really annoying. So this is something I suggested. Glad that made it into the patch. Added brilliant variant with Paladin PD. That's nice. Now we're actually going to see ships with Paladins instead of... like, because currently you just never see them. Like, even Tritakion doesn't... like, nobody uses them that much. Having a brilliant variant with it is going to make... it will also make Remnant fleets more resistant to fighters and missile spam. So that's pretty cool. More likely to find herons for sale at black markets of the Persian League. And also the Condor got a buff. Yeah, the Condor being both slow and fragile is kind of a death sentence for it in most cases. Maybe now it'll actually be able to live. That's a 25% speed increase. It's pretty big. Alright, fighter uplink. Yeah, I've been talking a lot about, or at least there was a few threads, some of them that I started, talking about what could be done with fighters, because they do feel a bit underwhelming. Like, yeah, I can bring in Astral, and I can kill the remnants, but it feels like a lot of extra work to make my fleet weaker. You know, it's like I've got to take these carrier skills, and then they're still kind of underperforming. Yeah, that's a bit lame. Well, fighter uplink now adds 10% fighter damage dealt, and if you have an officer, that's 15%. So that by itself is pretty cool, 15% extra fighter damage. Now, of course, it scales down if you try to spam fighters. So if you're doing like support doctrine fighter spam, you're probably only going to get like, 3%, 4%. But if you're doing a small group of carriers with officers in them, then they get like 15%, so that's pretty cool. Carrier group not only increases the replacement rate of the fighters, but also increases the top speed of the carrier itself. So for something like the Heron, this could be pretty useful. The Mora, I don't think is going to benefit too much from that, to be honest. The Mora is pretty slow, and getting 10% extra is not going to do a whole lot. But for maybe, you know what, the Condor with this extra top speed and this speed boost, it might actually be able to survive. Especially if this gets boosted up to 15% with an officer. And then you get like helmsmanship on this thing. The Condor might actually be able to avoid just getting immediately killed. Default Condor in Apogee Start is so goated. Yeah, in the early game, having a Condor can be pretty useful. Because the Apogee brings... It's like a, it's your fleet anchor for that kind of start. The problem is that against a large number of frigates, it can still be they can outmaneuver it and kind of screw it over. So having the Condor there with a little bit of fighters, that goes a long way to keeping them off of you. The problem is that they just, oddly enough, fighters are pretty good in the early game, but they just didn't scale well into the late game. Largely because, I think a big part of that is because of officers, because they get a bunch of skills that boost the combat power of direct combat ships, but they don't really get a lot to boost the power of fighters. And, there's reasons for that. I think Alex has made a pretty good argument for why that is designed that way. It's just that the consequence is fighters don't scale too well. So tagging on some extra bonuses to fighter uplink and carrier group should help fix that, on top of the buffs to some of the carriers. Like the Condor is getting a buff. The Heron is staying... It's just more common, but it's already decent. And the Astral's getting a lot of changes, but we'll get into that. So yeah, these are the major changes. There's some modding stuff above my pay grade. I don't really get it. If you're into modding, this stuff might be really useful. And then some bug fixes. Alright, now here is the meat of the patch. There's a new quest. I think I did most of this quest line. And of course, everyone put your hands together. It's an exploration mission involving academician Cornelius Ellick. You guys remember Cornelius Ellick, right? He's so cool and important to the story. You guys, oh come on. Where would we be without Cornelius Ellick? Yo, this guy. It's him, The who? Yes, of course, Cornelius Ellick. The guy you hand the data core coup at the start of the whole quest line. When you find the Galatia Academy data core, you give it to this guy. I didn't even know that. He owes me 20 credits. No, I think you mean he owes you 20 millicredits. Right? 20 credits is actually a lot in Universe. So Mazalot now has athletic majority condition. Gotta make sure it matches the lore. It's a bit weird when the lore says that there's a athletic majority, but then it doesn't actually have the planetary condition. Now there are new arts in the game. Oh yeah, there's a lot of new stuff in the game. A lot of new... The codex is going to be awesome. Some mini encounters to abandoned fringe stations. Some people have thought that this means like the storage stations. When it said abandoned fringe, I thought they meant like research stations or mining stations. But I don't know for sure. We'll have to see when we get there. Angry VIP bar mission. Great. Now we get to deal with a stuck-up, very important person. At least that's what it sounds like. Here's something that I didn't expect would be useful, but apparently people want this. Pressing take all a second time will now take any overcapacity fuel when looting and salvaging. Because last patch they changed... Before it just used to take all the fuel. And last patch they changed it so they would only take fuel up to your capacity. And I was like, great, perfect. I didn't need the extra fuel anyways. But there was a few people who were actually like, well, hold on. I want to go over fuel capacity. Yes, I do like burning through supplies to get extra fuel. Which is weird to me. I don't really know what situation that's for. But for those people, you can now double tap. You can click it twice, and it does that for you. Simple as that. You just double tap R. You're welcome. Or at least I'm sure that's what Alex is thinking. You're welcome. I didn't do that. That's not. I don't care. I never really considered this. I never really thought about that. Providing the Ludic insurgency on Voltring with heavy weapons will lower market stability. Yes, if you give weapons to the revolutionaries, they will lower the stability of the government. This is now a game mechanic. It seems to make perfect sense to me. Player can set up Glacial Academy Scholarship with Sebastien, effectively trading credits to skip to most of the early Glacial Academy missions. Now, personally, I use these missions to make money in the first place. So paying money to skip the missions that I would normally use to make money in the early game is kind of weird, but there are a lot of people who will just go do like smuggling runs and do and make like 1 million credits in the first year. And for them, that probably makes sense. During At the Gates, if certain fleets interfering with the gate scans lose a battle to a third party, they stop interfering with the scans. Thank you. It is really annoying when a pirate fleet is like interfering with a gate and you can't scan it, and then they die to some like bounty hunter or something, and then you still can't scan the gate. Like, that's weird. Added more dialogue options with various characters concerning various subjects. Well, that's vague. Concerning various subjects. Well, I guess that's one step closer to Starsector just being a virtual novel, so that's cool. Or visual novel, not a virtual novel. I'm getting a little confused here. Added unique illustration for dictat pars, and of course, added threat. Pretty self-explanatory. But it does wonder, what kind of threat, Alex? Do you have my tax information? Are you blackmailing me? Added a new Tritakion character who will pay for certain extremely redacted items. Some people speculated that this would be Omega weapons, but no. Alex is well aware that Omega weapons are a limited resource, and trading them in for money would be a bit stupid. No. This is a new extremely redacted item, something that's renewable, but different. Save loading. So there was an entire blog post about this. They're kind of like the 4 horsemen of Starsector blog posts. Actually, I might be able to pull them up at some point, but the 4 horsemen are like the save loading update, the Intel tab update. Now, what were the... No, hold on. It's the codex update, the simulation update, the save load update, and the... the Intel tab with the planets and the Salvers tally and all that. It's like the four blog posts that he made that got me really excited for the quality of life improvements, and then he still waited like a year before dropping the patch. Got to make sure that there's enough content to go along with your quality of life, I guess. But yeah, now you can have things like the save loading times have improved because of the Java update going up to Java 17. So he felt more comfortable adding in an autosave feature, which is something that people have been asking for quite a while. And now your save files can have like little descriptions, so you can say you can add in like a little description to help differentiate them, which is really useful when you have a lot of save files. I can say looking through some of the older ones and being like, what was this exactly? I don't remember what I was doing here. So that's nice. Attempts to... Oh yeah, and your save files actually have like a backup built into them that you could access by going into the files, just in case the main version got corrupted. But now he's added a feature where the game will try to automatically access the backup version if it gets corrupted for whatever reason. So you don't need to go into the files to try and solve that problem. The autosave functionality. Disabled when playing in IR mode. Yeah, that makes sense, because the problem is that the autosave slots, if you've got 3 autosave slots, that kind of defeats the purpose of iron mode, where suddenly you've got ways, like a sort of sneaky way of going back in time. Player distress calls. The fleets that show up to help always have a reasonable amount of fuel. I don't know if you guys remember the Paul Bingus playthrough, but there were a couple times where I ran out of fuel, and I got a guy answering the distress beacon, and I'm like, thank you for the 10 fuel. This will help me Well, it won't help me. We can 10 fuel is just going to keep like we can go fire up the grill, I guess. You know, we can toast a few hot dogs while we wait for somebody to actually show up with some damn fuel. Like why even bother showing up at that point? But now the people who respond should actually have a fuel scaled to your fleet, so that's nice. If sector generation didn't produce 4 level 7 officers in sleeper pods, they will now show up at distress beacons. So, there's actually a good reason to answer distress calls now. Because level 7 officers are very, very good. Having 7 skills with 5 elite skills is very powerful. So the fact that, and there's only 4 per save file, but now what's going to go on is, like, it's going to generate them at sector creation, but sometimes it'll generate less than 4, and to make up the difference, they'll spawn at distress calls. So if you scour the sector and you've only got like 2 of these elite officers, maybe start answering distress calls. You might be able to pick up a couple more. Intel. This is something that really, thank God for this. Thank God for this. Because, man, especially when I'm playing with Nexerlin and there's just a ton of notifications about, like, you know, Blingus and Borngus got married and now their factions are happier. And there's just so much information to sift through. Having an improvement to the way that it's all organized is going to make a huge difference. So, let's see. This one, yeah, I've thought about, like, that's nice. That's a little minor feature. Changed visuals. So this is important right here. Change the visuals for the always pinned tags. So people thought for a while, like, oh, it would be so much better if the intel tags were alphabetically organized. Well, guess what? It turns out that they were. They've been alphabetical the whole time. But there are there's eight groups that are sort of pinned at the front because they're considered more important. But the problem is that the pinned tabs looked the same as the alphabetical tabs. So you've got like these 8 tabs that are always at the front regardless of the alphabet. They ignore the alphabet entirely. And then after those ones, you have the alphabetical section. So people didn't even know that there was an alphabetized section. I didn't know that because they were mixed in with the pin tabs. Now the pin tabs are actually stand out at the top of the Intel tab, so you can tell them apart from the alphabetical ones, which is just going to make it so much easier to sort through all of that information. Also, why are we not playing the game? Because people voted on reading the patch notes first. Hey, don't blame me. If you want, we will get to the game, but I'm going to have to spend how much longer? Not too much longer. Maybe like another 20 minutes reading the patch notes. Because that's what people voted for it. And who am I to tell the people that they're wrong? That's a joke. I will tell the people that they're wrong if I feel like it. But in this case, I don't really feel like it. Added threat? Yes. Added threat. Let's see. Right here. Added threat. I mean, say what you will about Alex, but he definitely has a way with words. Play the game while listening to me read the patch notes. That's not a bad idea, Deripiet. Rant, rant, rant. There you go. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. So, Intel. So now there's also a bunch of shortcuts, like 4 opens up the major events tag. Ability to toggle Starscape off using Q. So there's some additional shortcuts to the Intel tab, which is nice. Right-clicking on an Intel icon lays course for the actual target location rather than the star system. So now if you've got an Intel tab telling you to go to a specific planet, you can right-click that Intel tab and it'll just take you to the damn planet. Also, you can create your own markers now. Finally, you can add your own tags. You can pick a planet or something, and you can create a tag for it, and it'll get added to your Intel tab. You can actually keep track of information now. Incredible. This is revolutionary. You can choose what the icon looks like, you can name it, and then add a short bullet point. Just incredible, really. Oh, and added the new salvage tally intel item. So before, salvage just kind of didn't have an intel at all. It only took until 0.98 to do that for some reason, but better late than never. Yeah, pretty much. There's a lot to add to the game. Yeah, the Captain's Log mod used to be the way of doing this, but now that it's in vanilla, not only did they do it in vanilla, but they did it better than the Captain's Log mod. And, you know, don't get me wrong, the Captain's Log mod was useful, but it didn't. There's a lot of things that they weren't able to do with that mod that they can do because they're the developers. Like, oh, you can create intel markers on the map that have their own, like, then you can choose the icons so that you can, you know, visually distinguish them. In salvage tally, so whenever you go into a system, if there's a bunch of salvage that you don't want to grab right now, which I find happens a lot. I find my cargo is overflowing and I have to, like, abandon salvage. Well, the problem was that before, it'd be really hard to find it again. Now, it creates an intel item for every system, for the entire system, and then, like, that one intel item tags all of the stuff that you found. So it'll be like, there are 7 derelicts, there's 1 abandoned station, there's like 1 debris field, and it'll all be in one intel item for the entire system, which is just a brilliant way of doing it. There's also new intel items for remnant nexuses, cryosleepers, hypershunts, and wormhole termini. So again, if you've ever had a problem where you lost track of like a cryosleeper and you couldn't find it again, that's not going to be an issue anymore. Survey data intel. Yeah, no more interesting condition or preliminary system-wide survey. Yeah, because this stuff he added and it was just never interesting. It's like, oh wow, you mean to tell me that there's a planet with plentiful volatiles 10 light years away? Oh, please, you're spoiling me. That was so useless. Nobody cared. Instead, now you get higher quality planets and you get full survey intel. So it'll be like, oh, here's a habitable planet with like that's actually good, and here's exactly where it is, and here's all the intel about it. So finding survey and data intel is going to be a lot more interesting. Yeah, there's a bunch of all this. This is just a nice little UI improvement that looks nice. Reworked planet intel. This is also really nice. This has been a massive. In fact, looking at the blog post he's made, I was expecting this to be mostly a quality of life update. But then he's like, nah, actually, I also added some endgame content for you with new threats. And that's probably why the update took so long, because he just can't stop adding more stuff, and it keeps. But the result is that when the patch finally comes out, it's really good. Right, so like now, if you want to search for a colony, like the old planet list was not very useful. Like you're scrolling through it, it's so hard to filter like you can't do a lot to filter for what you're actually looking for. It kind of sucked to the point that there's like a lot of people start using someone made a website that you plug your save file into, and it can help you surf. You had to do that to actually filter for planets that with the right conditions. I think, and Alex was a big fan of that website, so I believe he even like tweeted about it or something. So I guess because he noticed that, like, hey, wait a minute, maybe instead of having people go to a website to do that, why don't I just put that in the game? And then he did. So now you can actually search for planets based off conditions. You can search for planets based off of whatever colony items you have, you can just click on that item and it'll filter the planets based off of where you can actually use that item. That's such a good idea, and it's finally in the game. Let's see. Yep. Luddic majority status is updated. Yeah, now we're getting into. So that's all this. Let's see, and then now we get to the codex update. I was looking through the codex earlier, and man, it's so cool. Never has been. It's basically a dictionary, but it's the coolest dictionary ever because it's about spaceships, and also it's got hyperlinks everywhere. And on top of that, as if that wasn't enough, at any time you can point at something in the game and click F2, and it'll open to the codex link. So let's say that you're in combat and you're fighting a ship you've never seen before. Well, you can click on the ship, hit F2, and it'll pull up the ship stats. So now you don't have to sit there like, okay, like, and this is something that happens a lot when you're starting out with the game, but if you're playing with mods, anytime you see like a bunch of new ships, you're like, whoa, what does this thing even do? Well, now what you can do is you can click on the ship, hit F2, and it opens up the codex page, and now you can see like, oh, okay, so this thing has missile autoforge. Gotcha. So it's like a missile ship. Okay, I understand what it does now. Does it open alabasters as well? There are some codex entries that are locked, and there are some that are a bit mysterious. So you can't use the codex to like spoil yourself on things. It's mostly for, practical purposes. So that is very cool. And also there are some intel items that are locked until you find them in game, but once you unlock them, it's kind of like unlocked across the board. So like, redacted. Like you can't just like open the codex and spoil yourself on the redacted. You have to unlock them by finding them. Added new interaction to certain types of abyssal lights. I wonder if this is related to that threat that he mentioned. Quite possibly. Colony Crisis. Added Escalate Crisis option that costs 1 story point and sets the crisis progress to 550. Yes. So, that is really useful, because sometimes, I think in my last playthrough of Vanilla, there were periods where I was just like waiting around for the next crisis to happen, and I was like, okay, I want to do this now. So being able to spend a story point to just speed that up is nice. Persean League Crisis now either requires a colony size 5, unchanged, or at least 3 colonies, with one being size 4. Before it was at least 2 colonies. And some people have said that this is kind of pointless, and that they've said that this is pointless because the only people it helps are people who start exactly 2 colonies. And like, who does that, right? Either you start 1 colony or you start like 3 or 4. Now, those people, of course, are wrong to say that, because I'm the guy. That's me. I start 2 colonies. This is specifically for me. It's not specifically for me, but it feels like it was, because I do that. I start exactly 2 colonies a lot of the time. And one of them will be size 3, one of them will be size 4, and then the Persean League will be like, hey, that's our property now. So for me, this is going to delay the Persean Crisis by quite a bit, actually. Sindrian Dictat Colony Crisis now use Line Guard ship instead of the regular Dictat military. So that's just going to be a little more, makes the whole thing a little more unique. Instead of fighting the regular ships, you're fighting their specially modified versions. Which is fitting for the crisis, it gives it a bit more of an identity. Defeating the Luddic Path Crisis permanently halves the amount of Pather interest on your colonies, allowing you to use more items and AI cars without creating active Pather cells. That's so cool. That is so cool. Because before the reward for the Pather Crisis was just that the Pather would leave you alone for like a year. Which is fine, but that's already what happens if I destroy one of their bases anyways. Right? There was no permanent bonus. There's nothing like unique about it. Now, this is actually pretty useful. Because the current system, you only get like 7 points of technological interest before the path shows up on your colony and starts messing around. Now, this doubles the amount. Which is so much better. Which, like, before the problem was there was no reason to do that. It's like either you would just kind of like not do anything, or to like avoid the crisis entirely, or you would just like use a billion alpha cores, just use every piece of technology you have, because once you've got Pather interest, you might as well go all in. In this case, after you beat the Pather Crisis, it's actually perfectly reasonable to sit at like 14 interest. Because that gives you enough room to use like 3 colony items and maybe a gamma core here and there. So that's like a reasonable amount that you can commit to without actually drawing Pather interest. Also, the Persean League Crisis now gives you 10% accessibility through the established polity condition. Which used to be, basically this is replacing the Pirate Crisis, where the Pirates used to give you increased accessibility. Now instead, beating the Persean League gives you accessibility, while beating the Pirate Crisis reduces shipping disruption from pirates. See, that's pretty flavorful, right? Like, the Persean League didn't really have a whole lot going for them. If you don't care about joining the Persean League, there wasn't really much reward for beating that crisis. Whereas the Pirate Crisis just had accessibility, which is universally useful. So they took that away, handed it to the Persean League, and made something more flavorful for the pirates. Something more distinct, which is reduced shipping disruptions. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. Added note about doctrine-based personality to the assign an officer tooltip. So this is something that a lot of even experienced players didn't know about this, where you could change the personality of your unofficered ships by changing your doctrine in the command tab. So now there's like a little note that tells you that when you hover over the empty slot where there's no officer. This update is so flavorful, some might even call it spicy. That's a good way of putting it, Valdemar. It's a bit spicy, and luckily for me, I like spicy food. Oh yeah, added a powerful system defense fleet to the capital systems of a lot of these factions. 4 of them, in fact. So, this means that if you're looking to fight like a powerful hegemony fleet, now they've like got a souped up colony defense fleet or system defense fleet hanging around Chico Maztak. So that's pretty cool. And then of course we get some balance changes. Electronic warfare got a bit of a nerf. Right, the objective capture range used to go up to 1,000, now it only goes up to 500. It still increases the speed dramatically, so I think this is probably, for the player side of things, I don't think this changes too much, but I think when you're fighting against mercenaries that have the skill, it's going to be less annoying. Combat improved UI. Let's see. Entropy Amplifier and Quantum Disruptor can no longer target fighters. Thank you. Now, I don't know if you've seen my Legion video from like a year ago, where I just had a bunch of Legions, and that was pretty cool. But I was piloting an Afflictor, and I'm pretty sure at one point I accidentally used Entropy Amplifier on a Terminator drone because I was trying to target an Apex. The fact that you can't do that now is really nice, because wasting the cooldown on a random Terminator drone when I was trying to kill an Apex is really annoying. No more asteroids in hyperspace battles. Yeah, it's kind of... Asteroids don't belong in hyperspace. Get them out of here. The LiDAR array. So those of you who are big fans of the Invictus Brictus, looks like things are about to get lictus. And by lictus, I mean you're getting 10% more range. I guess Alex decided that the Invictus needed a bit of a buff, and that the range was just a little too short. There you go. Avoid order. So... if you ever have yourself getting stuck with a monitor and all of your ships are chasing that piece of garbage to the edge of the map, have no fear. You can now click on the monitor and press I. So you can now avoid it. Or ignore it, rather. Right, what this is going to do, they're just going to ignore it. They're going to pretend it's not there. If I close my eyes, I do not see it. The monitor is not a problem anymore. But let's say that you've got a ship that you do want to kill. Let's say you've got a Harbinger. Right, and the Harbinger can just one-shot the monitor with its quantum disruptor. Well, that's simple. You click on the Harbinger, and then you right-click on the monitor, and it's going to ignore the ignore order. So it's perfect. What this means is that it helps manage your ship aggro so that you've got the right ships fighting the correct enemies. Also, avoid order can now be put on waypoints and objectives, not just enemy ships. So this is a problem you can run into where your ships... like, you're doing too well, and your ships end up at the enemy spawn point. And then the enemies spawn in, and they kind of just, like, speed right past you and completely surround you. Being able to put an avoid order right on the enemy spawn point is useful, because that means that your ships are now going to surround the enemy spawn point instead of going into it. Also, just the fact that this makes it easier to corral your ships. Like, you want to maintain a certain formation. Using waypoints is pretty unreliable. Using avoid orders... that should be more effective. So control over your fleet is going to be better. And then there's a bunch of balance changes. Like, a lot of the Lion's Guard ships got reduced ordnance points, but they gained Energy Bolt Coherer, including the Lion's Guard Sunder, which kind of makes the Lion's Guard Hammer held pretty useless. The Griffin got nerfed. They just removed extended missile racks. And as you can see, here's the reasoning. Right, before it had expanded missile racks because it was just like a no-brainer. You would always get that 100% of the time. No question. But now that they've changed the system to restore the base ammo rather than the full ammo, missile racks might not be worth it. Because it comes in, like the Griffin, it's got the base ammo, so that's ×1, and then it has 2 charges of its system, so that's ×3. If you throw in missile specialization, now you're up to ×4 ammo. Getting missile racks only really takes you up to, instead of 100% extra ammo, you're spending 20 ordnance points to get 25% extra ammo. Which, suddenly, that doesn't sound as much of a no-brainer as it was before. So this makes sense, but it's also... So, now, of course, if it was meant to just be a balance change, then he would give you ordnance points to compensate for that. But instead, it's like, this is a nerf. This is a nerf. Which is, I think the Griffin's doing a lot better. For a while, it was kind of overpowered, but the nerfs to missile specialization and the nerfs to the Squall have brought it a lot more in line. I think with this removal of expanded missile racks, it's probably fine. In fact, it might be interesting to see if it gets like a buff to maybe its flux stats so it doesn't suck in direct combat. That might be nice. Because I would like to use Griffins with closer range with like a Cyclone. Like, that would be fun. The problem is that the Griffin with a Cyclone is just going to die. Right? And that's part of the reason why you always use long-range missiles like Harpoons and Squalls, is because that's the only way the Griffin can shoot while not exploding. So we'll see. I mean, as far as the long-range builds go, they're probably going to be... Like, they're good, but they're not like... They're not like a total outlier the way that they were before. Terminator drones. Everyone loves them. Everyone hates termination sequence, blowing up your drones. Well, guess what? Halved replacement time. From 20 down to 10 seconds. Oh, but it gets better than this, because if you remember, cutting the replacement time in half is actually better than doubling. Because not only does it take 10 seconds, but that because it takes 10 seconds, it drains less of the replacement rate, which means that which has like a snowballing effect, where if you have if you double the replacement time, it's worse than doubling, because it also affects your replacement rate. So cutting it down to 10 not only means that they can recover faster, but it means that in an extended battle where they would lose them repeatedly, they're losing less replacement rate. There's also the addition of the Anubis, which is a very weird ship, that's for sure. The design compromises it has makes it feel very strange. The Fulgent also got a ton of buffs. Right, now it's going down, like the Remnant Destroyer. It's getting more ordnance points. It's getting a big buff to Dissipation, 300 to 400. And it's also getting reduced deployment cost. Which, Fulgents have always been kind of the punching... Like, the Fulgent's been getting a lot of buffs recently. First it gets Energy Bolt Coherer, now it's getting this. Because the Fulgent has kind of been the punching bag of the Remnant fleets. It's like the cruisers are strong enough to be worthy of respect. The frigates are nimble and annoying. Like, they're not super threatening, but they're always like buzzing around and they're hard to like put down. And the capital ships are devastating. Meanwhile, the Fulgent was just kind of like, hey guys, I'm an AI too. And then it died because it was bad. Now it might be a bit more threatening. We'll see. Of course, Afflictor nerfs. If anyone has seen the Brawl King tournament, you should not be surprised. About half the contestants brought Afflictors, and in the first round, they all won. Every fleet with an Afflictor won. In fact, except for one case, and the only time Afflictor fleet lost was against another Afflictor fleet. Afflictors are really good. Well warranted. Going up to 12 deployment points. And the Pirate Afflictor especially, going from 6 up to 9. When does the second video release? Tomorrow. I made a community post about it, actually. The next round of the tournament is coming out tomorrow. And this time there's going to be a lot more eliminations, because the first round, only 4 people got eliminated because it's a double elimination tournament. In the second round, There's 6 people getting eliminated. And on top of that, we got viewer statistics on people voted on which fleets they thought were going to win in each matchup. Because, the first round we didn't know what everyone was bringing. Now in round 2, we know what fleets people have, and we know who they're fighting. So we let the audience vote on, or at least I say we. I'm not that deeply involved. I mostly just, they give me the file, I do the commentary, and then I give it back to them. So what they decided to do, what Mr. G decided to do, was take audience votes on what fleets they thought were going to win. And then he included that in the video. So now we get to see if the Starsector audience knows anything about fleet composition. Because they get to vote, and now we get to see whether or not they were right. What are your odds? Well, the people voting for me, I suspect there was a little bit of bias, because most of the votes were a reasonable range of 60-40 split. 55-45, and then my fleet comes up and it's 85-15. I think there's a little bit of a bias there. People might be putting a lot of faith in me because I have a YouTube channel and I talk about strategy on it a lot. The cult follows. Yeah, it seems like it. So yeah, this is very well worth. Astral. Big buff. It's losing advanced optics, and in exchange, it gets advanced targeting core, just like the Paragon. It gets the same massive range boost that the Paragon has, instead of advanced optics. Which, for most weapons, that's the range increase from advanced optics is smaller, even for beam weapons. Even for beam weapons that want advanced optics, this is still a bigger range buff. Aside from point defense, that's the one exception. Point defense is going to have a little bit less range. But then again, advanced optics also hurts the turn rate, so there is that. And also you get expanded missile racks for free. Which, to be fair, I think expanded missile racks was kind of a no-brainer. You've got 2 large missile slots. The Astral pretty much always wants squalls, and you're going to need that extra ammo. So getting that for free, really nice. Astral, it gets a little bit of a shield nerf to compensate for that, so it's the idea is that it's not going to be too good at fighting the enemy directly, and instead you want to use your massive range to just provide supporting fire. That's the idea there. Oh, and the Astral also got a bit of an AI tweak, which I think is mentioned. Yeah, ship AI down here somewhere. Recall device, that's it, because this is the Astral system. This is what I recommended. I said I was using the Astral a bunch before the patch dropped, and I told Alex it should be willing to use the system if bombers haven't fired. What it needs to do is if there's 1 or 2 bombers that still haven't fired, start a timer, and then after 5 seconds or something, just use the system anyways, because sometimes you end up in situations where 1 bomber is too far behind, and so the other ones have all shot their payload, and you've got this 1 bomber that's still struggling to catch up, and because of that 1 guy, the Astral just doesn't use its system, which really gimps its DPS. That really gimps its effectiveness. So I said, just if there's 1 or 2 bombers left, start a timer, and then after that timer ends, just use it anyways. And I think that's going to be a big improvement for it. Let's see, yeah, the Drover fans, this one's for you. It goes back down to 12 from 14 points. It's also a little cheaper. Oh, and Sparks. They have been unnerfed. See, oh, that one nut job from the Starsector forums is going to be... I wasn't reading the chat until now, so I kind of missed what you were saying that in response to. But yeah, Sparks have been unnerfed, and the Drover has been buffed. So, Spark plus... And Carrier skills got buffed. So, Drover spam with Sparks might be... I'm not going to say it's going to be the meta again, but it could be decent. After being completely obliterated. Heavy Burst Laser might actually be useful for the first time in history. Right? It now has a bit more damage, so it can actually one-shot a lot of missiles that it really needs to one-shot. It also gets increased sustained damage. and increased turn rate. And this is on top of the fact, like, it used to be 11 ordnance points, and it just, man, it was not good. Now it's only 9 ordnance points and has massively improved stats. So the heavy burst laser might actually be a decent option. Dragonfire. Cost reduction. I think the large one is still going to be kind of mediocre. 5 ammo is just not a lot. I guess if you get missile racks and you've got missile specialization, you get up to 15 ammo, and for most battles that should be enough. But it's like, it's kind of hard to justify when you can do the same thing with the medium. It's like, I could just use medium slots to get Dragonfires, right? If I've got a large slot, I want to use stuff like Squalls or Locusts, because those don't have medium or small slot versions. If you want those kinds of weapons, you've got to use the large slot. Whereas the Dragonfire, the medium slot has low ammo, yeah, but it does the same thing. And if I buff it with missile specialization and missile racks, it can do a pretty good job. The extra ordnance points is going to be nice. I think I put these in B tier. They might be up to A tier, along with the other torpedoes now. We'll have to wait and see. Gorgon SRM pod. I actually tested this quite a bit. I actually like these now. Funny enough. I actually like Gorgon pods now. Especially, not on Persian League ships, which is what they were, the Persian League made these weapons. But that's not where I like to use them. I like to use them on hegemony ships. Yeah. Because it turns out, if you take a Dominator and you give it 3 Gorgon pods linked together, it doesn't have a problem with frigates flanking it anymore. That's a big problem the Dominator has, is it gets outmaneuvered by a bunch of frigates and then they just sit behind it and kill it. But if you have triple Gorgons, it turns out that those things can just one-shot frigates. So it looks like the Persian League excellently developed weapons that are good for the hegemony. Persian League is just discount diktat. I think in the lore it's the other way around. But, you can feel that way if you want. And of course, we get some buffs and some changes too. Let's see. Yes, the mining laser and the mining blaster got a massive buff. They no longer look ugly on high-tech ships. I think this is going to hugely increase their viability. You're going to see a lot more mining blasters and mining lasers on those high-tech ships. Reality Disruptor. A bit of a nerf. It deserved. I mean, it is an Omega weapon, so it can kind of go a little crazy with the effects, but at the same time, it was clearly the strongest. It was just clearly the best large option. Like, shutting off a battleship for like 20 seconds is a little insane. And the fact that you could just repeatedly stun lock them was a little insane. So, like, the debuffs, it still has the debuff, but it only lasts 5 seconds now. No, I mean it more of a Diktat makes weapons that probably best work on Tritech ships, but Persian makes good weapons for hegemony. Ah, okay. Love me mining blaster, love me mining lasers. Simple as. Disintegrator gets a massive buff, range increase, so this might be really good on the Eagle now. Right, because you could put, you can use kinetics in the ballistic slots, then 2 of the medium energies you can get auto lances for hull damage, and then put a disintegrator in the middle slot for that anti-armor. Because now it's got pretty solid range. And then the dot has been... So the DPS has been... of like the armor melting effect has been increased by 300%. The duration was cut in half, but the damage was increased by 300%. So that seems pretty good. Cryoflamer also got buffed. I don't think anyone was really talking about this. The Cryoflamer is kind of hard to pin down because it generates such an insane amount of flux, but it also does a lot of damage. So sometimes I'm not sure if I'm like, is this good? Am I doing good right now? Like, am I winning or am I losing? I'm not sure. But now it gets a damage buff, so it has the same hit strength as a pulse laser. And but like it compensates for that by having less charges. So I think the DPS is the same, but you're spending less flux to get that DPS. And also it's a little better against armor. Rift Beam. This thing is a piece of crap. This thing is like is maybe the worst Omega weapon. It's so bad that I would rather use regular weapons. Getting its flux cost cut in half and getting its ordnance points cut down from 15 to 10, that's a massive buff. It might be okay. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but it might be okay. Paladin. Its flux cost is being cut down by 2/3. That's pretty good. Like, the problem is that when the Paladin still had its charges, it was costing about the same flux as a Tachyon Lance. Now, it didn't. The flux cost would go down when it ran out of charges, but at that point, it's also less effective. So, it's a bit of an eyebrow raise. The fact that now it's going to cost way less flux is going to make it a lot more useful. PD Laser. This is something I suggested. Reduce the cost from 4 to 3. Salamanders used to cost 5 ordnance points. Now they cost 3. So for you to spend 4 points on a PD Laser to counter those Salamanders felt pretty bad. So bring down the cost to 3 so it's the same price as a Salamander is nice, and also a range buff to make it more reliable. Because sometimes Salamanders would be a little bit out of range for destroyers. So now they should pretty reliably be able to reach the Salamanders and get them destroyed before they hit. So the PD Laser, I'm pretty sure in my tier list I put this in C tier. I think that was too generous. It really should have been D tier. It's pretty bad. Like the mining laser, I would switch the mining laser and the PD Laser in the latch patch. Like I put the mining in D and the regular PD in C, but I think I should have switched that. I think the mining laser is actually C tier and this was D tier. Now that it's getting buffed, now it might even be maybe B tier. We'll see. Because it provides a nice medium option. Like the mining laser is kind of like the bare minimum. Then you've got the burst laser as the premium option. And the PD laser has always meant to be the in-between option. It was just not good. Now it might actually be a solid in-between option. Heavy machine gun. For those of you who use the heavy machine gun, the gods have answered your prayers. It still can shoot down missiles, but it's going to prioritize shooting enemy ships. Which is exactly what you're using it for anyways. It's like, yeah, technically it's a point defense weapon, but really, it's an anti-shield weapon. Giga Cannon. Increased damage. So this means better hit strength, better DPS, and better flux efficiency. I'm pretty sure better flux efficiency as well. It doesn't mention anything about increasing the flux cost, although I guess we'll have to see. I'll be honest. I think it might be okay now. It's probably not going to be... it's still going to be worse than the other options overall, but it's probably not... I don't think it's F tier anymore. That's a 25% like, the big problem with it has always been the low DPS. So 25% increase in DPS at the same time as a 25% increase in anti-armor capability. Not bad. Not bad. Piranhas, 50% increased rate of fire. Wasps, replacement time is now 3 seconds instead of 5. So wasps basically never die. They just respawn immediately. Much like how a gamer, gamers walking around with their gamer shirts that say, that's right, gamers never die. They just respawn. Well, wasps are that guy, but in video games. That's how cool they are. Can you do a tier list update video? Oh yeah. You better believe I'm going to be milking this for tier lists. Because tier lists are fun. I don't know what it is. There's something in the human brain that just tickles it. It's like, tier list time. Excellent. Even if it's a game that I barely play. Like Stellaris. I'll watch like a Stellaris tier list video and it's like, yes, I'm going to use this information. It's very useful to me. And then I'm not going to play Stellaris for the next, 2 years. Update? Yes, X-Bin. Update. Montu Stellaris tier list. Yeah, those are the ones. Trident. Reduced OP from 25 to 20. Originally this said it reduced OP cost to 25 from 25. Actually, let's scroll down. Yeah. See, Killer or Fake caught this. Trident reduced to 25 from 25. A little bit of a typo there. But that's a big drop. I mean, when it comes down to it, Tridents have their big problem is their movement speed. And because of that, they very rarely used outside of the Astral or Defensive Targeting Array. But for those two ships, the Astral, which just got a big buff, and for ships that are just using it as reloading a Tropos pod, it's now going to be much more affordable. Especially if you try to put it in converted hangar. Because 25 meant that it was increasing your deployment points by 5, which is way too much. Now that it's this, it might actually be usable with converted hangar. Because that's the same deployment point increase as a dagger, but you're getting an extra torpedo out of it. Perditions also got a reduced cost, so now Perditions are the same cost as daggers, which is interesting because they both fire triple torpedoes. The difference is the Perditions have 50% more damage, the daggers have tracking on their torpedoes. And then there's the Sparks getting unnerfed. Neuralink can now be S-modded, so you can transfer instantly regardless of ship size. This means that you can S-mod, an Odyssey and a Radiant. You can S-mod Neuralink into both of them and transfer between them instantly. That could be crazy. That could be absolutely nuts. And there's a bunch of other fixes to the ship AI, of course. As always, the ship AI has room for improvement, and there's a lot that's being done here. Such as improved carrier target selection. Again, another buff to carriers. Because the problem that they had a lot of the time is that they would send their carriers after a ship, that ship would then back up behind allies, and the fighters would chase after it and just get taken out by point defense without actually accomplishing anything. This should be a big improvement. Fixed issue with phase AI that causes it to discard certain types of incoming damage. Yeah, so it should be not dying as much. Updated to Java 12 or Java 17. Updated combat simulator. Huge. This is a big day for the unemployed. If you're spending all your time playing Starsector, this is a big deal. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of modding stuff that I don't get. And that is that. That's the update. Content, quality of life, everything you could ever want. That's enough reading about the game. Let's go game the game in like 2 seconds, because I actually need to go to the bathroom. But when I get back, we'll get started on a brand new adventure. Fun fact, Threat is just knockoff Omega. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see if that's actually true. Yeah, and if you go to the missions tab, just a warning, if you go to the missions tab and you refit your ship and you click run simulation, you will see all of the dev mode options for the simulator, which means that anything that you didn't, any new content that's in there is going to be spoiled. So, be careful. It's probably going to get fixed pretty soon. But yeah, the fact that that got left in, just, I think that's about what we'd expect for how much attention the simulator tends to get. Or rather, the mission tab tends to get. New portraits, probably. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. What kind of start are you going to do? Probably one of the smaller ones. Are you going to try the buffed Atlas and Anubis? Yeah, I'm going to do high tech, obviously. I'm going to grab Omens. I'll throw in like an Astral and a... We'll see what kind of capital ships... I mean, the Paragon's an obvious choice, but maybe I'll grab an Odyssey. I might do what I said earlier. Neuralink, an Odyssey, and a Radiant, and see how that goes. Yeah, so I am going to probably have to do a little with the portraits when I get the chance, but of course... Wait, is this the same portrait as Paul Bingus? Hold on. Or is it this one? What one did I use? Well, it doesn't matter, because this isn't Paul Bingus. Oh, I kind of clicked... Yeah, let's go with normal size. There we go. This is obviously his daughter, Pauline Bingus, continuing the legacy. Question, where did the Giga Cannons come from? Well, Big Mike, the Giga Cannons come from the Sindrian Diktat, specifically the Lion's Guard fleets. The regular fleets don't have it. It's pretty rare. You can't buy it, you've got to farm it. Schnall Bingus? No, this is Ball Pingus? We're going to be you better believe we're going to be talking about the Ball. We're going to be talking about the Pingus. The Bingus dynasty continues. You gotta dunk on Sindrian Fuel Company. That might actually be funny, killing the Sindrian fleets with their own Giga Cannons, but on a Paragon to flex on them how I actually have good ships. Bingus changed his name due to woke. Yep, that's right. I hate guys. Starsector is woke now. I'm sorry. They let you choose whether to be a man or a woman because the fucking faceless portraits don't let you know, but for some reason they're connected to a gender anyways. I guess that's woke now. Remember that guy who like screamed about pronouns in Starfield? That was funny. But, of course, they're not going to bring that same energy for Baldur's Gate 3. Because that's actually a good video game. Although it is kind of the same in that way. British Thumb Man. Angry, bald British man is like a genre. There are 3 genders, Sir, Ma'am, and Captain. That's right. That's right. If you want to come in here and say that you're an attack helicopter, you're a dumbass. There's clearly only 3 genders. If Starsector says so, then goddammit, I believe it. Is the meaning of added threat known yet? More or less. Although I haven't personally fought it yet, so who knows. Yeah, I think we're going to go with Pauline Bingus. And then she's going to have her own... And then, when the next patch drops, we're going to come out with Paul Bingus 2. Right, she's going to... Right, so Paul Bingus had a daughter named Pauline Bingus, and then she's going to have a son named Paul Bingus 2, and he's going to have a daughter, but her name is actually going to be Chantel Bingus. He's a bit of a rebel, right? So he's going to name his daughter a little different. And it's going to cause like a whole drama in the Bingus dynasty. But, in the end, they're all going to come together like a big happy family. It's going to be like a sitcom. There's like a whole thing planned. 3 seasons and a movie. It's been greenlit, even though we have no track record of making good movies here. It's already been greenlit because just based off of industry connections. But don't worry, the first season is going to suck, and then the season 2 will get canceled regardless. after the whole thing is like produced. So like, don't worry, the money is going to be wasted before and then it's going to be canceled anyways. 2.5 Bingus. That's right. That would actually be a good name. Maybe I'll name my next stream 2.5 Bingus. I think, yeah, I'm not gonna do the faster starts or the randomized. I've actually come around to the Wayfarer start. I used to do the Wolf class all the time, but I've since realized bounty hunting in the early game kind of sucks. And I don't do it. I just go around exploring. So I might as well just take the Wayfarer and the Shepherd. Like, if you want to do early game bounty hunting, you would take the Wolf and the Kite. But that's not what I do. And I don't think it's the payoff you get is not very impressive. All right, normal difficulty, of course. Skip the tutorial, naturally. So here's a little trick. If you take bulk transport when you're in this screen, you actually start with a little bit of extra fuel and supplies. Go ahead and test that yourself. Start a new game and take navigation, and then start it again and take bulk transport. You actually start with a little bit extra. What are you talking about? There was an entire anime here that happened here to persuade the music again. I don't know what that sentence means, Philippe. Philippe, I do not understand what that sentence means. Alright, let's head over. Let's get this fleet started. So, Intel. It does look a bit weird, doesn't it? Ah, there we go. Now that I clicked on something, it looks normal. So, derelict ship, you say. Fuel range and... Huh. Wait a minute. This is supposed to be a hotkey to Q. That's what the patch note said, is that this was Q, but it actually doesn't have a hotkey at all. Interesting. I don't think I need... I think I'll keep the Starscape on. What are the map markers, by the way? Well, let's have a look. If I go here, create my Intel marker, we can say dumb, stupid ball of gas. Oh wait, I called it dub. Hold on. Oh, and you, of course, I've got to erase the whole thing. Dumb, stupid ball of gas. No, I might be talking about myself, considering that little flub. This is obviously Bingus was here. And we can just pick out a marker and say, we're going to give it the check mark. Create. Dumb, stupid ball of gas, Bingus was here. And in fact, we're going to tag that as important. Ta-da! And if I want to go there, I think if I right-click the Intel tab, or do I have to right-click something else? Does this not work? Did they set a course? No, that doesn't. Okay. Maybe I have to, like, leave and... Okay, so I guess it doesn't work for created Intel. That might be a good idea. Because it says that if you right-click Intel items, it takes you to that location. But it doesn't seem to work for created Intel items. That might be a good idea. You can edit it, and you can delete it. So being able to find stuff again, that's going to be really useful. That replaces... map markers that replace at least 3 Fleet Journal mods. Yes, exactly. You can do a lot with that. And the first things first... Is there a dram on the black market? No. There's an omen. What's the D mod? See, look at this codex, by the way. It's got erratic fuel injector. That's all right. So you could say, okay, what if I want to go, ooh, ship system EMP emitter. Okay, cool. That's what this does. 100 energy damage, 500 EMP, 500 range. Missiles will have their guidance systems knocked out, even if they're not destroyed. Base flux use 20%, so 20% of its base capacity. Reuse delay, cooldown, active duration. Look at all of that. Oh wait, what's this? Ghost bird. This is the one we're looking at right now, by the way. This is right. This isn't just an omen. This is the specific omen we're currently looking at. And then, oh, what's this? Shade. This is this. It's linked because it also has the system. Oh, but what if I want to learn about phase field? Oh, so these are all the ships that have phase field. Oh, but also phase coil tuning, which then gives you phase anchor. Huh? Look at that. Oh, missile autoforge, missile autoloader, breach missile, Luddic church. Oh boy, my favorite. Yeah, when it comes to locked entry, look at all the weapons, right? Now look at all the locked entries at the bottom. That's like 50 weapons. There's way more than the Omega weapons that we've had in vanilla so far. Look at that. See, burst laser. Oh, look. What's related to it? Expanded magazines. Longbow. Longbow, which you can find at independent Tritachyon and Hegemony markets. But it's also got Sabo. And Sabo is a Sabo. And locked entry. So this is probably flash bombers, if I had to guess. You can tell me I can actually find out where to buy the damn guns. That's right. If you go to their codex entry, it tells you which markets you can find them at. Yeah, that's really useful, isn't it? Also, look at this. We can go back. So you can, if you click through a bunch of things and get lost, you can use this to go backwards. Say, now we're back to the EMP emitter. If I want to go forwards, I can go back that way. But let's say I want to go here. Oh, EMP emitter. Energy lash. What is that? Burn drive. Never heard of it. There's all the ships with burn drives. In fact, there's a couple of locked entries. That's interesting. Yes, Tritachyon finally updated their tripads, and now they're actually useful. That's what happened. Yeah, so all of that stuff we talked about at the beginning of the stream, that's what that looks like. You've got improved intel, so now all of the pinned... So these things, you can clearly see are different from these things. Right? These pinned tabs at the front used to be mixed in with the alphabetical ones in the middle here. They used to be just like all kind of lumped together, which made it kind of difficult to parse. But now, we've got all of these important tabs that are pinned at the top are clearly distinguished from the alphabetical tabs. Ah, it's so good. And then, of course, you've got some hotkeys. Like, Major Events does have a hotkey. Dorito Invasion DLC. I believe that they haven't... This update does not further the main storyline. It's like quality of life updates and added some endgame threats. But that doesn't mean that the story is finished. So yeah, if we're going to be here, then I think I'm going to... What's this one got? Degraded dry field? I actually don't think that matters. Because a Dram has burn 9, and degraded dry field takes it down to burn 8. But because I have bulk transport, it gets a +2, so it's actually up to burn 10 anyways. So the degraded dry field actually does literally nothing other than make the ship cheaper. Repair? Do I actually have anything? No, I don't think so. Are there any hull mods? Well, there's recovery shuttles. I can't get those. I don't really need heavy armor right now. Did I just find targeting unit immediately? Well, that's pretty lucky. Let's get some fuel. Let's get some extra crew. Let's buy some more heavy machinery. Let's buy some more supplies. I can't afford more supplies. Okay. Can I fill up the rest of my fuel tanks? How much can I afford? I'll pay taxes. It's fine. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, I don't really want to increase the supply costs, so I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to grab a couple random hull mods, speed, and hull dirt. I mean, if we end up in combat, we're kind of screwed, but might as well just grab those just in case. Imagine paying taxes. Well, unfortunately, right now we're poor, and that means that we do have to pay taxes. If we were rich and we had a big, powerful fleet, then we could avoid taxes by telling them to just piss off. But I'm not, like, threatening someone in a Wayfarer has the same energy as threatening someone while wearing Skechers. It's just not going to work. Will you try out the new Astral? Yeah, that is something I am planning to do. I have been very curious how I was able to test some of the, I know enough about modifying the game that I could give it advanced targeting core and expanded Miserax, but there are some changes, like the AI changes, that I can't do. And so I am very curious to see how that pans out in actual combat. Let's see. Oh, right, the Wayfarer. One nice thing about this is, being a combat freighter, it does not have the civilian modification. Right, so this has civilian grade hull mod, which means that if I try to put on auxiliary fuel tanks, it increases the maintenance costs for this thing, which sucks. But for the Wayfarer, it doesn't have civilian grade hull mod, which means I can throw on expanded cargo and expanded fuel tanks, and this doesn't increase the maintenance cost. It's still not quite as good as a full-on freighter, but it certainly gets most of the way there, while being a little, not good in combat, but good enough for something like a derelict drone. Anubis' mid changed my mind? Well, I haven't tried yet. We'll see. Don't insult my Sketcha, man. I'll have to bust out the light-up Hulk-themed ones. Oh yeah, is it every time you stomp your feet it says Hulk Smash? Terrifying. Officers. Yeah, like if you're in the hegemony, they're always gonna have ballistic mastery. Oh, that's an administrator. Ah, okay. Yeah, well. One new codex entry. Deadgate illustration. Cool. Yeah, we can delete that. Survey. Yeah, unfortunately... Oh, did I not grab... Wait, hold on. I need to grab that mission. Yeah, I need to grab that. See, I don't have enough for that. Just shy of the amount of crew I need. So no. Yeah, the hegemony officers are going to try and stop me. I don't care. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, I didn't activate that sustained burn. Whoops. Yeah. Okay, inspect me. They hurt my shepherd. I will remember this. Is that abandoned terraforming platform? I think there's like a Mercury there, but I also don't really care. Brenergy is a streamer. Oh god, a portmanteau. Brain and energy. Yes, I am doing the streaming. Let's see. I'm going to call you Odin's Mailbox. Apologies to Goddard. Sunkissed. Oh, I gotta have something a bit ironic. What would be ironic? Because like something like Sunkissed Orchard would just be... Well, I guess the fact that it's an orchard would make kind of ironic for a ship. Sunkissed Abyss is a bit too on the nose. Why does Odin need a mailbox? Shouldn't his ravens deliver his mail directly to him? Well, they deliver his mail to his mailbox. Obviously. Sunkissed threat. Sunkissed, well, no. I mean, it is a rectangle. That's true. I think I'm just going to call it Orchard for now. Not super happy with it, but it's fine. I'm going to call you Ultraviolet Catastrophe. Those of you who know, you know. It's kind of like a physics thing. You need to watch Rick and you need a pretty high IQ to understand the ultraviolet catastrophe. Like you've got to go watch Rick and Morty at least 4 times to get your IQ scores up, so you can understand the reference I'm making here. And actually, we'll do a quick save. Ina Dream Barbecue update and Starsector update on the same day. Wow, they were on the same day? It's quite the coincidence. Sun-kissed mole. That's not bad, actually. Yeah, I never thought of an animal. Sun-kissed mole rat, of course. Sun-kissed mole rat. Or maybe like sunbathing mole rat. Of course, because you see, that's the opposite of what moles are supposed to do. It's ironic. Brilliant. Look at that save speed. No mod. When you don't have mods and you're running on the new update. Ooh, that's good. Remember when I was streaming and the last playthrough and it took 5 years? No more. Well, I mean, it will get slower when I start adding mods. But, vanilla with the new update, smooth. Buttery smooth. Isn't Sunkissed a brand of drink? Probably. Alright, that's enough faffing about. Let's go make money. I guess I can't see the derelict ship, so it's not... yeah, unfortunately I can't do these, so I'm just going to do this. And while I'm here, I'll get the data core, and then I'll go back to Galatia Academy oh, I found your data core. Give me missions. Yeah, I might as well grab that, even if I don't get to it. Now, if more of these missions could pop up in the same direction, that would actually make life a lot easier. Is Mirror's the Abyss larger? Let me just double check. No, that seems about the same size as always. Or, no, maybe you're right. I think it was, here before. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. It's not a huge amount, but it does look noticeably like it pushes out further. Given that the Shepherd is just a pickup truck that someone slapped 2 small guns on, it should bear the name of vehicle, the Toyota Hilux. I was thinking you were going to call it a technical, but yeah. In my game, it isn't that big. Yeah, I was worried for a second that maybe I created a small sector by accident, but no, I'm pretty sure I hit normal. So it might just be that this seed in particular, whatever this number is, just generates a larger abyss. That's possible. Is that a feature of Sebastian, or that is? I think his missions tend to cluster on purpose, if I had to guess, because it is pretty consistent that you'll get a lot of missions in the same area. So I kind of doubt that it's an accident. Did 0.98 release? Yes, the Dark Lord Sauron himself. What are you doing playing Starsector? Don't you have some orcs to go harass? I mean, recruit? Don't you got some goblins to manage? I mean, really, if you think about it, Sauron is just he's just playing a different kind of game. He's playing, Goblin Dungeon Manager, which would probably be a really fun game. Somebody should go make that. Goblin Dungeon Manager. Where you're like a Dark Lord, and you have to manage, you have a dungeon and a bunch of goblins, and you've got to go attack the middle of the earth. Where all those lame-ass elves are living. Oh, Sebastian has a ton of missions, but only chooses to give us the ones that are close together, because he's just really, considerate like that. Poke an abyssal light or 2 for fun. Oh yeah, that sounds like it'll go perfectly fine. Yeah, I do think that there are those kinds of dungeon managing games. I think those exist. There's a goblin game where you're a dungeon cleaning crew. What is that, like Power Wash Simulator Fantasy Edition? Alright, let's go make some money, and then we're going to buy some omens, and then, well, I'm not sure yet. But we are going to try and fight those new threats. Get a little comm relay going. Get a little sensor array going. I think I just found a mining station that vaguely references Space Station 13. That would be pretty funny if that was true. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Because they did say they added new... What is it? New interactions for fringe stations. So if they're like... If they reference Space Station 13, that would be kind of incredible. They're cooked when we get the omens. Yeah. So based off of what I've seen from Alex's posts about the endgame content, there's probably going to need a lot of that point defense. And the omens, they bring the point defense. Oh yeah, and here, Salver's Tally, new feature. Look at this. So if I go, okay, what I need to find some salvage. Let's see. Exploration, fleet log. No, I can delete that. Thank you. Where is it? It's in salvage. Ah, look, it's its own thing here. Salver's Tally. This keeps track of everything you find in the system. 1 derelict ship, 2 unexplored debris fields. Beautiful. Absolutely phenomenal. Although I'm not sure what debris fields it's talking about. That... I haven't found those yet. So apparently... that might be a bit of a bug. Now, thank you, NST Harlequin, for the 5 gifted. In fact, Error got one of the gifted, and I think I've seen Error around quite a bit. Captain's Log in vanilla looks amazing. It's even better than Captain's Log. So yeah, it does look like there might be a bit of a bug where it's telling me the debris fields are here, even after, though I haven't found them yet. Yes, now you can spam Lobter. Lobter. This is the planet, right? Let me see. No, what am I looking for? Or did I do the mission already? No, I did not do the mission. Okay. Sensor package, derelict ship, some distance away. That's right. It's the... Hey, by the way, it's some distance away. Go find it. One of my favorites. Thank you for reigniting my Starsector edition. Well, I'm happy to be helpful. It's a good game. Dodging those gifted subs like a face scammer user. True. How do you feel about the carrier group speed buff when it comes to Tempest convert hangar ships? Oh, I didn't even think of that. Wait a minute. The Tempest is like the fastest ship in the game, but because it also has drones, it's going to get another 10% speed boost, or 15% from carrier group. Wait a minute. Are we going to get like... That's going to be so funny. You could easily get Tempests with like 400 speed, and that's before you add in safety overrides. That's going to be so funny. I don't know how the AI is going to handle that. Yeah, that's we're dumping that. Bye-bye. Don't need any of this crap. Well, I mean, aside from this, maybe. We'll take a little of that. The Tempest out doing some multi-track drifting. Precisely. The Tempest is going to go absolutely crazy. Especially with, I mean, it's already going to go crazy because of the buff. Tempest is now the new threat. Tempest meta all over again. Alright, well there's a few ships over there. 25 for a ball of dirt? Probably not. So what have we got over here? Another orbital station. That's interesting. Although I guess I can I can burn through some supplies because I've already maxed out on cargo. There's the data core. Just take the damn core. Let's see. Gentlemen, and the 3 ladies out there, including me, the AI core cult has but one thing to say. Tempests. Well, thank you on behalf of the AI core cult, Estelle Dripiet, or Estelle Drip. I wonder why there's weapons out here. You know, maybe if they... Yeah, that's probably why the station is abandoned, is somebody got a hold of the gun stockpile. I guess I could recover this. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has any logistics problems. I'm basically just going to use this as extra storage. So I can go back to these cargo pods. Let's see, that's just that. Let's see. Yeah, I can grab some of that. You'll bring your Holy Invictus to deal with the AI scum. Well, whether or not that's going to help is questionable. So what was the... Wait, hold on. What was the class? So 3,000. So that was 2,500 credits of supplies for 3,000 credit worth survey data. I'd say that's worth it. What the heck is that? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No. Damn scavengers. They're always so unreliable. You think that they're your friends because they're independent, but as soon as they think they can kill you, they go hostile. They make their... Salvagers make their own salvage in this world. I've just got to find this damn derelict ship. Where are... Oh, man. One of the... This is when you need that neutrino detector or something. They're doing a little trolling. Yeah. Makes sense, we also do. Yeah, as the player, you kind of do the same thing. But the difference is when I do it, I'm the main character. When they do it, they're just an NPC. And so for me, it's okay. For them, it's criminal. And this is the most exciting gameplay imaginable. Starsector, look, I don't know, guys, if you're not, like, chugging back monster energies, I don't know if you've got what it takes to play Starsector. As you can see right here, this is some of the most intense, action-oriented gameplay imaginable. If you are not chugging back that gamer fuel, you're not going to be able to keep up. I mean, look at this. Look at my APM. Look at the mechanical skill. Look at the Fortnite Battle Pass. This is a game for real gamers. I don't know about you. If you're a casual, you're just not going to be able to keep up with this level of high-speed intensity. No, that's not what I was looking for. It's just a single... Why is there a single dram? Who was that guy? There she is. Alright, well, we got an officer. That's pretty cool. I'm just going to scavenge all of these. You got a location of something. Debris field. Of course, a debris field on the opposite... I don't know how... How did the data logs even... So that you're telling me that they were out here, they found a debris field, and decided not to harvest it, flew over here, and then died. Who does that? That's another... apparently a lot of them... I said that they died. Apparently they didn't. They're all just like hanging out in cryopods. So we've got Azana and Jealous. And we've got Curtis Callisto. Let's see these skill sets. So this is a... Okay. They both have combat endurance, which is good. Impact mitigation and field modulation is kind of... sometimes I do take that as a player, but on an officer, it's kind of a weird combination. I mean, it's got target analysis and missile specs, so... I mean, it's fine. It's got like, okay, so these are your offensive skills. This would be good on like a ship with decent number of missiles. Defensively, it can do armor or shields. And combat endurance is just a nice generic skill. So this is... Just got to make sure it's got missiles. This one combat endurance, target analysis, ordnance expertise. This one is all in on the offensive skills. It's like, I want missiles, I want energy weapons, I want more flux, I want more damage, 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 damage. This guy is all in on the damage. When will you get the GamerSubs sponsorship? That is a great question. Maybe I should try that. It's like, hey, it's time to make money. Oh God, what? Don't they let you like name your flavors or something? That would be really funny if I made like Starsector juice. Starsector juice would go hard. Let's just say that. And clearly, this guy's real name is Kratos. No, he's just Kratos. I don't know his last name, and I don't think I need to. This guy, like that guy is a barbarian. I mean, he's a steady off. Actually, you know what? He's a steady officer. No, Kratos would clearly be reckless, but like he's all in on the offensive skills, which is really weird. Sebastian, liquid is what we need. That doesn't. This sounds. Guys, we didn't get a sex update. I'm sorry. There is no. I know that people on Reddit were posting about how there's 500 lines of gay sex dialogue, but that was a lie. All right? You can't believe everything you see on the internet. A Dorito flavor. That's probably already a thing. Liquid blue lobster. Now that's not bad. Blue lobster. No Sebastian dating scene update. Yeah, I'm refunding. Yeah, that's fair. But why gay? Because... That's a good question. You can play as a woman, so... Huh. Why? I don't know, but apparently everyone wants to do... Everyone wants gay options with Sebastian. They never say they want straight options, so I don't know. You gotta ask the community for that one. It's a real mystery, honestly. Yeah, we're gonna call him Chad because he's got the damage-based skills, but he's got a steady personality. All right, he's chill. He's just chill like that. But if you mess with him, oh, he's gonna put you out in one hit. So that's like he's Chad Starmaker, obviously. Now you can go in the Shepherd. And this guy, Curtis Callisto, I do like the alliteration on that one. That's actually not bad. Curtis Callisto. It's got a nice ring to it. I'll leave you alone for now. Who knows? Maybe... I wonder... Wait, is the... Is Combat Chatter save compatible? Because if it is, I might add it in later. And, you know, give these guys a little personality. Xanax Chad. Got some survey data here. Okay. Let's grab that. Dram. I'm out here, 2 pints and a dream. I mean, 2 pints and a dram. So, wait, hold on. Go to Intel. Yeah, see, there we go. Look at this. You can even right-click to spin the planet. So now, they're overall higher quality. So this is at least... I mean, it's not a great planet, but it's at least habitable. And you get to see this little Intel item. That's an improvement. It's a revolutionary piece of technology. Changing... The game is changed. Callisto... Wait a minute. Isn't that the same name as the other guy? And you guys just happen to be hanging out in the same debris field. Callisto Day. Well, I'm sorry. Sorry, Miss Day. You fired. I'm not paying 2,000 credits a month just to keep you on ice. Yeah, I'll grab that. Shepherds are decent. And it saves me the money of trying to buy a new one. Actually, I can grab... Hold on. I've got... that. Yeah, that boosts my... I don't think I need a fighting for anything, so I'm just going to scrap that. I'd burn too much on supplies just trying to keep it around. So now that I've got the Shepherd, I've got extra cargo capacity, and I can just lap all of these up instead of leaving them in space. Bada bing, bada boom. Now I can head over to Galatia, drop off my data core, make even more cash, and then I can sell all my crap. At that point, I'll be up to like 200,000 credits after my first trip. And what has it been, like 2 months? I mean, it's not as fast as smuggling, but it's not bad either. What's this? And a research station. Now this is what you're looking for. This is why you go exploring instead of doing smuggling. Smuggling will make you money faster, but it's not going to give you these. The research station. So we got hyperspace topography. We unlocked the first ability already. So we get, look at that. Breach, Gauss Cannon, Hegemony Blueprints, and 4 hull mods. Not bad. Get a bunch of weapons. There we go. And that's just the first one. Now we get to do it again. See what we get on round 2. Medusa, Luddic Path. So we found both the Hegemony and the Luddic Path blueprints at the same research station. Kind of makes you wonder what they were researching exactly. Apparently I just... Wait, did I get sparks? I did. I got remnants. Nice. The newly buffed spark. Streamer loot situation is crazy. Well, look, this is pretty normal. Finding research stations, maybe you won't find it on your first star, but you're going to find them relatively quickly. The reason you're not finding them is because you're not exploring enough. Do that early game exploration. Get yourself some research stations. Right? If the Hegemony don't got you, research stations got you. And of course, there's also major events. We've got topography. See, I used to tag this as important so I could find it. But now that major events actually has a hotkey, that's going to be a lot easier to deal with. Oh yeah, and also, thank you. Reverse polarity. It used to be at 500. Or no, 400. But now it's swapped with slipstream detection, so you can get it at 250. Which means that we can actually unlock this way earlier. And man, does it make such a big difference in travel. If research stations got 1,000,000 fans, then I am one of them. If research stations got 100 fans, then I am one of them. If research stations have 1 fan, then I am him. And if research stations got no fans, then I am dead. That's actually huge. Yeah, exactly. The change to what is that? The change, just moving reverse polarity earlier is a surprisingly big difference in the early game. Or at least I think it's going to be. Just being able to actually use slipstreams effectively. It's just such a... Oh man, as soon as they introduced that ability, it was like incredible. But now we can actually get it at a reasonably early. Which is even more incredible. The research station I just looted had toilet paper blueprints everywhere. Now I can poop everywhere. Well, don't get too carried away. That's the most sane Starsector player comment I could possibly imagine. Yeah, the game can feel a little slow, but sometimes it's nice to just, breathe in the atmosphere. The music is good. Everything is okay. Listen to the storms out the window. It's like Bob Ross, It's like that everything is peaceful. Now, I know death is around every corner, and you could get jumped by a pirate fleet. But also, it's kind of relaxing. Do you usually keep the speed up at 2? Yeah. I'll turn into a speed demon later, I'm sure. But the new update has just dropped. There's no need to rush everything. We can enjoy the content at a reasonable pace. I'm ready to sit down and play this for a lot of hours. So we should be able to make some progress. regardless of the speed. Alright. And we got that music. Although I think... Was this in the last update, or is this new to this update specifically? I think the music is new for this update. Glacier Academy finally has its own music. I have returned with great news. I'm guessing that means combat chatter works. Yeah. Starsector is a slice-of-life anime with war and politics sprinkled in. That would be a pretty good series, wouldn't it? Honestly, while I do like the final version of the music, there was like a blog post about the new song for Glacier Academy where he played the original... Like, originally he composed it on the piano. I'll be honest, I really like the piano version. Just the simple and clean the piano is. It sounded really good. The final version now of course, just having a little bit of piano music doesn't really fit Starsector. But I do actually like that version a lot. Alright, so I believe this guy... There it is, Alec. Guys, it's Alec. Cornelius Alec, everyone's favorite character. The one who got a new mission. The story mission, remember? It's him. Wow. Alright, I hope you've got all the excitement out of your system. We've got some missions to do. Alright, I've returned the data core. The Provost has authorized a reward. So, is there still a... should I ask? I mean, we've done this before. Is there still a reward? Oh, I suppose that there is. I don't recall that particular account being frozen. Have your secretary or whoever send the data core to the planetology department. It would be, if you would be so kind. Yes, I do want money. Request a meeting with the Provost. The new Provost is very, very busy. The new administration after the, recent unpleasantness, you know? This could take some days. Weeks, maybe. You might want to leave your comms ID with me and come back in. Oh, yeah, yes, really? I mean, yes. Yep, never mind. I said weeks. You can come in immediately. This juniors, am I right? Where did his sunglasses go? Unfortunately, I've not updated the... We're talking about Sebastian. I have unfortunately not updated his picture to have the sunglasses, but I will be doing that. He's just... Yeah, they're just in his pocket right now. Play it cool, eyes forward. I apologize for the mess. I've only just moved office. You're not here to set up a donation. Why then? Because it is very much in my interest to know about the up-and-coming mercenary captain who is capable of reversing the unfortunate situation created by my ambitious but incautious predecessor. This institution is not devoted to purely theoretical work. For what use is knowledge if it does not give us the power and wisdom to change the world for the better? Well, it doesn't matter what you say. She's going to ramble on anyways. Big brain injury. Straight up doing the thing that hasn't changed in years. Exactly. I'm giving you the voice acting, though. And it's probably better than when I did it, like, a year ago. I am straight up doing the thing. I will do the thing. I play Master of Orion 2 on my channel. That game is older than I am, alright? Whether or not it's old, it kind of doesn't matter to me. And speaking of, for like the 5 people who like those videos, no, I have not abandoned Master of Orion. I am going to continue that playthrough. I've just been a little preoccupied. I'm not going to say anything. She doesn't care. The Glacier Academy could make use of someone like you. Someone capable, discreet, and very well paid. I do not wish to make the same mistake as my predecessor. If one wants work done properly, appropriate incentive must be provided. She's done speaking, for real this time, probably. I do like how, even in the text, they kind of acknowledge that. You absolute baby. Yes, I am in fact in Gen Z. I gotta love and appreciate that all your voices are a variation of Zap Brannigan. Depending on... Yeah, it's... Well, I guess YouTube hates even a couple words in all caps. Oh, were you trying to type in all caps and it got removed? He's 12, clearly. True. It's lore accurate. 12 years old. No, I'm 27. I'm like one of the oldest Zoomers. I think some people call them Zillennials. Z-lennials. Because I'm like right at the edge of like one, like I think the cutoff year is like 97. Sorry to bother, but how do you use dev mode to teleport instantly in the sector? Well, when you have dev mode activated, you hold control and then you just left click where you want to go. That's not Zoomer though. Well, according to Google, according to every source that I've looked at, which is like 2, it's the cutoff year is 97. 27 gang, rise up. You have a very not 27 voice and vibe. That's been something that's been a consistent factor in my life. When I was like 15, people thought I was 20. When I was 22, somebody thought I was 30. I guess I was just born old, alright? You guys, okay, this generation is so lazy and young. When I was your age, I was 30. Okay, you're sitting there, you think you're 22, and you're not getting anything done with your life. When I was your age, when I was 22, I was 30. Okay? You're so lazy, so young. Look at you guys. Just embarrassing. Well, using an EQ on the voice, I don't have an EQ, but I do have a somewhat mediocre microphone, and I have to sit pretty close to it to make sure it sounds right. And I think there's some kind of effect that does change things based on your proximity to the microphone. Maybe I should buy a better microphone, and then suddenly I'll be... Imagine I buy like a new microphone, and suddenly it's like suddenly sound like a 12-year-old. That would be funny. That would be very humorous. Ah, yes, the mass dox happens. Yes, age is very important. Everyone knows it's the most important thing about you. Buys microphone suddenly sounds like a rat. Yeah. Ugh. By the way, this video is HD only. Yeah, unfortunately, I also need like a better computer and better internet so I can actually stream at a higher resolution. But if I want the game to run smoothly, and the stream to go smoothly, it's got to be 720p. I know, it's unfortunate. Alright, I'm interested. Let's go. Let's actually play the video game. Remember when we were doing that? That feels like ages ago. In fact, I think I was 22 back when I last played this video game, that the tangent was so long. Oh, hello, it's you. My name is Alvis Sebastien, the new Provost, that is Provost Baird, assigned me to be your liaison with the Academy. I hope you're as excited to work with me as I am to be working with you. It's nice to meet you, Academician. Right, yes, different departments within Glacier Academy tell me what they need done. Then I coordinate with freelancers like yourself to procure, the necessary services. Oh, and I run jobs by the finance office. We have to make sure that you get paid. That's very important. At any time, there may be various options open to you. You just have to check with me. Or sometimes there might be no jobs if they're all fulfilled. But it looks like Provost Baird wants you to have first priority. She must like you. All right, let's do the jobs. The voice is on point? Well, thank you. I gotta try and sound a little more like the kind of energy that he brings. Imprisoned researcher. That sounds like fun. Yeah, I guess I'll keep reading these. I'll probably, eventually I'll start skipping these once I've done like 10 of them. Or if I get repeats, I guess. What happened is academician Hygeia Canopus from Special Collections was on a research mission, probably near volumes patrolled by Church of Galactic Redemption, and was interred by the Knights of Blood. They're enthusiastic about enforcing certain prescripts. Between you and me, their understanding of theory is a bit loose at best, so there may be some misunderstandings. That is, Special Collections Department, was assured that the project was cleared by the Exarch Liaison, who runs a shrine here on the Academy Station. We're not sure what went wrong. This might be an interdepartment conflict within the church. Right, we need a representative. That'll be you. To travel to Hesperus and make arrangements with a representative from the Knights of Blood, it was hinted that a tithe of 66,000 credits would smooth things over. So the finance department will give you that cash up front. Your payment for performing the mission itself would be 57,000 credits. If I can free without paying, do I get to keep the ransom credits? Oh, stars. Let me check. Technically, the funds are released to you as working capital appropriated to hiree. That's you. Pursuant to recovering deliverables listed in Addendum A. So it looks like, yes, you would be able to keep the extra funds if you can complete the job without using them. Hopefully by, don't worry, I can be very persuasive. Yes. Alright, I think that's enough of that. Let's just grab all of them. There we go. I'm excited. Let's go make some money. Because I need money to buy ships, to buy combat victories. That one's pretty close. These ones are over here. I can do this one. So I'll grab that. Yeah, so what's the order I'm going to do them? I think I'll do this first. I'll grab some Marines and go do this right away. Then I can drive down this way, grab all of these, and do that eventually. I mean, I should be able to salvage enough fuel while I'm out here that I can get up here. That's probably not too hard. Still don't even have any story points. New codex entry. Glacier Academy. That's very cool, thank you. Okay, so. Incria. The threat is very angry and loves randomly exiting the abyss. Oh boy. Start loading up the Marines. We're keeping them credits, lads. You're goddamn right. In fact, there's a Valkyrie right here. Erratic fuel injector? I think I'm gonna... I mean, I don't need the Valkyrie, honestly. Even though it does boost ground combat, it's just not necessary. These missions only require like 20 Marines at most. Which this station does not have. We'll have to go somewhere else. We'll move the Shepherd up. We'll move you up here. You've been... Congratulations. You've been promoted to Shepherd Pilot. Yeah, I'll get reinforced bulkheads, I guess. Good enough. And this thing can get both of those. That doesn't matter. One of these, one of these, one of these. And while we're at it, one of those. Sounds good to me. See, look, like I said, our first mission, we come back, we've already got 200,000 credits. Although part of that is the money we've given to do the ransom. I like the funny joke of buying Marines and then raiding the station you bought them from. That is a pretty good idea. Well, who said I'm keeping the Marines around, okay? I might just fire them as soon as the mission is over. Alright, it's contract work. Manticores are pretty good if you've got a weapon for them in the early game, which I don't. Let's see. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Do I have railguns? Got light autocannons. I can buy that. Buy one of these. Even though my fleet is going to be high-tech, having one of these around, especially for... What's great about this is you can load it up with... oops, no. How do I turn that off? There we go. We can load it up with with one of these. And, you know, we give it some token anti-shield technology. But really, the main thing we've got this for is this Hephaestus assault gun is going to demolish derelicts because they don't have shields. So this is an early game ship. It's not bad. In fact, it would be nice if I could pick up a bunch of harpoons, but if there's only one, I guess I'll grab those instead. You can grab this, you can grab this. Easy. Speaking of, you've been promoted again. Congratulations, Curtis. You now get a Manticore. Although it is going to slow the fleet down a little bit until I can grab navigation. Which is something I want to do. But we got to hit level 2 first. I do want more cargo capacity as well. And it looks like there's not a whole... I guess I'll grab another Shepherd. Shepherds are fine. Missiles. I'll grab a... No, we'll grab a Swarmer. And a Vulcan. So we'll call this one of those. We'll say this, and I say this. There you go. Do I need a Wayfarer? I do want to hold on to some reserve credits. I don't want to overinvest in my fleet. I think that's an issue people can run into. Yeah, we're going to max this out, grab one of these, and then, like, Omni Shield conversion, I guess. It's mostly there for the storage. Alright, bye-bye. I know I bought a bunch of stuff off the black market, but I see there are no patrols. I'm going to skedaddle. Where can I buy some Marines? Probably, yeah, probably here at Jingala. Grendel's proved themselves OP last stream. Yeah, but I'm not going to go into cruisers just yet. Roach King is from, like, wait, what mod is it from? I know it's like one of those extra derelict ships that they add. Is beautiful ugly. Yeah, there's a certain... It sounds weird, but there's a certain aesthetic to ugliness. Like, making ugly ships that are all beat up and bent out of shape kind of has its own aesthetic appeal. HMI? That makes sense. Ah, there we go. So, sorry, I know you got promoted like 2 seconds ago, but you're being demoted because this is the perfect skill set. It is ideal. I know this guy's at like a lower level than all of you, but that Ordnance Expertise Ballistic Mastery combination is exactly what you're looking for on one of these. As much as I'd like to make Ballistic Mastery Elite as well, I don't have any story points, so we can't do that just yet. Now, let's go buy some Marines. And while we're at it... No, okay. I do want that. I don't think I need heavy armor just yet. Oh, I could have bought this off the black market. Whoops. Whatever. How expensive is this? Wow, that's cheap. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. I'm totally happy to pay for that. Here, have some of those. Have some of these. And, wow, they've got excess Marines. Perfect. Okay. Well, I'm going to get like 30, which is more than we need. Marines do have higher salaries than regular crew, so I don't want to go overboard there. Although, if I get 80, this can actually do some raiding missions. It's just that I don't really do raiding missions. Profitable, maybe. But not the way that I tend to play the game. Any decent weapons I should be picking up. I guess I could get that third light autocannon. The machine gun on the front is a bit awkward. No, I'd rather have that in a separate fire group. We'll change it to alternating. There we go. Okay, perfect. I think that's everything we need. It's time. Asparus, here we come. Yeah, scan me. The Shepherd class, the Mole Rat, and Apologies to Goddard. Why are they going after the Shepherds every time? My brother, what did they do to you? Wyvern's kind of a badass name. I'm going to call this the Wyvern. Wait, no, it's a Manticore. Why would I call it a Wyvern? Oh, well, it's a pirate one, so I'm going to call it Red Dwarf. Let's call this Silver Dawn. Sunbathing Mole Rat. Apologies to Goddard. We'll leave that one. This one has like some history to it that somebody wrote about. I forget what it is. Avalock? How about Spark of Avalon? And this one is Junk Eater. Because we're going to scrap it eventually. I sure do love using up all these cool sounding names on ships that are not going to make it for like more than a couple hours. Alright, here we go. It's time to do a little rescue mission. But we're not rescuing a person, it's like a piece of technology. Apparently it's very important. That's kind of way out of the way, and 440 crew is a lot, so I'm going to pass. That would be nice, but it's in the opposite direction, so I'm going to pass. Speaking of, if I go important... Oh, apparently I grabbed a lot of missions. This one's almost run out. This one I grabbed a long time ago, so I guess I'll do this one, then this one, and then we'll come down over here. Yeah, this one I'm just going to abandon. Clear that out. Then you can use stuff like Red Dwarf Reborn Raider. That's true. That's true. I never thought about that. Yeah, cool name too. Classic. Alright. I do need fuel. You guys have good fuel prices. Why do you guys have solar shielding? That's Syndrian technology. Well, you know what? I'll take it, regardless. I want it. Recovery shuttles, don't really care. Yeah, okay. Wait, hold on. Fuel prices. Right. 26. It's fine. So, like, there's not really too much of a reason to get caught up on fuel prices this early. In fact, I'm even willing to pay taxes to fill up. But if we look at our fuel range, yeah, we could use more. I'm not going to max it out completely, but we'll get a lot. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's, enemy fleets. Oh, there's a fleet right there. Okay. So we might not be able to do this right now. Unless this guy goes away. Oh, he's busy. Okay, hold on. You know what? Can we not do this? Isn't there normally an option to, like, I mean, that's what they hinted at. Alvis was like, talks about the black market. I know it's on the black market, but you'd think that the stuff on the black market, like, I know it's related to pirates, but it's whatever. It's fine. So is it not an option if there's an orbital station? I've honestly never really paid that much of attention to it. You can only raid Pathers, not the church? Oh. You know what? That... I think I did... yeah, okay. I think that is how it works. You can only raid the Pathers, not the actual church. Although, that's kind of weird because Alvis kind of implied that we... During the conversation, we kind of implied to Alvis that we could. Just dropped in what is threat? Oh yeah, sorry, hold on. Let me scroll back up a bit. Threat is... Well, it's kind of a spoiler. That's the answer. That's why he's vague about it. Yeah, try the bar? That's not a bad idea. Oh, no, someone tried to kill me. He wants me to take 150 Marines to do something. He wants me to... Nope, the bar doesn't have it. You could see it as a raid objective, but you have a raid strength too low. I guess so. I guess the reason that 30 Marines works again is because the Luddic Path just have so little. Okay, can I go up to 60,000? Yes, I can. Okay, so I'll just pay for it. Fine. I'll do it the boring, safe way, I guess. Can you tell that I don't do raiding a lot? Because I don't do raiding a lot. Alright, let's do exploration. That's something I am familiar with. You can test it with a quick save, just like in real life. That's some good advice. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind next time. Speeding ticket, try punching the officer and just running away. If that doesn't work, quick save. Simple as. Just quick save before every conversation IRL. Easy. Well, that's what Groundhog Day was about, right? It was about a guy who learned to quick save in real life. How is the performance update doing? Pretty good, I'd say. I'd say it's doing pretty good. The upgrade to Java 17 has been pretty smooth. I feel like even compared to Mikohime's patch that did, it's somehow like even better than that. No, we're not going to get that. Where is it? Orbiting a jump point. Okay, so it's going to be right here. Perfect. Because we want to jump in and pop and get out real quick. Although first I am going to explore that asteroid belt to see if there's anything nearby. Gimme. Survey data. What kind of survey data? New. Waterworld. Hey, look at that. That's pretty good. I don't like the heavy gravity, and it would be nice if it had volatiles. But other than that, I mean, +2 organics, moderate ore. Mining here is going to be pretty good, and then you can do aquaculture. You have safety override on your shade and phase anchor on your shade. How do you afford the ordnance points for that? Because that's expensive. Oh, nice visuals. Yes. Where is it? One unexplored. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm a little short on heavy machinery. I only have 53. Of course, I'm an idiot. I should have brought 69. Because then I would be able to salvage everything. I'm a fool. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make that one. Sorry, church. Wah. Stay mad. That's right. That's right. I didn't do your mission, and now I lost 1% reputation. I'm kind of a rebel, honestly. I'm a bit of a... Yeah, I'm low-key kind of a badass. Low-key don't give an F. Alright? I don't give an F what the church thinks of me. A ramming phase ship. Now that would be the midline phase ship. That right there. Because we don't have any midline phase ships. We've only got low-tech and we've got high-tech. But midline is always the specialist ships. The ones that don't fit into a doctrine. The ones that just have a specified role. And a midline ramming ship could be very, very funny. That would be the Iron Shell phase ship. That's not a bad idea for Iron Shell. They could have that. I mean, that's in the right direction. Withdrawn? Well, why'd you tell me about it if it's already withdrawn before I even found out? I mean, don't spam my inbox. This is like spam mail. It's like, hey, we're just letting you know, this mission, it's already been withdrawn. Okay. Wait, so what is Iron Shell? Iron Shell is a very popular mod for the game. That's what that is. Midline phase ship is just a frigate with a large energy. I could see that. I mean, midline does get the Sunder. So that could be a thing. There's more? Really? So I think VIP transports... Oh, they have a time limit, but it's also, like, right next to you, so the time limit doesn't matter. I can't believe it, but I've got, like, 7 missions from Alvis. Normally, if you've still got, like, 3 missions left, he'll say, no, we don't have anything available. That's normally the way it works, but in this case, he's just like, fuck it. You can have 10 missions. I think that's from the tutorial. That's one of the domain ship from the tutorial. I'm just going to skip that. I'm going to pretend I don't see it. No, I'm not going in that direction. Yeah. Some of them are going to get missed. I know. I took a little more than I could... bit off a little more than I could chew. Alright, I do want more... Ooh, efficiency overhaul. Perfect, okay. Well, taking that. You guys can take that. I'll take ECCM package. We want more fuel. More supplies. More of this. More fuel. That seems good. Yeah. That seems good. God, there's so many missions. I can't believe... Look how many missions I've got clustered in the same area. This has to be pretty unusual. I'm not sure I'm going to get to all of these in time, but we're going to try. Okay, that's the opposite direction. Midline grappling phase ship. Oh, maybe its ability is like a grappling gun. it shoots out a tether that then grabs onto the enemy ship, and then it uses like reverse jet thrusters to pull it. And then but the thing is, if you go into phase, that unhooks the grappling hook. So that way you actually have to stay in real space to like do that. That's kind of awesome, actually. The Pullout King. Yeah, you could call it that. I think that's kind of cool. You get to mess with the enemy's positioning. So this is part of why you take shepherds. Right? Not only do you get salvage gantry, giving you a bit more resources, survey equipment so that surveys are cheaper. Do I still not have a story point? I am... Look at that. I am so close. I am... What is that? 33 experience away from a story point. So very, very close. Retrieve data found in ruins. Autonomous weapon systems may pose a danger. Of course. Just a few, you know... They're just like a little... It's like a Roomba, basically. You know, it's like a little Roomba that roams around the star system. It's really not a big deal, okay? I'm sure nothing will go wrong. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. No, I will not answer the distress call. Oh, that's what he means. Okay, hold on. So before this just used to pop in and pop out. Now it slides in. That's a new feature. There it is. Story point. I'm going to spend that to boost the surveying equipment. Not really because I need to save supplies that badly, but so I can get some bonus XP to double my leveling rate. Okay, so it told me to panic, but these guys are dormant, so it's fine. I know I don't need that. I'll just salvage it. So at least the first one I run into is dormant, but that's not necessarily true of all. Yeah, those guys would kill me. Alright, Starsector has suddenly turned into a stealth game. Now we need to sneak around. Like Metal Gear Solid. There's new distress call events. Yeah, I know at least there's the one for the elite officers. What a thrill. Shh. Okay, now, this does help quite a bit. They usually... I've noticed that that Remnant systems more commonly have built-in, like, sensor arrays and nav buoys, which is probably just because they're meant to be higher quality systems, but the side effect of that is grabbing these makes it a lot easier to sneak around, because you can see the Remnant fleets earlier and avoid them, and you can see and you can move at a higher speed while stealthed, while going dark. Okay, so yeah, we've already recovered the data, but I still want to survey this because it's got vast ruins. Look at that. Mule? Yeah, I guess so. I'll grab a mule. Extended shields. Low-tech blueprints. I've already got this one. Hey, we're doing pretty good. Where did you come from? I did not see you 2 seconds ago. You just popped out. Luckily, they're dormant, so they're not killing me. There's the Remnant Nexus, which can spawn more, but I don't think they're going to do that right. I would like to get that nav buoy, but there is a ship there, so I'm going to ignore it. And yeah, there's a bunch of... That's 3 habitable worlds in the same system. Maybe I want to colonize this place later. This is pretty good. There's no stable location, though, so I can't add a wormhole. And there's no gate, either. So that would be inconvenient, but there are a lot of habitable worlds. And there are domain era equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, what is this planet? We've got habitable, high gravity, mild climate, dangerous biosphere, but also poor light. So that's a lot already, but then we've got every kind of resource. If you set up mining here, plus 3 transplutonics, that's kind of insane for a habitable world. What's the hazard rating on this thing? It's probably... So that's minus 50%. That cancels that out. So that's 150%, which is not bad. 150% hazard rating. If we start mining here, we get all 4 resources. And the thing about mining is that it's more important to have a wider range of resources than to have large numbers. So this is plus 3, which is very impressive. But even if it was plus 0, just having 4 of them is really good, because if you get something like an alpha core into your mining facility, or you get an administrator with the skill that boosts productivity, that plus 1 boosts all resources. And so any bonuses you get apply to all of them. So it's more important to have a wide range of resources rather than having a couple or like 1 or 2 with like a large bonus. So the fact that it's got all 4 that are going to come out of the same facility, that's really, really good. And then also plus 2 bountiful farmland. Now, of course, there is a bit of a downside. Volatiles and ultra-rich rare, these rare ores mean that I can't use soil nanites if I find them. And the fact that it's habitable means that I can't use a core drill. So in terms of colony items, it's pretty bad. But the natural resources, I think, are going to make up for that. And there's another level 5 officer. And we got a gamma core. That could be worth something. Let's see, what have we got here? Okay, hello. You can go into this ship. We got ballistic mastery, gunnery implants, ordnance expertise, and missile specialization. I mean, you are missing target analysis, and that kind of sucks. But, like, so is he, so... whatever. I don't think you're not going to stay here permanently. And in fact, I'm probably going to get rid of the red dwarf eventually. Yeah, that's going to be pretty good for now. Okay, now if we just move very quietly. Debris field. Oh, I didn't grab this. Thank you, Salvers Tally. I completely missed that. If you move very quietly, the remnant won't hear us. And then we can sneak up to the planet. And, or rather the Napui, and grab that. So just gotta be very, very careful that nobody hears us. Now it is right next to the damn Nexus, which is kind of scary, but the Nexus can't move. All it can do is spawn ships. And as long as it's not doing that right this second, we should be fine. Hello. Now they're orbiting the sun. There's no way. There's no way. We're not going to reach it. It's not happening. Let's just go over to this desert world. This is going to be safer. Shh. We've got to be careful. The remnants can hear sound in space. I know physicists will tell you that's impossible, but don't listen to them. They're not as smart as an alpha core. Yeah, that Brilliant has an alpha core. If it was just a gamma core, then maybe not. Okay. Very quietly. Very carefully. Enter into the remnant nest. And take the remnant eggs from their nest. This will enrage the remnant if they ever find you, but luckily they have very short-term memory. Through years and years, through millions of years of natural selection, the remnant have developed short-term memory loss. And so when you enter into their natural habitat and steal their eggs, they very quickly forget about it, as long as they don't see you. Salvage. That's a lot of salvage. I'm guessing the remnants killed a lot of ships. And that's why there's all these debris fields. Maybe I can grab some of it. Hold on. Supply cache. There we go. We're pretty close. Okay, that guy definitely sees me now. Alright, time to skedaddle. You know what'd be funny is if they went full Metal Gear Solid and put like a little exclamation mark over their heads when they spot you. Actually, someone should mod that in. Someone should make a mod where there's like where when a remnant fleet spots the player, it plays the sound and puts like a little exclamation mark. Which honestly would not be a... I'm kind of joking, but at the same time, I think that might be a good vanilla feature. Is if... Like, there is a rating system for the difficulty of enemy fleets. So if the rating system puts them at like 3 stars or higher, then it should put like an exclamation mark next to the fleet if they can see you. And if they're if they can see you and they're hostile above a certain difficulty threshold, then that would actually be a really good tool, because then for situations like this, that would be perfect to let you know, like, hey, you're in danger now. Versus, I don't think they can see me. Like, it does show like their sensor range, but like having a little extra on top of that would help. I think that would be pretty cool. Oh yeah, I spent a long time in here, so all of these 2 missions are going to fail. Sucks to suck, I guess. I should have just been faster. Now these guys are sleeping. Shh, don't wake them up. See, they're dormant. And we get out of there. Easy as. Look at that. They can't come into hyperspace. They can't do anything about it. They can just cry. Jump point. Okay, so we can grab that one very quickly. Yeah, that's a fake. Get out of here. It does change the text over the fleet to pursuing you. That's true. Like, there is like a fleet text when you hover over them describing their behavior. So the fact is, the game already keeps track of that. Engage automated defenses. Well, here we go. I mean, we don't even need to deploy that, honestly, against these guys, but we're going to do it anyways. Here's what we're going to do. It's a little overkill, but the Shepherds, with their drones, can do a pretty good job against these guys. And this Wayfarer does have a light assault gun and an ion cannon, so that also does pretty well against these guys. And then, of course, the Manticore is just going to obliterate them. Right, and that works even against larger targets. So I want to get some ion cannon hits in to break his weapon. So if I do that, then I can drop my shields. There we go. But yeah, this is the kind of setup that you can do to take on a lot of early derelicts. Is you bring along Shepherds and just have them. You either get a Sunder with a high intensity laser, or you get a Manticore with a Hephaestus assault gun, and then you have the Shepherds escort it. So the Shepherds with their drones are really good at discouraging the frigates from flanking, so the destroyer can just sit there and use its full firepower. Of course, the first ones you fight are going to be fairly easy anyways, so that's not really necessary. But it is cool. Simulator update, 1 new faction. So, we've unlocked the derelict faction for the simulator. Speaking of simulator, oh, that's load game. Ooh, ooh, that looks good. All right, simulation time. Look at this. This is the default simulator, and then boom, advanced options. Look at that, derelict. So allies. We're going to deploy a couple of things. Deploy. You can set these to escort that. And then we can say, okay, I want to fight 3. Let's go with that. Yeah, we're going to have a normal behavior. We can give them gamma cores. Oh, that's right. I forgot. One of the features of the AI core situation is that in order to actually use AI cores on the ships in the simulator, you actually have to have AI cores yourself in your storage. That's one of the features. You can turn that off in the settings, which for me, I'm probably going to do that eventually. But like the idea is that in order to actually simulate opponents with that kind of cognition, you need like the AI cores themselves, which is kind of cool. Oh yeah, and ship quality. So you can give them D mods, you can have them just pristine, or you can give them S mods. And you can also tell it to just generate an arbitrary group. So like 180 deployment points, generate. Unfortunately, there's not enough ships to actually do that, because I think they max out at 9. And then they resets, so that's not possible. But we can deploy that. And so now this time, they have S mods, and let's see how they do. Look at all of them. Gamma core, gamma core. See, I have 2 gamma cores, so they get that. And hold on, if I pause, and I point at this guy, right? Let's say I click on this guy. Look at all those S mods on them. Look at that. They got S mods. And I could click F2, and it brings up the information. Not only for the ship in general, but for this specific ship, it tells me what's S modded, what weapons it's using. So if you're ever struggling with a new type of enemy, well, aside from like, you know, the new content probably doesn't work this way because you're not going to have it unlocked yet. But if you're playing like a mod and you're seeing a mod ship for the first time, that's how you can like figure out what it does. See, now with the gamma cores and the S mods, they're a little more of a pain in the ass. Luckily, the real thing basically always have D mods instead, so it's going to be a lot easier than this. And also, this thing, the Vulcans are not going to do a lot of armor damage. See, it's definitely a little bit harder, but you can kind of see what I'm talking about with the Shepherds. The fact that they spam the drones means that and they just sit behind the Manticore, means it's really hard for these things to just surround the Manticore. And then that Hephaestus assault gun just chews through those things in no time. Just like that. So I think, yeah, this is a trinary system. I'm going to go grab some points. Yeah, this is a massive... This update has 2 major things. Massive quality of life improvements, but then on top of that, additional endgame content. So everyone is happy. Really? Already? Okay. Well, I found the hypershunt. Yo, chat, do you think I can take on the Tesseracts this early? Are we doing a speed run? There we go. Center of a trinary star system. No, I'm not doing it. Does my name read Fool McStupid Person? No, of course not. That's not what my name says. If I was Fool McStupid Person, then I would fight this hypershunt right now. But I'm not that guy, so I'm not going to. I do have a skill point, so I think navigation's the obvious choice. Let's see. Yeah, because this is burn 9, this is burn 9, so the destroyers are currently slowing down my fleet. If I get navigation, that fixes that problem and gives me transverse jump. So I think it's worth delaying. Like I do want to get to hull restoration as fast as possible, but navigation is worth delaying it over. Big brain move is to save and fight them for giggles. I think you are 100% correct. Alright, let's see what happens. Yo, did chat cook with this fleet? Yo, maybe... Imagine next week I do, chat builds my fleet again. And then they build something like this. It's like, yo guys, what if we spam Wayfarers? I mean, the more has worked. Hold on, what happens if I click F2? Unknown entry, yeah. Guys, I think Starsector is too hard. We need to make the game easier. Oh, look at that. Speed. Look at that speed. And that's what Java 17 upgrade can do for you. So first we get the outer horizon. And then we get away because our cooldown. Now we want to go back in and do the inner horizon. It's going to cost a lot of supplies, but it's going to get us real close to reverse polarity. Gotta get into that purple zone. Scan. Burning supplies. Now we've got to burn drive to get out of there. Yep. That's going to burn through like all of our supplies. Well, hopefully we find more while we're out here. Actually, I could probably suspend supplies or repairs on a bunch of these ships. Yeah, well, no, I need that for combat. So really it's just these four that I'm going to suspend. Hopefully that'll keep us from, like, running out. Running out would suck. Because, like, yeah, we're burning through 13 a day. How close am I? Because it is really worth it to get this as soon as possible. Yeah, we're still 70 away. What do you think of S-modding solar shielding? I think it's really good. I think, especially since I have solar shielding, I do have 3 story points. What you could do is, like... Well, I mean, in the beginning, you don't really need to S-mod solar shielding to do this specific thing, because you can just bring... If you just bring, like, 1 dram... Like, if you remember my starting fleet, if I just brought that to a black hole, then the supply cost would be pretty minimal anyways. But, do I have to go back for supplies? I think so, yeah. Which does mean that I have to miss out on a couple of these missions. So we're going to miss this, and we're going to miss this. Well, we're already going to miss this anyways. But we could still do Sebastian's missions. I think 30 days, maybe we'll make it. Whatever. 5% energy resistance, huh? Solar shielding, let's see. It's 10%. Is there a pirate station? As far as I'm aware, no. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that at this point I've actually got a few ships, so the black hole did a lot of damage. If you've just got like 2 or 3 ships, then you could dive in, and it's only going to cost you like 10 supplies to fix it all. Monthly income, 135. Well, it's still positive at least. Alright, there's some cash for completing that mission. We're sitting at 300,000 too. I didn't even do... Like, for the most part, I just, like, skipped all of the missions. I didn't make it in time. I only did, like, half of them. And I still walk back, and it's like, I've got 400,000 credits. Starsector's too easy, guys. We need to make this game harder. Dry field. Hey, that's pretty good. That could make some ships more viable in the early game. Very nice. I'll take advanced optics. Sell all this crap. I'll keep a few volatiles. Sell the rest. I'll hold on to that. What I really need are supplies, primarily. Get a bunch of those. Yeah, I'll even pay taxes on them. kind of a honestly, paying taxes in this game is kind of the rebellious thing to do. But I'm also just kind of impatient. I don't want to drive around and look for better deals. I want to go. Speaking of, is there any ships that I really... Look at those things. Those are some beat-up Eagles. And the pirates are willing to sell me a perfectly clean Eagle for like the same price. Look at this. 120,000, 5D mods. 128,000, pristine. Actually, borrowing a pyro deflector could be really good. If I've got... What do I have? Unfortunately, the pyro deflector doesn't actually have missile slots, so that would be kind of useless. I mean, it's decent even if I'm not fighting. That's kind of the funny thing about it. Well, it was when it was 6. Now it's 9, so it's a little bit worse. I guess that leaves us a few questions. What can we do? Venture. Max burn 7, but it gets the boost from bulk transport up to 9, and then navigation takes it up to 10. So this actually wouldn't slow my fleet down at all. It's a solid brick. The important thing is, do I have enough missiles to actually outfit it? So I can buy harpoons. What about mediums? Sabos? There's not enough medium harpoons. I need more. Like, I really need high explosive missiles, because I'm mostly going to be fighting derelicts at this point. I guess I could give it a heavy mauler or two, but that kind of feels underwhelming. Something I enjoy about this update is a lot of new ship names. I didn't even think of that, but that is cool. Yeah, I guess we'll outfit this thing since we're at a station. Yeah, we'll just go in on that. We don't have a lot of options here. Throw in a couple of those. Get some dissipation, get a targeting unit. Good enough. You've got missiles, you've got defenses. Yeah, that's fine. And you with the energy weapon mastery. Yeah, I think you're fine. It's fine. It's whatever. We'll just do that. Okay. The problem is, like, it is tempting to buy bigger ships early on, especially if you've got the tools to get their burn speed up. But I don't really have the weapons to outfit them. Now, the Venture's a bit different because it has good storage capacity. Yeah, 600. Hold on. Is there like a Buffalo? No? No Buffalo. I guess they were hunted to extinction. RIP. I could grab another mule. Yeah, that's a fairly safe investment this early. Let's see, we want anti-armor. A phase lance would be... You know, the basic mule has a composite slot, but the pirate one has a universal slot. So if I had a phase lance, that would be a pretty good choice. In fact, I'll probably grab the ion pulsar, if anything. Because again, we're mostly going to be fighting Ooh, I should grab those railguns while I have them. Grab some railguns, grab some reapers. Can it really afford these? Probably not. Yeah, look at that flux. We'll just switch. We'll do light autocannons for now. Once again, we're going to grab... let's see. We want cargo hold, efficiency overhaul, targeting unit, and then get some capacitors so that it doesn't die immediately. I'll say probably the Shepherd first instead of the Wayfarer. Yeah. Okay. Repair. Let's make sure we've got enough supplies. 178. No, we want more. We want more. We'll take all of them. I'll take your entire stock. I think now we're equipped to go on this journey. Wait, what's this chat doing next to a pre-recorded Big Brain Energy video? It's there to fool you. It's an. I'm practicing for my April Fool's video. That's what that is. There's just an Executor flying around in space. Abandoned. Exactly the way it belongs. Thanks to being able to tag locations on the map, I have free parking everywhere. Oh yeah, because that... Yeah, the abandoned stations don't automatically get tagged. So if you can just make your intel maps for them, that'd be pretty useful. How about a salvage rig? I'm not really a fan of those, especially since I already have shepherds. You get diminishing returns on the salvage gantry. It's like, yeah, I mean, 3 shepherds is 18%. A salvage gantry would be 25, but you gotta remember, like, a lot of the time when I'm out here exploring, I end up with my cargo holds already full. So it's like, if I get extra salvage, what am I gonna do with it? I'm gonna dump it into space. Kind of weird that the Persean League made a cheap knockoff of the Executor. Yeah, well, you know, the Persean League is... They're kind of a jealous bunch, you know? First, they're jealous of the hegemony, so they, you know, they break off and they're like, no, we want to control our own planets. And then they get jealous of the Syndrian League for being... The Syndrian Dictat for being based. They're like, all right, no, we want our own variant of the ship. It's just kind of really in character for them, to be honest. However, salvage gantries are fundamentally better. Shepherds are good. Shepherds are actually good, though. Speaking of... Survey equipment. Survey equipment. Give me that bonus XP. They'll save me some supplies. And... Of course. What do you want? Tithes? It's I just spent most of my story points. It's a good one. It's a good thing I still have this one. I don't know what equipment they're talking about in the first place, though. Didn't I already deliver that? Damn. Oh, I gotta be careful. Got a quick save. Logic path moment. They're just like, hey. Of course, it would be in a nebula, too, because you've got to scan the nebula. So they're hiding in the nebula, where you damn well can't see anything. And they know it. Alright, let's go through this, Actually, let's transverse jump. Let's go. It's a little faster. So, where's my next thing? Here's my next thing. Actually, this is done in 2 days, 4 days. Yeah, I'm not going to make it. Giga cannons on the Executor. The main problem with them, I think, is that they're just too far off center. So it has a hard time hitting anything. Like, against larger ships, it's not an issue, but against, like, frigates, that can be a... It can try to shoot them, but it's not going to succeed. Although you could argue that the medium slots are that's what those are for, but, well... The thing is, the Executor kind of should be the right place to put a Giga Cannon, because it has more slots than it has the flux to use. So something as efficient as the Giga Cannon would be a good choice. It's just that they're so far apart. I mean, on top of that, it's also got the energy bolt coherer to increase the range. So it's like, yeah, it should be the right weapon, but it ends up not being the right weapon. Kind of awkward. Giga cannons on Executors like Cyclones on the Pegasus. Exactly. Unidentified. Identify yourself immediately. Domain error probe. Well, if you could tell me where the mothership is, that would be great. I am looking for the mothership. There she is, right in the solar flare. Lovely. Okay, hold on. Did that... did I finish the mission? Yeah, okay. Sometimes you get to the ship and they're like, actually, you need to find the device that was taken from it. And it's somewhere else in the system. How does Energy Bolt works? The tooltip always confused me a bit. It works... It just... For any energy weapons that fire a projectile, it increases the range. But importantly, it's not a flat range bonus. It increases the base range of the weapon. So any modifiers also... So it multiplies with any modifiers. That's how it works. Star Citizen also dropped an update. Coincidence? Well, Bender Rodriguez from the Futurama show. I think that they're just realized that Starsector is heavy competition and that they've got to put out their own update to keep up. Now, obviously, these games are very much completely different and have nothing to do with each other, but they're spaceships, so... Yeah, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Some distance away. Now, that's normally annoying, but it says in a ring system, which means that it's somewhere in here. Gotcha. I see you, little fish. Now, there might be some kind of thing, something worth salvaging out here in the asteroid belt. Maybe. Possibly. Nothing. Wow. There's no planets, but there is 3 stable locations. I wonder if this whole ring system was a planet that just got dusted by a planet killer. That would be interesting. It would be very interesting. Yeah, so we'll go do this one. I've got enough fuel. Oh, you know what? I should... It's gonna hurt, but I should go scan this black hole. We're so close. I want reverse polarity. A lot of pathers testing the PKs on random planets fit them for some reason. I don't know if I agree with that. No, that doesn't really fit them. They would either use it, like because the reason it doesn't fit them is because it involves testing something before actually using it. You see the problem there? The Ludic Path don't test things. They pray, and then they go use them immediately in battle. It's an important distinction. They're just having fun in the middle of space. That sounds more like a Tritachyon thing. Like, hey, do you have a lot of money that you don't need? Come on down to our luxury cruise. We're going to blow up a planet just for your entertainment. Yeah, Pathers run off vibes. Alright, let's scan the outside. Come on, let's get this very gently. Okay, there is a research station, so we do want that as well. There we go. Scanning the outside of the black hole got me some data, and then 77 from the research station. Reverse polarity is unlocked. Thank you. And let's see what we get. Repair unit, recovery shuttles, frontal shield, midline, eagle, dragonfire. Not bad. Alright, now we double dip. Round 2. Defensive targeting array, Kopech blueprint. Alright. No colony items, unfortunately. Ooh, that's going to burn through a lot of supplies. But now that I've got... That's the thing. Now that I have reverse polarity, it's like, yeah, I could go in there to get like another 45. But reverse polarity is kind of the most important thing. Well, actually, these two are pretty good. But you don't get this until 550. That's another 250 points. It takes 250 to get reverse polarity, and another 300 to get to hyperfield optimization. So while it is good, even if I grab this black hole right now, I'm not in any rush. Like, it's not going to grab me, it's not going to get me there anytime soon. So it's probably fine if I just skip this and save the supplies. I don't need to burn through all my supplies right now. I had no idea you could salvage after you pop a station. Yeah, it's one of those things that's definitely not explained. Is whenever you salvage something and it creates a debris field, you get to salvage the debris field that you just made. It's one of those things that's a bit unintuitive. Although I kind of understand why they do it. Like, they want... Like, debris fields have mechanics that are important. Like, they reduce your sensor profile. So if you're trying to run away from somebody and you salvage a station, you can use the debris field as camouflage. That's kind of the idea there. So, like, it wouldn't make sense for them to, like, remove the debris fields entirely. But it is weird that like 30% of the loot is in the debris field afterwards. You know? John Starsector is a messy eater. That makes him sound like some kind of eldritch entity that consumes spaceships for sustenance. Which, that kind of is what the player is, if you think about it. You, as the Starsector player, are an eldritch entity as far as the video game characters are concerned. And you do consume starships for sustenance. The all-important supplies. In fact, I don't think they even use the supplies to actually maintain the ships. I think that they just, like, go to an altar and offer up the supplies to the Starsector god, you, and then they just pray and the supplies disappear and then suddenly their ships are fixed. It's very 40K in that manner. Scan. Yeah, it's expensive. Located the outpost. Pirate raid destroyed this outpost. Ah, gotcha. Whoa. Sentinel. Psycho Mantis. Oh, wait, an Ion Storm. Hold on. These give you so many points for some reason. Ion Storm, plus 50. If you ever see this orange crap around a gas giant that pushes you, scan that. It gives you a ton of points for some reason. Error, try again. YouTube is having problems. Ah, well. Are you having problems on your end? Honestly, now that I've got that Ion Storm, I'm kind of thinking about going back and scanning that black hole again. Because that could actually speedrun me to hyperfield optimization. Yeah. We're going to do Sentinel. Yep. And we return to orbit. And now this place is... no, it doesn't become a colony until you gotta reconnect them with the hegemony. That's all. Sentinel the Lost... Oh. It zooms in if you hover over it. Ooh. Nice. Shows up one day, disrupts the norm for the whole system. That's the John Starsector guarantee. I don't really want these ships, but I do want those weapons. So I'll take them, and then I'll leave the ships behind. Not enough crew, not enough... There's not enough equipment to really outfit them. They're in a horrible state. I guess I could... You know what? I could salvage... I could, yeah, I'm not going to be using low-tech ships anyways. Or I'm not going to be using 14 variant ships anyways, so I might as well scuttle these. We're going to scuttle them. Supplies, fuel, everything a good John Starsector needs to grow up big and healthy. Keep the Eagle, please. No. I made a video where there was like 10 Eagle 14s. That's enough Eagle. We're good enough. Now we're doing high tech. Look at all this junk. It's almost like there was a battle here. There was an organ. Why was there an organ in an automated ship? I don't get it. There was an organ. Did somebody try... No, wait. Somebody must have tried boarding the ship, and then they got crushed in its internal machinery. Why is there a human? There was a guy in there. Sir? And he's got a reckless personality. There's a guy in there with a reckless personality. Clearly he's an AI core in disguise. There is no biological explanation for this. Also, Perihelion Urania is quite the name. Ballistic energy weapon. Yeah, not only is that a bad skill set, you're also timid, so you're fired. You, Friday Snowbank. That's one hell of a name. You also have ballistic and energy weapon mastery, of course. And you're reckless, so I don't... Yeah, I'm not spending story points to fix that, especially when your skill set's kind of awkward. Yeah, you go back into space, boy. We don't need you. Derelict ship. Oh, you're telling me there's a ship somewhere in the system? That's so helpful. Thank you. Wow. Incredible. I can't believe that there's a ship in the system somewhere. That's so cool that you told me that. Thank you. You know, it'd be crazy if there was another hypershunt around this one. Sentinel in the same system as hypershunt would be absolutely bonkers. The emotional support organ. I think that's called your brain. Last time I checked, you get your emotional support from there, but I might be wrong. I'm not a biologist. Yeah, I'll do that. What was the class? Class 3? How much is that worth? Hold on. No. Inventory. Class 3 is 5,000. Yeah, so I did make a profit there. And there's another debris field. See, this is a decent planet. You got decent materials that you can put a mantle bore. No atmosphere, so you can do catalytic core and synchrotron core. And extreme heat for, you know, the cryo engine. There's a lot of people I'm just rescuing. Call me John Rescuer. Now that's actually a skill set. And you're steady. Okay. It's like a real skill set. Well, I think we could put you here. Got all these shepherds loaded up with officers. Kind of a janky fleet, but it's good enough for the early game. Another one? How many of these guys do I need? At this rate, I'm not going to hire any officers, aside from you. I'm just going to find everyone. Like, look at this. We've got missile specialization for the swarmer. Lobsters, perfect. That's worth some cash. No, I don't want an enforcer. I will take the scrap, thank you. Unfortunate. I would have rather had something like that venture actually be salvageable. But alas, it is not to be. Minor equipment cache. Well, we'll have a look at that. It is nice how they also have like new art for all of the icons. They don't just have these new intel items. They also give you... Let's see, hold on. Like that. That's like a new piece of art for this icon. Somewhere in here. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to check around the suns just in case there's something interesting. And then we're going to head home. Because we got a lot of cash. I lost my colony because I refused to pay my taxes. Yeah. I think something similar happened to the British a few hundred years ago. I'm not like a history guy, so I'd have to get the you'd have to ask someone else for the details, but something about losing a colony because of taxes. It sounds familiar. I think it said the icons are supposed to be easier to understand. Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about when you first look at a new piece of information in the UI, just in general game design. When you first look at it, the text is useful because you need the text to actually understand what it is. But once you get familiar with it, it's a lot easier to parse the visual icons. Right, because you can recognize the image faster than you can recognize the text. And so if you have to look through a bunch of information, having an image associated with it makes it easier. No egg emoji. I think there is an egg emoji, just no one's using it. Oh wait, no, there isn't. There, at least not. Well, there's like a default one on YouTube. During the stamp tax war of 250 cycles ago, yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab this. Ooh, see, this one's pirates. I can actually... Pirates I can raid. If it's pirates or pathers... Oh, it's these little guys. Alright, you go bye-bye. I know I've probably just pissed off some kind of eldritch entity, but... You know, stop eating my dry field, asshole. Jesus, some drivers. You'd think they'd never even passed piloting school. What are sensor ghosts anyways? That's a good question. They're ghosts in the sensor. I think that's an anime. I think this update answers that somewhat. It might. I haven't gotten that far yet. Alright, so now we can finally put reverse polarity to use. We hit that and we ride the slip and slide. But backwards. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ooh, not quite. You gotta toggle sustain burn on and off. In the straightaways, you use sustain burn for extra speed, but when you gotta hit a turn, you need to turn it off so you can actually maneuver. A lot of modern games are slow lumps of garbage code built upon engines specifically designed by some third-party companies. I think a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of AAA developers don't seem to care about optimization, like at all. If the game doesn't run well, they just tell you to buy a better computer. Which is kind of bullshit. It's like, no, Todd Howard, I don't need a better computer to run Starfield. In fact, I don't need to run Starfield at all. The thing is, it's not like it's Unreal Engine's fault, because you can optimize your games in Unreal Engine. There's like a YouTube channel that's, I think it's called like Threat Interactive, where a guy just takes AAA games that are poorly optimized and goes, all right, let's fix it. And then he does. He just does it. It's like, look, you could do this better. You could. You're just choosing not to. Yeah, Todd Howard, it just works. Oh boy, buddy, does it ever work? Let's see, that's orbiting a jump point. That's easy. Yeah, I guess I'll go back out there, basically to the same systems that I was at earlier. Might as well. I can scan both. You know what? Because I scanned one of these black holes, right? But this one is right there. I can scan that one. What's my topography at? Yeah, because we found a bunch of survey data, we can actually fill this up fairly quickly. And again, there's another double black hole right here. So I can go here, and then drive down here, scan both of these. And that might get me up to hyperfield optimization already, which would be pretty good. Alright, give me money. 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 Black site extraction? Yep, that's the one. You want me to rescue a researcher? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to take the other one. I think I'm pretty good on these missions. I'm getting close to the point where I can just build a decent fleet and start doing bounties. Did they add new ships or sectors? Well, unfortunately, for a game called Starsector, they did not add any new stars or any new sectors, which is kind of a shame, really. False advertising, if you ask me. But ships, yes. This isn't... Ah, this is the guy. This is the quest line for this guy. Remember Cornelius Ellick? The famous Academy guy? Here he is. It's time. Okay. Ahem. Yes, hello. I assume that the icon means it's recording. I am academician Cornelius Ellick. You may have heard of my seminal work, A New Survey of Planetology on the Fringe of the Persean Sector, which achieved a new standard for the field, if I may say so, despite tepid reactions from certain of my narrow-minded colleagues. Now, as I was saying, it is my desire that this missive finds you receptive, Captain Pauline Bingus. It has been strangely emphasized to me by a patron of the sciences who has seen fit to fund my work that you are the perfect facilitator to the solution of an old mystery I found in the archives. Is that the cost per second? Stars above. In summary, my patron offers a vast fortune in credits for services which I shall be pleased to enumerate in detail upon your visit to my offices at Iglesia Academy, which may be found in the orbit of... And the message cuts off. Incredible. Abyssal Space Odyssey. Oh, okay. So that's how we get involved in the Abyss. That's why this questline was added, is to incentivize you to go to the Abyss, which is then going to involve some new content. Yes, it's time for threat. As a Dark Souls player might say, be wary of threat. Finger butthole. I mean, as we all know, Starsector's players are Dark Souls players are natural poets. It's in their DNA. I'll take all of that, thank you very much. You wouldn't happen to have good ships, would you? Amazing chest ahead, yeah. But then they pick up Starsector. Amazing threat ahead. sounds about right. Yeah, okay. So I think I've got a decent exploration fleet. We've got a number of things we want to do. One thing I want to try and do is grab the mothership relatively early. Because if you can grab it before, like, the number of ships defending the derelict mothership scales with the number of derelict combats you had. So I've only really had, like, one. I think it was just the one. Which means that if I can find the mothership soon, it's not going to have much defending it, and I can defeat it with a relatively small fleet. In fact, this manticore by itself will do most of the work. But ideally, I could grab a second one, or maybe a Sunder, because I do have a Tachyon Lance, so I could grab a Sunder, and the two of them should make quick work of whatever the mothership's got going on. But to do that, I'm going to have to follow the chain of derelict ships. Clearly, you need more omens. That is true. I should be heading up to Tritachon and grabbing those. The mothership is not the issue, if the ramparts protecting it are. Yes, exactly. And the more derelicts you fight before finding it. NFL Paul Bingus kind of goes hard as a channel name. 500 omens. We are going to grab omens. But I do need to get... Yeah, I'm going to hold on to those mostly. It's very tempting to just spend all of your credits and buy a bunch of ships as soon as possible. But I think the problem is, when it comes to, like, as your fleet scales up, you have to pay maintenance on it, so you need to be getting value out of it. So you want to focus on quality over quantity. Unless you've got derelict operations, in which case you can... If you grab derelict operations, you can kind of just spam a bunch of ships with demods and you're good. You're doing all right. Does he not... Exclamation mark. Click. Cut the comm link. Oh, of course, I've got to click this button instead. Okay. Third door on the right, ma'am. Yep. What have I told you hooligans about office hours? They don't start until... Ah. I suppose greetings are in order. I am Academician Cornelius Ellick, Senior Vice Chair of the Planetology Department of Glacier Academy. And you are? I'm Pauline Bingus. We've spoken before. I returned your data core. That was like... What, like an hour ago? It wasn't that long ago. I'm afraid I don't recall. What may I ask is the purpose of your visit? You sent a message about an old mystery. Fast fortune? I'm kind of interested in the old mystery, personally. Oh, yes, of course. You should have simply said so. I don't like you. Now then, the mystery concerns a very old data set which has been in the Glacier Academy archives for somewhat more than 200 cycles. Damn, that's older than your mom. That's not a joke. I stumbled upon it in the course of my studies. Well, in fact, I was discussing the old archives with a friend, a wealthy patron of the sciences. A comment they made reminded me of its existence. As it happens, this dataset is a recording of telemetry from a domain-era sensor array out on what we now call the Fringe. It was somewhat more civilized back then when this data was captured, though perhaps not by much. As for the dataset, we've only really have a complete sourcing header. Our copy is mostly corrupted due to anomalous degradation during hyperwave transmission, and then over 200 cycles of low-priority storage. This chair has a data core in it. It does? Okay. So it does. Please don't touch it. In any event, this patron and a friend offered to fund a project to recover an intact copy of the data from the source. An expedition shall be made to the original sensor array. Your name came up, Captain. Find the sensor array to extract the data. Sounds simple. When put like that, yes. I shall provide you with scientific hardware package my students have prepared. It is far from simple, I assure you of that. You have your technicians attach it to the sensor array, and it will carry out the necessary operations. That's not all, however. What else is there? I propose that once you acquire the data, and my algorithm extracts the targeting coordinates, then you travel to the indicated location which lies at the heart of all this effort. Explore what is to be explored. Find what is to be found. You will bring back no mere long-range scan, but a thorough investigation. Think of the science, think of the glory, and you must be thinking of that vast fortune. I do believe that that my friend will be more than delighted by this fait accompli. Who exactly is this friend of yours? They've asked not to reveal their identity, I believe. If anything, the humility they show in not taking public credit for their contributions to this great academy, and my department in particular, are a true sign of dedication to pure advancement. A noble undertaking. So, more noble, okay. You can lie. As I am the key to this expedition, I'd like to know more about your patron and benefactor. I kind of assume that if it's important, we'll find out later, so I'm willing to just ignore it. Why is the data so important? I'm more interested in that. An excellent question. Here you see, or do not see, for it is the crudest sense of a sort of absence, the Orion Persean abyss. It is far from nothingness, however. It is that of not-nothingness which we are concerned. You're starting to sound like a mycon at this point, buddy. The non, the void. Next thing you know, he's going to start talking about Juffawup. And nobody knows about Juffawup. Honestly, after all these quality of life updates, I think this is one of the screens that could use a bit of a touch-up. It's a bit dry with just text and a portrait. And there's all this empty space around it, too. So there's a lot of room to sort of, I don't know, spice it up a bit. What is this Gen Z talk? That's a good question. Actually, I think Juffawup is older than Gen Z. Because that was, Star Control came out in 92. So it's actually older than that. The text field, yeah, I think something could be done with this. Although what that something is, I don't know. Maybe next to each dialogue bit, you could have like a little portrait of the character saying it. Something like that. I don't know. That would probably be a pain to implement. But something like that would be kind of nice. So there's something in the abyss. Correct, dear Captain. There are indeed planets to be found there, cold, dark, and alone, bereft of their parenting stars, flung into the sparse wastes between the arms of our galaxies. I theorize that it is one of these planets our sensor array was targeting. Yeah, okay. Words Fast Fortune were used? How much is it? I don't know, I'm sure it's plenty. 20,000 credits, maybe? Vast Fortune, 20,000 credits. Maybe for a normal person in this universe, but I got ships to feed, buddy. That sounds a bit low for a trip to the fringe, much less the abyss. I was sure that was enough. Maybe 50,000? 100,000 would be the baseline, and a large hazard fee for the abyss. I'm sure my patron would cover all expenses. We are, after all, dealing with Glad to hear it. I expect 100,000 credits plus hazard. Whether or not it's Tritachyon? Of course it's Tritachyon. Who else would be? I accept. Wait, which end goes in the sensor array again? I forgot. Oh no! Oh, I'm stupid. I'm sure we'll manage. That would be really funny, just to annoy him. Like, God, how do you plug like an electric thing into a socket? It's so complicated. I can never remember which way it goes in. Tritech wants you to do something shady? Surely not. Those guys, never. Never. They're very, very honest, upstanding people. Yes, when the inventor of the USB died, they lowered his casket into the grave, then pulled it back out, flipped it over, and put it back in. Now, Roken, welcome to the Certified Gamer Club. You can now spam lobsters in chat. Yeah, nah, it's 100k and upwards. We're professionals after all. How does USB work again, by the way? It's a great conversation. It'll go down in history as one of the most important conversations in the exploration of the abyss. Yeah, I don't really want any ships from here. Okay, so we got this. Abyssal Space Odyssey. So that's down there. Okay. Lobsters are good. You know why blue lobsters? You know why the lobsters are good? Is because they're the same blue as an omen. Yeah. That's what makes them so good. So I could grab some Marines and try to take that. Yeah, I'm gonna go visit Tritachyon. I do like me some omens. You know, that would actually be kind of a cool ship. If they added a new ship that was like a high-tech ship that's lobster-shaped. You know, it's a little... It's like a crossover between the Sindrian Dictat and Tritachyon. The giant crustacean. Giant enemy crustacean. Asunder with arms. Purple? No. It would not be purple. Well, maybe, you know what? The purple one would be the special Lion's Guard variant that's somehow worse. That's what it would be. But the Tritachyon variant would be blue. Actually, that's kind of a cool idea, because each faction has like their own tech level identity. But what if there was like, in the way that sometimes in the real world companies do brand combinations where they're like, you know, the Oreos mixed with fucking Reese's Puffs. Boom. Oreo Reese's Puffs. It's a combination. In the same way, you could do like Tritachyon, special collaboration with the Sindrian Dictat. Boom. We've made, a high-tech ship, but worse. And it's purple. That would be kind of cool. As like a mod concept. It's like a mod that just like adds crossover ships between the factions. It's a hybrid between faction A and faction B. Yeah, today's episode is sponsored by Tritachyon. That would go hard. So we've got a Pristina Omen on the open market. And we got this one. So what I love about the description is it says, the Omen is rarely deployed due to the cost associated with maintaining such a technologically advanced ship. It's 25k. A Vanguard is more expensive. And these two things have the same deployment points. This thing is 6, this thing is 6, but for some reason the Vanguard is like 50% more expensive. The Omen? Nah, this is affordable. I'm snapping that up easily. The Gemini might... Yeah, I might want to... Yeah, I'm going to grab that. Gemini, yes. Gemini? Gemini, yeah. It's a real, you know, it's a real Gemini moment, you might say. All of the astrology fans going crazy. Astrology enjoyers, this is your moment. I got a Gemini. What is this fleet? This is called the Early Game Exploration Special. You buy a bunch of this crap, and I picked out the right ships, right? Wayfarers, Dram. This thing, honestly, I'm going to scrap this. We don't need it anymore. Mules are pretty good. Shepherds are pretty good. Wayfarers are all right. The Buffalo, now we're starting to get a serious logistics ship. This thing has some actual cargo capacity. Gemini is kind of like a big Shepherd in a way. It doesn't have, unfortunately, it doesn't have any of these hull mods, but it's got good cargo capacity. It can carry some fighters. Reserve deployment's pretty good. But of course, when it comes to the actual combat ships, now we're starting to include some serious threats with the Omens. Default Java 17, yes, absolutely. Update goes kind of crazy. This thing has way too many demods, I don't want that. Maybe if I had hull restoration, but that's still a ways off. Yeah, the big problem, though, is the complete lack of... Yeah, I guess I'll just throw in, like, a couple lasers. Because they do need some kind of weapon just to convince the AI to get close enough. And while I'm at it, I can throw in these Reapers, because we're going to go up against mostly low-tech enemies. And then we're going to want subsystems, shields, capacity. And I can still grab more. Do I want more? Yeah, I guess I'll grab missile autoloader. Just like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me. Maxed out the shield durability as much as we can. We don't have an antimatter blaster yet, so we just need to throw in a weapon to act as a rangefinder to make the AI understand that it's a combat ship. If you don't go with any weapons, then as soon as this Reaper runs out of ammo, it's going to try and leave, which is not supposed to do because it does have an EMP emitter. The missile autoloader means that the Reaper's got a decent amount of ammo. It's actually not bad. I don't remember getting missile autoloader, honestly, but with all the hull mods I've grabbed. Wait, why did it do it wrong? Oh, I guess to afford it, it pulled one out of caps instead of vents. Interesting. Alright. I don't really like any of these options. I guess I can give it sabos so that it can kind of defend it. Like if a frigate tries to come and kill it, it can fire some sabos into it. A little shotgun blast to the face. Not bad. What kind of fighter do I got? Well, Sparks did get buffed. I'm going to go into the simulator and I'm going to test these in a second. And flak cannons are cheap, which means I can afford to get some flux stats, because this thing has god-awful flux stats. I guess a targeting unit, and then I've still got 3 points. What else would I want? Probably efficiency overhaul. Get a little, yeah, get a little logistics bonus. Like that. And we can get that. There we go. I'll maybe lean a little heavier on the capacitors. So if I take my ship, and I pull up my combat fleet, this is a very early game fleet. But against a lot of early game enemies, let's say I want to go up against, well, how much have I got? 66? We'll go up against like 80. They don't get S mods. Some officers, aggression, steady. Default is steady, okay. Generate group. Deploy. It ended up at 83 instead of 80. Now let's see how these guys do. For the most part, I want the shepherds to actually escort these ships. I'll have the second Wayfarer escort this ship. Mostly they're just there to distract. We're going to rely on the actual good ships to do the killing, while everyone else here is kind of... They're basically chaff. And you can see the double sparks getting in there. They've been unnerfed. The burst lasers are potentially very threatening. They've done a decent amount of damage to its armor. Just gonna back up with my little Wayfarer over here. Yeah, we can see. Yeah. The Heron's kind of dangerous. I wish I could tell the Omens to be more aggressive, but that would... I can't really do that. Well, I guess I can order this one to try and kill it. The problem is that they don't really have officers, so for the most part, they can't do a whole lot. This is going to be a really awkward battle. I can't stop glazing the new simulator. Yeah, he announced all the changes to the simulator a year ago, and I have been frothing at the mouth waiting for this. Oh boy, that was lucky. That torpedo would have been devastating. Oh, the Gemini is closing the distance. It's putting... I'm not sure why, though. Yeah, I think that's bad. We really don't want it to do that. I might need to tell the Gemini to escort the Manticore. That might be the solution. Yeah, I think... So, that's something that I've just learned. Gemini is going to try and get way too close, even though I've given it only missiles and point defense. So, in order to keep it alive during combat, I do need to keep it escorting the Manticore. And that's part of what doing a little simulation can teach you. It's just a problem because this thing is slower than the Manticore. So maybe escort one of the mules instead. So they're about the same speed. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I should be adding efficiency overhaul to these things. It's a bit dull, but it's a bit boring, but it is worth doing. I can drop that, drop that. I don't need the fuel tanks, I'll take efficiency overhaul. Do I have any better weapons? Yeah. One light assault gun, one railgun. Oh, and I can grab my Omni Shield again, sure. You already have that. You guys are outfitted for combat, that's good. I mean, I do want... So these things, I'm not going to keep... Reinforced bulkheads, what's good for these is if you're not keeping the ship around forever. Because that means that you can just send it into combat as a support with its spore drones, and it might die, but you can recover it. And sure, it's going to rack up D-mods. But I'm going to sell it... I'm going to, like, scrap it anyways, so I don't care about the D-mods it racks up. And the logistics and efficiency overall is quite good, though. Got it there, got it there. The pure combat ships are not going to get it because I want them to fight good. Alright, that looks good to me. Still got a bunch of cash, and that's the way I like it. Look at that, we've got a decent amount of cargo capacity, but remember, a lot of that comes from bulk transport. Like, we should have like 2,000, but instead we're getting another plus 1,000. Bulk transport is pretty good in the early game. Yeah, and I think... Do I even need these? Probably. Yeah, that's... Alright, well, let's get going. These guys don't have antimatter blasters, but, you know, Kulon might have them. We'll just head over there. Then we're going to do some of these missions. Get more cash. Probably start up a colony before we really have anything decent going for us. That's pretty far out. Yeah, I've got to do these missions. Okay. So I'll go do these missions. If I can, I'll get some Marines and go rescue that guy. Yeah, for like the mid-game especially, the early to mid-game, industry skills are kind of insane. And I'm just going to lap up all the hull mods I can get my hands on, because at this point I can afford to... Wait, oh, I just grabbed the same thing twice. Incredible. Now that's what I call business. Tritachyon, you son of a bitch, you've done it again. Oh, I'm tempted to grab more cargo capacity, but I don't think I need it. No antimatter blasters. Oh wait, no, they do have antimatter blasters. My mistake. I apologize for this slanderous accusation. Now I'm going to get more omens. Now we can give them antimatter blasters. Like so. This is the build. That's the one. I do have story points, so I could try S-modding some things. Like S-modding stabilized shields is not bad. Although I don't have stabilized shields, so I guess I won't do that. The important thing now is to get them officers, because the omens scale really, really well with officer skills. Nothing here, of course. See, now that's a good support force. But if I want to make them into a proper frontal combat force, I really got to get officers. Yeah. Let me guess, it was the shepherds again? I didn't read, so I'm just going to assume. Gamersups flavor, Asconia Sunshine. That is a good name. That's a good name. Very impressive. Now let's see Paul Allen's Asconia Sunshine. Okay, what about officers? Nah, okay. I would like some officers. Please, sir, may I have some high-tech officers? All I need is a little field modulation. Just a crumb of energy weapon mastery. Although, actually, I don't think omens, I don't really need that. Oh, that helmsmanship. Gotta get systems expertise. Which, apparently, all of the officers I found, they all grabbed missile specialization instead of systems expertise. Which is... seriously? Nobody? Okay. Cool. That's so cool. Alright, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna grab some Marines. And we're gonna rescue this guy who got himself caught by pirates, which is kinda lame. Kinda cringe, honestly. Like, just kill them. You know, that's what I would do. The bro finds like 5 officers and still complains. Yes! They have the wrong skills. And guess what? None of them are level 7. If I got level 7 officers, maybe I'd agree with you, but I can complain all I like about this level of quality. I'll grab some Marines, and we're going to skedaddle. Oh, Lost Metropolis. I'm coming. See, look, there it is. In the patch notes, when it says something about, you know, strong fleets in these 4 systems, the System Defense Force, this is what they're talking about. This is basically the Tritachyon version of a Remnant fleet. And there's one for the Hegemony, there's one for the Persian League, there's one for... I think it's... wait. There's only 4, so one of the factions is missing them. There's even an Anubis in there. That's true. They got double Odyssey, which are probably the easiest part of the fleet, unfortunately. One of them doesn't even have an officer. But they've got triple S-modded Paragons, a bunch of Dooms. You know what I'm noticing? There is a lack of frigates. They've only got 1 Omen, 1 Tempest, 1 Shade, and 1 Afflictor. So they do have a lot of bigger ships that are pretty scary, and in fact, they've only got 1 Harbinger. And while Harbingers can hard counter a lot of frigate spam with their Quantum Disruptor, they only have the 1. I think the scariest part of this fleet is probably the Dooms. Like, the Paragon is kind of bad, but at the same time, like, if you've got a mobile fleet, you can mostly avoid it and then engage it with your own Paragon. the Dooms are probably the most threatening part of that fleet. Alright, let's go grab Los Metropolis. It's so satisfying seeing someone use hotkeys. Is that like a... No shield shunt at Paragon? Shame, clearly no better than a pirate fleet. Yeah, I don't think any of them had shield shunts. You know, I didn't check the loadouts, but I've got a hunch you're right. But really, is it satisfying watching someone use hotkeys? Do most people, like, not do that? I probably use them too much because I, like, click, and I'm like, oh wait, wrong menu. Click, 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 and it, like, click through, like, 5 different menus. It's kind of like my version of, like, spinning a pen. Sometimes when I'm thinking, I just spam menus. Yeah, I'm going to keep you talking while I send in a Marine raid. Easy. Bye-bye. You can delete that. Now we head over to Galatia, but we also got to be careful because somebody's going to be mad. They're a little angry that we didn't pay them. So there's probably going to be some kind of pirate fleet at some point. Just got to avoid it. What do you think about Legio Infernalis fleets? I know a lot of people say that those are quite difficult. I don't think I've actually fought them at all. I really should, because they sound like the kind of challenge that I would probably have fun with. But again, I haven't done them at all. Just never got, like, there's a lot to do, so I never got around to it. At the very least, they're probably more fun than the Hivers. It's a lot of survey missions. Alright, well, we made it safely. Nobody ambushed me. Alright, there we go. Now I can actually... So the ones that I want to get are out here. I want to go to the right, mostly. And then I'll come back, and this one I don't really want to do this mission, but it is a research station. So, it's kind of important. In fact, oh, you know what? Now when there's a mission that you don't need to... Oh, okay, that's actually really useful. So before, the only way to really tag these was to grab the mission. But now that there's intel map markers, you don't actually need to do that. You just say, like, oh, this... Create intel map marker. And then just say, like, research station. I gotta get used to that, because that's really useful. Let's clean out all the codex updates. There we go. That's really useful. Yeah. It's huge. So let's see. Marines. Did you guys level up much? I think they leveled up a little bit, but at the same time, I'm not going to be using you guys much. And I don't want to pay your salaries. Bye-bye. And now I've got too many heavy machinery. Let's go down to 200. More supplies, more fuel. Got to get more fuel. In fact, I might want another dram at this point. What's this one got? Compromised storage? Well, storage, I believe, affects... cargo capacity. No, this affects fuel capacity. Wait. Well, I wouldn't have bought it if I knew that. I thought there was like a separate one for fuel tanks, but I guess I just don't read... I was mistaken. That was not true. It's fake news. Somebody... I would say somebody lied to me, but nobody lied to me. I lied to myself. Yeah, I need the more fuel capacity. There we go. There's that Nexus. And we can go back out here and do this. Yoink. 30 mods installed in 0.98. Now to change the file text and pray to let my safety overrides work. That is an accurate description of modding when the new patch drops. Changing the numbers is kind of a safety override. Or you could think of it as unstable injectors, depending on how you want to look at it. Let's see. Driving up here is probably... Oh! Really? I got baited. I thought there would be more. But no, it's like... I was like, yeah, it's a little off course, but it's a slipstream. It'll be worth it. Right, guys? I've been deceived. I've been trying to get my mod list to work for the last hour. I thought I fixed it, then I found out opening the refit menu crashes it. Oh, that's rough. Is when some kind of incompatibility that doesn't stop, that lets you launch the game, but then something inside the game is broken. That sucks. I can't do vanilla no more. I need the ability to make the hyper shunt go big. Oh yeah, that is somebody did a lot with that, didn't they? They went crazy with the modifications you can do. Okay, so it's orbiting at, what, a jump point? Yeah. So that means it's that one. But first, 10. So the cool thing is, 10, 1,000. So the lowest level of survey data. I got the survey and I can sell it for the same amount of money I spent. Now, if I had a little bit more surveying equipment, that would have been 5 supplies, which means that you can actually make money, even on Class 1. But I've only got 3 shepherds. So a level up. I mean, crew training would be good for our combat effectiveness. So one thing that sometimes I do find myself going, like, bulk transport first, then navigation, then crew training, and then going into the red tree to, like, kill things with my flagship. As weird as that might sound, doing a whole rainbow build right there. Instead of, but really, I think in this case, do I want hull restoration? I mean, things are going really well even without it. So usually I do like to make a beeline for it. But I think in this case, I could easily grab myself a decent flagship. Like, I've got lots of money. I say lots of money, I got 300,000. I guess I might... Field repairs into the containment... Yeah, I think I'll grab field repairs. We'll do the industry tree. There it is. Explore... I don't think it told me where the mothership is. God, I need to start interrogating these probes, alright? We can't just kill the probes. We've got to throw them into cells and, like, waterboard them until they tell us where the mothership is. So where's this? Ring system. Okay, that's not too bad. Another one. Where's the mothership? Now see, we could easily kill this, but if we do, the problem is it's going to increase the difficulty of the mothership. And with 5 omens kitted out with Reapers and a Manticore, we can pretty easily take the mothership right now. If we find it. Although, I think, yeah, with this many ships, even if I raise the difficulty a little bit more, we'll probably be fine. We do need to actually beat these drones to see if it's got any data. Where's the mothership, Lebowski? Exactly. I mean, we got through the early game without doing too much fighting of these things in the first place. Usually I do more fighting. So by the time I get to the mothership, it's a bit more difficult. But like this Shepherd plus like Destroyer setup with either Tachyon Lance or High Intensity Laser or Hephaestus Assault Gun, Sunder Manticore, both of those are really good for this. Yeah, I guess I'll just do... I don't even need the Omens, really. Like, once again, I think I can just send in Shepherds, but, you know, I guess we'll throw in one Omen for, like, safety. We'll just do this. I don't want to get too far from everyone, because if they all gang up on me, I am piloting a Wayfarer. Okay, I gotta put up my shields. I want this ion cannon to break his weapon, please. Okay, it broke his engines at the least, so I can circle around. Well, he's just facing the wrong way now. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the Omen killed that. The Manticore killed its targets. We're good. Now, tell me where the mothership is. There we go. That's exactly what I was looking for. Domain Era Survey Ship. Because that takes us one step closer to the mothership. And it's in the system, too. It just doesn't tell me where. Alright, Domain Era Probe Ring System. Okay, so it might even be in this system. That would be really funny if it was in the same system as the Hypershunt, but it might be. Yeah, there's the survey ship. Automated defenses. I can definitely beat that, but I don't want to fight it if I can find the mothership first. I started a playthrough last night, got stranded in the far reaches of the sector, and went a star over to scavenge for resources, stumbled right into a mothership. Well, that's the mother lode. Did you scan the center of the system? I did. I already done that. I've been to the system before. I've been around the block, kid. I know a thing or two about these stars. Does the mothership get more drones if you fight more automated defenses? Yes. Right, the more that you fight these little drone battles, the more difficult the mothership battle is. So if you can skip these fights early, and then find the mothership anyways, what you're like, so salvaging this does not affect the difficulty because there was no drones, but fighting the drones will increase it. So if I can find it without doing too much fighting. Now, the thing is, the mothership is in systems that have a lot of these probes. So the fact that we're finding so many of them means that it's probably, it might even be in this system. If we can fight it right now, we can beat it. And more drones. No drones. Unfortunately, no intel either. 50? No, you're joking with me. Okay. There are two motherships. Yeah, there are two. Yeah, every sector comes with two, just like with the Hypershunts and the colony, the cryo sleepers. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to fight the... So the one that gives me the best chance of finding intel on the mothership is going to be the survey ship, because it's bigger. So if I fight this, there's a decent chance it'll tell me where the mothership is. It is going to make the mothership a bit more difficult after killing this, but I think, you know, it's worth it if I can find the mothership. I don't really need to go in on everything. Yeah, I think this is fine. We can just have those guys escort that. So Manticore with a bunch of... So I'll hang out near the Manticore with my Wayfarer. Then I've got a bunch of Shepherds covering it with their drones, so it can do its work. And then the Omens can basically just do whatever they want. In fact, this is probably overkill. This is some pretty significant overkill. The Omens could probably do it by themselves, although it would take a while. See, that's the nice thing. He fired his flares against the Reaper. It still exploded close enough to just wipe out his hull. Well, I think, so what's going on in the early game with Omens is partly just that they're cheap, and partly that they're just a high-tech frigate. Like, all high-tech frigates are really fast, to the point that they can kite other, like other frigates don't really stand a chance. Lasher might have cool, like, ballistic slots with ballistic ammo feeder, but it's just not fast enough to compete with the high-tech frigates. And out of all of those options, the Omen is probably the cheapest aside from the... Yeah, it's the cheapest aside from the Wolf. And the Wolf has a problem with... Well, it doesn't really have much of a problem. Like, yeah, the shield arc is small, but that's not a deal breaker. The thing is, the Wolf doesn't scale as well into the late game. Like, I could pick up Scarabs or Tempests, and just like the Omen, they scale well. Like, Scarab, Tempest, and Omen, those are the three ships. Because they're just fast, so that other frigates can't really compete with them. And they scale well into the late game. The thing is, out of those three ships, the Omen is the cheapest. So it's very easy. So it's very easy to pick it up in the early game, and then it scales nicely into the late game. Hey, one cooler guy sending another 50 people into the dungeon. And if this is a tax evasion scheme, this is quite the long con. But thank you again for another 50 memberships. Wolves looks coolest? Yeah, wolves are really cool. That's the thing. I think wolves would also be included in that list of 4 ships, where they're all, like, you can pick them up in the early game, and they're just faster than everything, so they kind of win by default. It's just that wolves don't scale as well into the late game. So you cut those. So when you cut out the wolves, which are the cheapest option, then you're left with Tempest, Scarab, and Omen. And out of those 3, Omens are like half the price of the other 2. So in the early game, when money is important, it's kind of easy to just pick up Omens. Yeah, some people have said that maybe the EMP emitter on the Omen needs to be nerfed. Oh, Instead of telling me where the mothership is, they gave me Class 4 Volcanic World survey data. What an absolute fucking scam. But I did get a fusion lamp. That's neat. Maybe Kanta will like that as a present, you know, as a gift. See, the thing is, survey ships do... It's very rare for a survey ship to give you a colony item. So I am lucky here. It's just that out of all of the ships, out of all the items they could have given me, it gave me a goddamn fusion lamp. So am I lucky or am I unlucky? I guess it's a matter of perspective. Survey ships have items. Well, error. It's rare. It's a small percentage chance, but it does happen. I have gotten a synchrotron core from a survey ship, and that was awesome. Yeah, unfortunately I got a bit unlucky there. And these survey ships, these drone probes are all guarded by ships. That's a shame. No, I'll go do this. So, with all of these probes being in this system, it's got to be somewhere nearby. If not in this system, it's got to be in one of the nearby systems. That's usually the way it works. Let's see if we can get anything out of this neutrino scanner. So that's pointing towards that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it's only pointing towards things we already know about. Because that's the planet. There's that. And there's that. Yeah, the neutrino scanner is only pointing towards things that we already know about. So unless there's something hiding on this side of the star system. But yeah, I don't doubt that there's probably a mothership. You know, it could even be in this system for all I know. Wait, when does the update come out? The update is out. Hyperion, the cruiser and frigates closing. I'll be honest, after the first round of the Brawl King tournament, the Hyperion looked pretty overrated. Like, a lot of people brought it, but only one person actually won their first match. Most people who brought it lost. Like, it's not, don't get me wrong, it's not bad. But it's not like this super powerful, like, insane ship that's gonna, like, demolish everybody. It's just like it's good. And unlike the other options I mentioned, it's really expensive. Yeah, and I do think that when it comes to the alien lore and the lack of aliens in Starsector, it's definitely an interesting. I do like how, like, in, for example, hold on, let me pull up the codex. Let's see. There's an example of what I'm talking about. Which one is ships? It's at the top. That makes sense. Scroll down. Where's the onslaught? Ooh, locked entries. Ooh. Onslaught. If we read the description here. Or, no, am I thinking of something else? Yeah, no, there is another thing. I think somewhere in here... What does it say? Like, it's rumored that the Onslaught was originally built to fight an alien threat that was wiped out a long time ago. Like, that's the kind of role that aliens play in the lore. It's like, yeah, we might have wiped them. We might have had a war against an alien race centuries ago, and that's what the ship was built for. Probably, maybe, I don't know. They might have existed, maybe. We don't see aliens nowadays, but, you know, if we don't see them, maybe it's just because the Onslaught did a really good job. Built to combat non-humans in a long-forgotten war. Yeah, there's like rumors about that. Yeah, that's the quote. Error's got it. When first launched from orbital dock, their firepower and burst speed surely intimidated entire systems. Some even say that they were built to combat non-humans in a long-forgotten war. That's the line. Research station. Cool. What do we got? Dealmaker Holosuite. Alright. We got the money. We got the cash. We got to set up a commerce on that one Terran world that we found a while ago. We could set up mining. We can set up some farming, and then we get a Dealmaker Holosuite. That's going to make some cash. Right, set up that commerce. Oh wait, hold on. First we abort, then we learn all the blueprints. Now we can grab everything. That's pretty good. And we got a beta core too, which is not bad. This is why you explore, guys. Don't do smuggling. Nah, smuggling is lame. Because if you do smuggling, yeah, you make a lot of money, but you don't find your Dealmaker Holosuites now, do you? And look at this, the planets tab. I haven't even gotten to this part yet. Oh my god. It's so much better. It's so much better. Look at this. Let's say I've got this fusion lamp, and I'm like, okay, what planets actually want to use this? Boom. This is all the planets that would use the orbital fusion lamp to negate the penalties that they have. Right, so if I had something like soil nanites, I could click on that, and then it would pull up all the planets that could use that. It's so good. Also, we can filter based off of, okay, what about planets that have lots of organics? Oh, there's only one. Orpheus. What if I say, okay, what if I say this? Ooh, 2. What if I say this? Yeah, there we go. No organics, and of course, organics not required. So we can say which ones have no organics, which ones have organics. So if I'm looking for organics, these are my options. This water world is not bad, but again, compare that to this planet, which also has trace volatiles and +2 farming. So this one, I mean, yeah, high gravity kind of sucks, but it's got so much resources. There's definitely some downsides to the system. Wasn't this one? Yeah, this is the one that has the remnant nexus. So I gotta fight that. I gotta get rid of that before I can actually do it. But it is a damaged remnant nexus, so it doesn't even have shields. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a successful landing. I repeat, successful landing, 0.98 with 25 mods. Well, it just goes to show that the game is pretty robust, huh? Good job there. What is this? Ah, they thought they could take me, but then they realized. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Attention, prey. You and all your possessions are now my personal property. He says as he fucking retreats like a little baby. I'm gonna kill you, actually. Because it's funny. I like watching you squirm. I like watching you rats squirm. No, I'm not sadistic. You just deserve it. Didn't they change the combat simulator auto? So yes, they did. I did show a little bit of that earlier. But I get the feeling we're going to be seeing it a lot more in the future too. Lol. Lamau even. I'm going to kill a shepherd by myself. Although the drones can be kind of... Well, the drones aren't too scary. Partly because I've got my own drones, but also because I've got a light assault gun. And while the light assault gun kind of sucks, if there's one situation where I would want it, it's for shooting at drones. Come on. Show them what for. Get those flares. There we go. I am building up a lot of soft flux, but that's fine because we got the kill. Let's get behind the Manticore. Ooh, wow, that's a good shot. See, this is what I mean when I say that high-tech frigates with their speed. It's like, even if they can't kill these guys, they can just disengage anytime their flux goes up. And even though these are frigates, they're not fast enough to keep pace. Yeah, and again, you can see the shepherds using their drones to protect the Manticore. Like, no enemy frigates are going to have a good time approaching it because of all these drones. Yeah, they did kill that. And if I want to, I could say F2. God, this is so cool. You can see all the weapons it has. You can even see the officer skills. Look at that. It tells you the officer skills in the link in the related entries. I could do a I could get to the start of a battle, just click on all the enemy ships and do a complete analysis of their fleet. It would take a while. But that has a lot of potential. Jarvis, analyze their fleet. Jarvis, hack their systems. Jarvis, tickle their balls. Oh, I leveled up. Nice. Do I want... Which one do I want? Which one do I get first? Is it containment procedures, or is it... Jarvis, send them a cognitive virus. what a phrase to join the stream on. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that we say around here. Jarvis is just a Delta core. Now, he's probably a Beta core, because he's a loser. Oh, a tough choice. Containment procedures or makeshift equipment. I think they're both good. Long-time watcher, first-time chatter, let's fucking go! Well, good to see you, Proto Zampa. Starsector update time. I mean, it doesn't... I am going to grab both, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. Let me look at my... Let me have a... Oh, you know what? We are about to go survey a black hole, so... Makeshift equipment so we can save on supplies. And also, we can probably survey... Yeah. Now that we've got some makeshift equipment, we can survey these for, like, much more reasonable prices. I mean, they're still gas giants, so they're still terrible, but... I'm looking at my 1.97 list of 104, and only 17 updates so far. Well, remember, a lot of mods you can immediately... Like, some guy launched with 25 mods that aren't updated at all, just by changing the version number in the files. Did I get it? That's a no, Captain. Alright. Me versus the black hole. Standoff. There we go. Long range scan. Okay. I do have at least... It's a good thing I have so many supplies, because this is going to suck. At least some of my ships have solar shielding. Alright, here we go. Scan. Burn. Yeah, that's going to eat up a lot of supplies, but shouldn't be too bad. We did bring a lot. And we have like... Oh, you know what? We have like field repairs. Wait, does that even help? I think they just repair faster. You get some free combat. You get free repairs after combat, not after talking to a black hole. There she goes. And it's going to be 53 a day for like 5 days. Alright, how much did we get out of that? 4. Yeah, see, we're 473. So it'll only take a couple more black holes to get us to hyperfield optimization. That's not bad. Or if we get lucky and just find survey data lying around. That could certainly happen. I don't know why I'm going all the way to the jump point. I didn't need to do that. I've got transverse jump. But I forgore. Okay, let's see if we can do this nice and quick. 38 days. Probe is in the heart of the system. Easy. I think that's fake. Yeah, get out of here, ghosts. You don't scare me. The Abyss when? Oh, we're going to get to the Abyss. I think I've got a quest line to go do something related to the Abyss. Starting here. But we're going to get into there. Yeah, I'm not going to make it for that research station. But I have an intel map marker, so I know exactly where it is. Speaking of, where is that? Fleet log. Okay. So I have to tag that as important. hit that reverse polarity. And then we get out, we get off the slip and slide and onto the next one. Waiting. Waiting for what exactly? Oh, you think you can take me, do you? You should see what happened to the last guy who tried that. This is a neutron star? It is. Well, we can scan this. That's something. So we can scan the magnetic field, I think. No. Looks like there's several things in this system. We can scan the neutron star itself and the beam. Domain era survey ship, that's good. That could lead us to the... Once again, we could be close to the mothership. So get into the Corona. Scan that. It's 15. Take all of this. There we go. Now, let me see if I can do another scan and find anything else in the system. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything come up on my radar. I think we're good. You've never actually tried flying over the neutron star itself? Well, yeah, it doesn't... It's apparently not that hard. It doesn't even take up that much of your combat readiness. Not like the damn beam. Look at this. Here we go. Supplies be gone. But that does get us closer. We're only 40 away. It's like one more like natural phenomena beyond immortal comprehension. And we'll have hyperfield optimization. But for now, it does look like I'm done everything on this side of the sector. So I'm going to slip all the way back up here. Then we're going to jump down to Loka to continue the Abyss-related quest line. Then we're going to want to go hit this research station, because it's a research station. Oh wait, hold on. But first... Simulator update, okay. Yeah, we got some more pirate ships to the simulator. It did say I found a... Where is it? Didn't it say I found... Oh. That's a lot. Let's delete some of these. Yeah, I think I can delete the survey data. This is what I'm looking for. I do want to get this before we go back. Yeah, the Abyss on this particular... For whatever reason, this particular sector generated with a massive abyss. It's a little bit bigger than usual. It's a thick abyss, that's right. Thicker than the primordial soup, goddamn. There's that survey ship. Okay. Well, let's explore the system a little bit. Yeah, it's only 5 to survey that. That's good. Yeah, automated defenses, that's what I thought. So I guess other is... When it says other, it means like survey ships, I guess. There's probably multiple things included in that category. Yeah, there's a bunch of probes here. So again, the mothership's probably somewhere relatively close. Is there a ring system? No. Okay. Let's try this. So we got a couple things out here. It's a probe. Okay. Now, if I move this way, do they change? Yeah, I think those are not changing, so those look like fake. If you move laterally, if you look at the point and you move in like 90 degrees and it doesn't move at all, it's probably fake. Okay, so I'm not seeing any hints of the mothership. This looks like mid-game. Well, I think it's kind of late early game, really. I don't have any cruisers yet. And I'm only level 4. Do you find the threat yet? Well, I found the start of the quest line that will probably take us to the threat. The Starsector can be a long game sometimes. Wish Starsector was harder? Well, we've got new late game enemies, so depending on how things go, they might turn out to be harder. There was a quest line? Well, there seems to be a quest line about investigating the abyss. I don't know too much about it yet. Now that I'm back, he has omens. That's right. You know, you look away for 1 second, and the next thing you know, I grabbed omens. You know, I reached my hand into the cookie jar and pulled out all the omens. Don't tell Mother. She will be furious. Bro, he hit that Reaper onto a ship smaller than himself. That's crazy. Let's, this thing would blast me to pieces in like 2 seconds. Let's get closer. Luckily, I've got this... Look at all these boar drones. Not only are they killing this thing purely with their beams, they also act as a nice screen against incoming fire. Because most of the enemy shots are going to get blocked by the drones. Oh, did he aggro onto me? That would suck. Oh, and he dodged the Reaper with his burn drive. Yeah. Bring out the omens. I can get in there with my light assault gun and single ion cannon. Yeah, there we go. The Reaper Antimatter Blaster 1-2 combo. Now only $5 at Burger King. Yeah, that's good. Got that. You can see how easily we're... Like, it's not even like this is like a difficult battle. We're just crushing them. Which means that even though the mothership is going to have a bit more stuff, we should still probably be able to take it. Okay, the important thing is, do I get the data? There it is. Yep. We do get the data. Now we know where the mothership is. Oh boy. Did they buff the Fury? I think the answer to that is no. I think that the Fury is surprisingly usable as it is. You've just got to have, like, the right... You just got to use it very differently from other ships. So, we're going to fail this mission. That's fine. New. This. There it is. I'll check these probes just in case they don't have any... Because if they don't have any drones, they won't affect the combat difficulty. Let's see, come on. There we go. Yep, there's no drones, we're good. Okay. So grab all of that. I could use the extra supplies, because we're going to have to stay out here a little bit longer to go kill this mothership. How much does the mothership difficulty scale? I don't know what the limit is, but I know it scales up quite a lot. If you get to it right away, it'll have, like, 1 rampart. If you get to it after killing a bunch of these things, it'll have easily 8 ramparts, plus a bunch of other ships. Like, the difficulty scales up quite a lot. Okay. Yeah, and once again, nothing. I'll take that. Excellent. Now we skedaddle. Well, that's sick. He got omens. Yes. Am I over fuel again? I am. It's fine. We'll burn through it in 2 seconds. There we go. Oh, hey. It's the hyperspace entity that makes the slip and slides, but of course it spawned right here, so this thing is right at the end. That's a little disappointing. Is the new version fun? The new version has a lot of quality of life updates that I think once you play with these, you really don't want to go back. My current playthrough I spent looking through the Abyss and was so disappointed nothing wanted to murder me. Yeah, when the Abyss got introduced, it didn't really have a whole lot of killing going on. But apparently in this update, there's something in there. And his name is Threat. Oh, neutron star. Lovely. And with all of this crap, we can scan all these fields, and you know what that means? We are like 2 seconds away from getting that. Yeah, if I scan these magnetic fields and the beam, we should be good. Yeah, it's number 2. Is that an ion storm? No. It just looks funny. It's 5. This one has... Now, again... I've talked about this before, but if you see this orbiting debris around a planet, that means that there's ruins there. Hello, Vanguard and ECM package. Yeah, I'll even survey this. Or no, that's 70 supplies is a lot. I think I'll pass. So I'm going to go scan that neutron star, and then we'll go do combat with the mothership. Just give it a second. It's 15. You can see this. You can salvage that. Okay, and then in 1 second, gotta wait for the cooldown. Okay, now we can do a sensor burst. And if we can land under the planet, there we go. Perfect. That's what we call calculated. You don't really need to grab that. And here's the mothership. Okay. Let's do a little quick save. See, look. If you get to it early enough, it'll have like 1 rampart. Since we've done a little bit of fighting with the drones, it's up to 3. But I've got all these omens loaded up with Reapers. I've got this thing. We can take it. I just want to wait a little bit for everybody to repair to full. Yeah, they're at 69%. Nice. No, it's actually trying to click on this. Cool. Okay, so we did, by looking at them, we did get that. It's going to be a tough fight still? I don't think so. Now, if I send in everything, I might lose a few ships, and that'll be annoying. I might need to bring in the mules. Actually, I think, if anything, I'm going to bring in the Gemini. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We have all of the Shepherds escort the Gemini will escort the Manticore. Oh, I forgot to deploy myself. Hold on. I will also be in this battle with my little Wayfarer. The Omens by themselves do a pretty good job, though. If things start to look bad, I can always deploy the Mules, but I don't think we're going to have any issues. Like, these things will get picked off really easily. Like, the Shepherds can do it, the Sparks can do it, the Omens can do it, the Manticore can hit them. So really, it's just these ramparts. And they are tanky, but they've only got, like, let's see. Helmsmanship, combat endurance, and impact mitigation. Not the end of the world. And I wasn't even looking, but look at that. They already fired their Reapers and blew off part of the mothership. Like, I was just clicking on this thing because I was wondering if you could open this page. And the next thing I know, this, like, I see chunks getting bitten out of this. That was kind of funny. And I do wish the Sparks would get used offensively, but we're just going to have to live with that. Okay, let's see if we can actually get any work done here. So this thing... That's a hypervelocity driver on that thing. Let's back up a bit. Let's vent. Need to pick off a lot of these frigates to open up the ramparts for a flanking maneuver. Right, the main thing is that the ramparts are scary in head-to-head combat, but if you're fast enough, it's just not an issue. Which the Wayfarer is probably not fast enough, so the fact that I'm getting its attention is really not good. Okay. Yeah, I'd rather have the Omens get the attention of the ramparts. This thing apparently took some damage, but that's just the Gemini for you. It somehow always finds a way to die. It's like, just kill the enemy with your Sparks from a safe distance. That's all you have to do. But it somehow just always finds a way to get itself into trouble. Ooh, is that going to hit? Oh, it does hit, but it's just at the edge of its range. That was quite the bold shot. That Omen is just like, yeah, we're going for the three-pointer here. You kill him. Blast him. Oh, we switched targets. Hold on. See, look, the Gemini. What is it doing? Why is it this far forward? I don't know. I really wish it wasn't. Do I have to push you myself? Maybe I should be piloting... I should be piloting the Gemini myself. That's what this is. I think that's the answer. We get the Shepherds over on this thing. We get the Wayfarer to escort the Gemini, and then I pilot the Gemini. Because I don't know what it's doing. Stop. You are slow and frail, like a newborn baby. Please stop dying. No. I don't know why the Omens got dragged into that. So you can see, the Rampart's not actually confident enough to do anything. Like, if it picked a target and just ran forward, it could kill us, sure. But when there's so many ships, it just doesn't want to do that to put itself in danger. Which is, I mean, they are fearless, but even then, fearless has its limits. As a result, it's just getting chipped away by the Hephaestus. And these Omens are doing Omen things. Classic. Let's go see if I can find something to kill. Not a whole lot. Yeah, it's really just these guys at this point. Let's print out some more Sparks with reserve deployment. See, the Manticore is taking on 2 of them, but again, they also, if you'll notice, they have a lot of high explosive weaponry, but not a lot of anti-shield weaponry. And while the Manticore shields aren't great, they do exist. I actually want you guys to kill this thing. If we can get that off the field, that's going to be great. You can just keep distracting this thing. That's fine. In fact, if I give it H for harass, hopefully that doesn't mess things up. I don't use that order too much. Yeah, that's the problem, is peak performance time. The Shepherds are running out of it. The Omens are going to start running out of it. Now, they do have hardened subsystems, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, can you guys... Yeah, see, look, as soon as I order them to actually kill stuff, they are going to kill stuff. So, you kill this, and you kill this. Print out some more sparks. Go kill that thing, please. And you can go on search and destroy. That's fine. Yeah, one of you needs to kill that. The rest of you need to engage this thing. Let's see if we can get the sparks to kill that. There we go. Perfect. Okay. The AI is just not good at piloting these things. Oh, I'm out of command points, of course. So now the Wayfarer is going to die, and I can't order it not to, because I'm out of points. Can you retreat? Yes, you can. Okay. Yeah, no, it's gonna die. Ooh! Ah, they're blocking? Okay, it does live. It's gonna get out of there. Okay, can you move forward, buddy? See, look, they're bullying this thing. Like, it's doing a pretty good job. I mean, I'm being too hard on him. Considering it's like a Manticore and 3 Shepherds versus 2 Ramparts, he's doing a pretty good job. I think at this point, I do want to deploy the mules. Yeah, it's just a problem of, can they kill it before they run out of peak performance or combat readiness? Because they're all at like 50%. Yeah, if the Shepherds malfunction, it's not really the end of the world. They're just sitting there as carriers. How's my combat readiness doing? 64%? Yeah. At least the Manticore is still sitting at full 70. Yeah, but now it's starting to run out too. Alright, let's print out some more. There we go. That's down. Okay. So now we've got 2 mules and some sparks taking on this thing, which has already taken a bunch of damage. And I did give the mules annihilators. Let's try not to die ourselves. Yeah, that's if they start getting malfunctions, that's a problem. Okay, I give you combat order. Go forward. Now. I give you order. I command you to kill. There we go. Hit him with the Ion Pulsar. Yeah. There we go. Oh, actually, should put my shields up. Whoops. There we go. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Nah, we don't need to do a tactical retreat to re-engage. We got this. We're good. Yeah, there's my flagship running out of peak performance. That's fine. We're just about have this. And yes, perfect. That's how you take on an early mothership. Why does the Gemini keep killing itself? Also me, not putting my shields up. That's completely different. I know they sound similar, but it's a completely different situation. Alright, look at that. Look at that combat readiness. Yeah, let's see. So 20, that means that they were at, this one was at 27 by the end. That one was at 32, 27, and 27. Yeah. There's the Alpha Core. Beautiful. So we got, and it is a pristine nanoforge. That's a lot of extra fuel. And of course, we double dip. Get volatiles. Pristine, baby. Yeah, and guess what? You can do scavenge twice, because one for the battle and one for the station itself. I know, it's a bit weird. And we'll do it like that. Okay, now we can get out of here. My overfuel capacity, yes. And also I leveled up. Containment procedures. Yes. And I've got a bunch of story points, so... Ooh. It is nice that they're guaranteed to give you a good reward nowadays, instead of just being based on chance. And even if I didn't get a pristine nanoforge, a catalytic core or a synchrotron core would have also been fine. Let's see. Yeah, I do like S-modding high-resolution sensors. Let's get that. Now they can scout the battlefield. And scouting is actually going to be pretty useful because you need to see the enemy ships on radar to actually click on them and open up the codex. Plus that gives me 400% bonus XP, which will speed up my leveling, and I've still got 9 story points in reserve. Alright. Well, that was a good mission. That went well. And then we can also do this if we want to. Oh, look at that. Supplies. Ooh. Okay. And wait, did I unlock topography? Yes, I did. I've got hyperfield optimization. I did do that. So now, do I need to go anywhere? You know, I could probably just go straight here, honestly. I've got enough fuel. I've salvaged more than I can hold. It's time to go learn about the Abyss. Oh my, I've got so many supplies. I've got so many, I'm starting to wonder if I really need the industry skills. But that's the direction we're going to go for now. I could scan these black holes to try and grab topography. Getting closer to Slipstream Surge is nice. I do have a ton of supplies. But it's also just annoying, and I want to go learn about the Abyss. We can always come here later if we need to. But we probably won't need to. Okay, so that's cool. If I want to steer, I can just hit S. Okay, and so there's a red beacon. Well, we know where to find the redacted. Yeah, we can keep going. Have you looked at the filter feature on planets? I have. It is awesome. It feels good to have all these quality of life updates. Yeah, see? High sensor reading. If I just keep doing that, then I won't need to bother going to black holes. We'll just get enough from playing the game naturally. Let's see. Yeah, no, I haven't earned any other things. What about factions? Does this look any different? No, this looks the same as always. Red Dwarf. Did the new update come out today? It came out yesterday. But I was like about to... I didn't know about it. We might need a cruiser now. Well, we're going to want something with a little more meat to it. I don't know if I'm going to go with Eagles or Falcons. We're mostly going to look at high-tech options. Because I just like the way high-tech ships look and feel. And it's my turn. Mom said it's my turn with the fleet. So I get to decide how it looks. Nah, I don't need that. Fighting? Nah. 2 drams are where it's at. Yeah, we'll probably get an Anubis at some point. Well, there's something here. Who is that? Okay. The hardware is interfaced with a secure computing environment on your flagship, and your tech team stands by to oversee the results. But we have a fix on where they were looking. It would appear to be a minor planet in the abyss. No star, no nebulary, no primary but itself. Well, ma'am, nothing but the rock itself. The Domain Explorarium ordered a non-routine survey of the volume. We don't know what they were looking for, but the survey program found, well, it appears as though something happened, something violent. A series of high-energy events over the short period of a little over 200 cycles ago. A starless rock is, very unlikely to produce such effects, naturally. A battle, maybe? We can't say for sure. I don't know what would be worth fighting over out there, or even looking for. There's only one way to find out. That's exactly what I was thinking. Of those foolish enough who'd attempt to find their fortune there, the few who return are often starving, having to mothball ships for fuel and supplies during the long crawl back to the core worlds. Okay, so like this is a little text warning you, like, hey, if you go into the abyss, bring supplies, bring fuel, you're gonna need it. Also, what is this? I want to know. Yeah, I'll overload that. Get a little more survey data. I can also take control. Yeah, we'll do that. No, it's just a random salvage fleet. With a... or maybe pirate fleet. I mean, they don't apparently... Oh, it looks like I was in center range. So I guess they just didn't think they could take me. Onward to Nameless Rock. I get it, Dwayne. Very funny. I would... What's this? Okay, maybe I was right. So when I saw, like, added interactions to fringe stations, this is what I thought. events when you open up like an orbital habitat or something. Okay. It would be awkward to stumble into some hermit cell, ideologue's oubliette, or pirate holdfast and unannounced, so your comms officer takes charge of a new signaling attempt with a full range of communication protocols, from an overpowered standard hololink to mere radio, laser staccato, and even esoteric grav pulse relay. Okay. An acoustic inducer... Alright. Something tapping on the hull plate with slow clock regularity. I think this is new. Is that a shotgun? What the hell is on this ship? Let's see. Survivors make salvage rights more complex, but they're generally thankful enough for a rescue to come to a profitable accommodation. Salvors attach temporary bubble locks around the entry points. Okay. A spot of green-yellow brightness at the end of the foggy corridor. Okay. A tiny garden grows wild within the celestial tomb. Some kind of fissile backup battery has survived, clicking away the decay of heavy elements to heat and light, a tiny bubble of life. Moisture condenses in turn in a murky lens of slush on a hubward window, then falls slowly into huge drops through the micro-G of the habitat spin, past the glow plates towards the mosses. On a life-giving terror world, this would be nothing more than a dank pit. Here, it is a miracle. Okay, pods. 87 Marines. So it doesn't look like it changes the outcome of the event, but there is a lot more flavor text to justify why there's so many people here. Take those pirate blueprints. It's pretty unusual to find blueprints on one of these stations, so I'll take it. Do a little survey. Hey, look at that. +2 farming, so +1 overall. It's got storms and high gravity though, which is kind of lame. Oh, Fullerene spool. Hello. That is what I like to see. That's pretty nice. Which, if we go to planets, yes, now we can filter by Fullerene spool. Which absolutely I want to. Does not go in gas giants or extreme tectonics or extreme weather. Yeah, you've got to go exploring it. You want to find the good stuff. What is that? Is that just a cargo pod? No. It's a hound. Alright. Well, something's moving towards me. Pirate Armada. I mean, it looks a bit annoying to fight. I don't think I need to. Over cargo capacity. Whoops. Hold on. Here, you can have the 4 metal. There you go. You happy, guys? So, wait, I've got to go all the way out there? I do have a lot of extra fuel and supplies. Huh. These pirates do have a lot of D-mods, too. Yeah, you know what, let's give it a try. 20% bonus XP. If I can level up and get hull restoration, then we'll be in a really good spot. Yeah, we'll deploy the full force. We get the shepherds to escort you. We get the Gemini to escort that. We get the Wayfarer to escort that. The Omens can operate independently. And I'm going to fly this thing. Don't worry, we will find out what threat is. This is we're doing some investigative journalism. Gremlin, in this economy... Oh, you know what? In my Wayfarer, they might actually be threatening. You can see the Eradicator is just going nutso mode. Unfortunately for him, there is also an Omen. You can see the look at this. What are you doing? It seems like no matter what I do, this guy just loves dying. This is the problem with the Gemini. It's like it's got the... Why do you enjoy death so much? Right, we're going to do that again, and this time you are going to sit at the edge of the damn map because it's the only thing you're good for. You have all the tools to be a good ship. You just choose not to. I am very disappointed, and I will be telling your parents. It's rewind time. You get to sit in the timeout corner now. All you need to do is sit at a safe distance and use your fighter bay. That is the one thing you need to do. There is nothing else required of you. What's the shade gonna do? I think I might have actually pulled the missile into my engines by using those flares. That's kind of funny. This is quite a lot of stuff, and I don't really have the officers I would want for this. But we are chipping away at them. Well, now that the battle line has moved, you've got to remove two. Uh-oh. Like, if you would just sit at a safe distance of its own free will, it wouldn't be such a problem. Yeah, I mean, the Manticore is pretty well suited for dealing with this sort of thing. Uh-oh. There's just so many of them. I think this might be a bad idea. Like, if the Omens had officers, I think this would be fine. But the lack of officers is really not good. Yeah, there goes the mule. Or at least the pirate mule is down. And the Wayfarer that was escorting it. That's... Like, if that's the only losses, then that's fine. Get a little closer. I want to hit him with my ion cannon. Yeah, we're not killing him, but we can at least do some good damage. See, look at the Omen. All of these guys chasing it. Can they kill it? No. No, they can't. See, this is an example of the fact that you can't put an order any closer to the border than this. This is an example of when that's an issue. You can edit this in the files, and I think, you know, I was thinking, you know, this playthrough I won't do that, but now that I'm seeing this situation, yes, I would like my Gemini to go over here, please. And the fact that I can't order it to do that is not good. Yeah, at least the Manticore has a really good officer. Yes, bully the gremlin, please. You know, at this point I'm starting to think I need hardened subsystems on the Shepherds. Just get out of here. Go. If you can escape, escape. Like, all you need to do is sit at a safe distance and use sparks. That's it. That's all I'm asking you to do. Omen disabled. So they did manage to catch that one eventually. Yeah, this might be a bad idea. I might have to just skip this fight. But hey, I do like pushing the limits. Do a little limit testing, you know? But yeah, look at this. We're all huddled up at the bottom of the map. Now these guys are going to kill that. If those guys kill that, and then they can come down and help. Well, actually, only one of you needs to go over here. One of you can come over here and help. You guys, just kill that quick. Where's the option to retreat? I would like to do that now. Well, he's not chasing me, so I guess not. So yeah, now we've got a flanking maneuver on these guys. We're actually in a pretty good spot. If we can kill these condors, that's pretty good. And if I can keep this Eradicator's attention so that everyone else can do their thing... Yeah, kill that. There we go. Now we retreat. Yeah, we got the Condor. Let's get this one. Yeah. Everyone's running out of peak performance now. And that's when we're going to start running into issues, I know. See, even if we have the firepower to kill all these things, or rather, even if we should be able to win these things in an extended battle, I think the Eradicators are just going to be too tough. We just don't have the DPS. So let's just get out of here. Yeah, maybe if these things had hardened subsystems, maybe if I had some omens, some officers for my omens, like especially target analysis, 15% extra damage would make a big difference when trying to fight those things. Is this even close? Is it even winnable? I think with my current fleet, probably not. Not like without like a lot of luck. Is it me, or did the autofit Paragon get changed to fit the meta? No, the autofit Paragon has always, as far as I'm aware, they didn't change it. Because the autofit Paragon has already had like the elite loadout has always been pretty good. Let's see if I go to the Paragon. I wonder if it's going to tell me the loadouts. No. So I would actually have to find one in the wild to find the right loadout. But the, yeah, the elite one has always been pretty good. I think it's got graviton... The one thing that's really kind of wrong with it is it's got a bunch of tactical lasers. Which don't really do as... Like, you would rather have burst lasers. Alright, let's go do whatever the hell this thing is. Yeah, and gravitons. Yeah, there's like a couple things that are wrong with it, but like the key points of like which hull mods it takes, and the large energy weapons. Those are kind of the most important things, and it gets those right. Alright, well, like, clearly those pirates were the new threat added to the game. So, you know, if they're only that tough, then I don't see what the big deal is all about. It's very quiet out here. Even the music shuts off. Wait, so is there actually a ship called the Onslaught Mark 1? What are you talking about? Oh, we found something. Yes? Wait, so there's a Mark 1 Onslaught, and it's better than the real Onslaught. Apologies for leaving, but I don't enjoy spoilers. Yeah, that's fair enough. If you want to go play the game and find the stuff yourself, then that is something you should do. Onslaught is very funny. It gets funnier. Well, I guess... Well, hold on now. Like, I think that's going a little too... Yeah, there it is. Alright, well, we were just about to find it. It is straight up an Onslaught Mark 1. Okay. Planetoid shows signs of heavy orbital bombardment by a warship or a fleet. No atmosphere or tectonics. Not picking up any of the usual signs of rad fallout. Looks like old action. Very old. There's a large ship in orbit, but I think you want to get a closer look. Well, let's survey this. Okay. Power signs are minimal. Ma'am, this looks... There's nothing quite like this on file, but... The database assistant algorithm won't provide a positive ID, but that form is unmistakable to the human eye. This is the Onslaught Mark 1, the ship of legend. How old must it be? Thousands of cycles? If you had been asked a shift ago, your reasonable reply would have been to call it a myth. The Onslaught Mark 1 could easily be a just-so founding narrative element of the human domain, a story about united struggle and hardship against an implacable other, with a shiny bit of military kit in center stage. An imagined avatar of the Empire's Holy Trinity, military industry gate system. Yet here that avatar appears, unbelievably far and wayward from the heart of the human domain, or even what was once the domain's frontiers 1,000 cycles ago. Your ops chief, unperturbed, looks to you for confirmation. Well, that is very interesting. Because I was talking about how the Onslaught was designed to fight a non-human threat, and I thought that that was pretty cool, and that like how it like mythical that whole idea is, how it's mythologized in the setting, and I thought that was really cool. But I didn't know we were actually going to find an Onslaught Mark 1. Yep. Oh yeah, there it is. I believe we've seen this on social media, posted out of context. Threat detected. Salvo 4 is picking up something on an open frequency, radio only, very low power, some kind of analog encoding. Internal self-defense systems activating. War drone deployment. Low, steady EM activity. Just the repeater, a chorus of them in fact, mechanically intoning the same message to one another. Threat detected. Fevered analysis proceeds. In the midst of what appears to be structured noise buried in the analog waveform. Set of coordinates. Position at some distance from the small gravity while you're sitting. The signal is weak, unlikely to be picked up by anything that isn't in close order formation with the hull. What the hell is this? So it's the Onslaught Mark 1 with a lot of automated systems on board. The plot thickens. Did the... I mean, considering the Onslaught is associated with low-tech, which are associated with being anti-technology, it's very weird for the original Onslaught to be automated. But when you think about it, the Domain had no problems controlling AI. Well, they might have had problems controlling it, but they were willing to do it. And so when they first built the Onslaught to fight whatever it is that's out here in the Abyss, I think if you showed this to the Ludic Church, they would have a stroke. Cautiously, team by team, your operatives chief reactivates exploration and assessment of the Hulk. Bafflingly crude automation is wormed throughout the ship, whispering to itself. Interfaces are built on familiar fundamental principles, but aesthetically redshifted, seeming from an alien culture. What records are damaged where they aren't missing entirely. The logs tell of an aeon's war in the darkness between the stars. Humans crew in and out of cryo, continually diminished, replaced by the augmented wounded. Then the cyborg rebuilds, and then. Oh. So maybe these were from a time before FTL existed. That's possible. And that's why they would go into cryosleep. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. Even with hyperspace technology, they still go into cryosleep sometimes. And they come out, man the ship to fight something, and then over the battles and battles and battles, they get more and more wounded. They start augmenting themselves with technology to replace their lost limbs until eventually they're just cyborgs. And eventually the organic matter wears away until they are nothing but robots. That's kind of cool. The logs are empty for long periods, dark hibernating leaps. Then there is a noted uptick in activity less than 200 standard cycles ago. The enemy is only identified as threat. The data store references leads to blocks of information decayed by time, but the reconstruction algorithms leap into action and, despite troublingly low reliability ratings, sew together a set of files. Patch notes. The hardware specs are arcane, the software obtuse, and plagued by null library calls. But the common language of human mathematics sketches out the intent. There, your technology officer's team assembles a new spec of the sensor modification required to detect this threat. Adapting these requirements on your relatively modern systems is a far easier task than the labors described by the ancients. Huh. So apparently even detecting the threat is really difficult, at least with old technology. With us, with our modern technology, it may not be that hard. Sensor calibration data required. I'm not sure if it's working. The characters sprout repeat and repeat. Your technology officer's face is underlit by their glow. Threat detected, threat detected. I think it's working. I got a long-range hit. Something is approaching our orbit. Without maneuvers, we have one shift, 2, half a day max. Oh god, it looks weird. It's wide slot. What are those energy weapons at the front? Academician Alec could not possibly have known his sensor data would lead to this. You can only speculate what Tritachyon thought they were setting out you up to find. What are your orders, ma'am? Ship recovery. Well, I mean, Pauline Bingus is more of a high-tech kind of person, but I'm sure she would still recover this. Deployment points 50. Combat burn. Engages a low-grade primary burn on the ship, on the system travel drive. Yeah, so they don't even have, like, in-system FTL. When traveling around inside of a system, they've got to go on more of the expanse and actually burn. Okay, let's see. 2 medium missile, 3 large ballistic, 11 medium ballistic. Standard Vambrace module. What the hell? 300 ordnance points. It's definitely a bit different than the Onslaught. Triple Devastator cannon. Yeah, it's only got 2 missile slots. I guess we'll have a better look at it in a second. This venerable design, the Forerunner, the Progenitor, the Onslaught Mark I. Its lines are strange, even atavistic to modern eyes. It was created to serve the domain armada long ago against some existential threat long forgotten, shrouded by the mists of time and propaganda. It is not without modifications. The fuel capacity has been increased and the primitive integrated hyperdrive optimized. No shield system. The ship instead mounts 2 huge applique armor modules. These are intended to be removed to repair after taking battle damage and replaced with spares kept in logistics train. A bafflingly robust form of electromechanical automation has been installed throughout all major subsystems. The brutal power of the Onslaught class, wielded by the human domain for thousands of cycles, is obvious even in this primitive form. And of course, it's an automated ship. Rugged construction. And then, yeah, so it's got automated ship, ballistics integration, rugged construction as its... Alright, yeah. Let's grab this thing. The serial number, whatever that is, part of your... So they said like 2 days until we... Or 2 shifts until threat detected. If we sit here, are we going to fight them? Yo, wait a minute. I have an alpha core. Threat detected. I am the threat. They don't stand a chance. I've got an alpha core. Field modulation's not going to do anything. I mean, look at that. Look at this skill set. It's got... Why does it have so many arbalests? Wait, do you need kinetic damage for whatever this enemy is? Yeah, it's only got 2 medium missiles instead of 4. And definitely the shape of it is a bit weird. Does this thing count as automated points? No, it seems to be in the same vein as... yeah. However, this ship was automated in a fashion that does not require special expertise to maintain. Yeah, so it's in the same vein as the automated ships that guard the planet killer. They don't require that. What are those 2 built-ins? Yeah, let's go over that. Huge long-range flat cannon. Okay, so the original... That means that originally the Onslaught didn't have energy weapons. It had flat cannons. Well, let's just have a look. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, the combat readiness is pretty low. Man, it is a good thing I got field repairs, because that means it can repair quickly. Its hull is really low. What is that? Threat detected. I kind of want to see... Hold on. So the first things first, let's go to the... Let's turn up the combat readiness for the simulator. And let's throw, like, let's just throw the Conquest. And see what it does. What does it do? Oh, there's that combat burn. Well, aside from blowing up its own front, I'd say that was pretty good. Those did some pretty good damage. What's the number? Let's see. It's... Each shell has a proximity fuse and deals damage over a wide area. Will target missiles if nothing else is in range. It's got a base range of 800. It does... Oh! Oh, no! Well, no wonder this thing is 50 deployment points. This is just a cryoblaster with a magazine. Oh my... Yeah, no wonder this thing costs so much. This is just a cryoblaster with a magazine. This is going to absolutely shred anything that relies on hull. And it's still got decent enough hit strength to break through armor. But on top of that, it's got such a fast fire rate. Like, you put S-modded magazines on this thing. Oh my god, that's going to demolish stuff. Let's see, can you get the makeshift shield generator, or is that not allowed? Yeah, it's got no defense, so it should be able... Yeah, you can give it a makeshift shield generator. You could do that. Yeah, and on top of that, there's no small slots, where these are small ballistic slots on the real onslaught. These are instead mediums. Huh. So I do want to fight these things. I just want to wait for the onslaught to repair. Actually, what is its hull? What? It has 30,000 hull? Hold on, you're telling me that... So the modern onslaught actually has more armor but less hull. That's interesting. Yeah, it's got 30k hull, but only 1500 armor instead of 1750. So we've restored the armor at least. The hull integrity is still pretty low, but the Alpha Core has combat readiness, so it'll repair during combat. Combat readiness is high enough that it's not going to have malfunctions. I do still think we want to get up to 50% if we can. Well, it's time for threat. The threat maneuvers to prevent you from disengaging easily. Deluce, misgot, illicit, reificate, interdictorate, proact, unfabricate. Somehow that's even more obtuse than the Remnant. I think there's been some kind of mistake. Unfabricate definitely means kill here. Yes. I mean, it's kind of the same as the Slylandra probes from Star Control 2. Where they kind of, they disassemble you, not because they're trying to kill you, but because they want raw materials and they were programmed badly. So when they say unfabricate, that's what it reminds me of. Unidentified vessel. Please register your Tritachian datapad to get the latest news and updates. Yeah, I'll do that real quick. I'll throw in the omens as well, just in case. Let's have a little defense order there. So it looks like they're not even moving forward. They're just... What are they doing? They're just sitting there. Menacingly. Oh boy. Okay, so they build these masses of, like, whatever that is, and then they shoot it in, like, a big ball. And you can see the hull on this thing got repaired quite a bit. What is that? What is any of this? They seem pretty scared of the onslaught, though. They're not like these are very well. No wonder it has this system drive, because these guys, unlike the Remnant, these guys seem to be pretty timid. Yeah, there it is. Unnamed Type 250 Overseer Unit. Design type. Threat. Closest match found to archive entry for Fulgurite class Frontier support cruiser, 53% confidence. A standard Orion shipyards design in the past. Emerald Age Exodus. This Frontier-ready rated platform features a spinal mount. Activates certain ship systems on targeted friendly ships. When targeted on enemy, deals EMP damage. Huh. Peak performance unlimited. Well, that's good to know. Threat hull. Sensor profile reduced to 0. Oh, that's cool. Target leading accuracy increased to maximum for all weapons, including missiles. Effect of enemy ECA rating reduced by 50%. Weapon and engine damage taken reduced by 50%. EPMP damage reduced by 50%. In addition, repairs of damaged functional weapons and engines can continue while they are under fire. Okay, so EMP might be a little ineffective. But you know what is effective? Flak, baby. There we go. They even have shields. So you need to bring a ton of flak to deal with all this crap. You also need to deal with shields, so that's what the arbalests are for. I just started Starsector a month ago or so. A new threat is cool. I don't even need the mods yet. Yeah. I mean, with stuff like this around. Now that is wild. Now the lore implications, if we open that up again, closest match Fulgurite Frontier support cruiser, 53% confidence. So it sounds like these were originally built by Orion shipyards, and that somehow they've become whatever they... I don't know. What happened? They don't even seem like they're human at all. Yeah, but we've got the good old Onslaught Mark 1. Honestly, with how much the Onslaught is absolutely just demolishing them, the Omens were probably not necessary. They probably designed this fight so the Onslaught could take it by itself. Man, those flak cannons on the front are absolutely insane. It's got the same rate of fire as a dual flak, but it does 1,000 damage a shot. And 800 range. What the hell is that? I like the implication that it's only a flak cannon. Yeah, it's just a big flak cannon, and it turns out a big flak gun is really good. First strike. Okay. Well, remember that part where I looked at the codex and I said there was a bunch of locked entries in the weapons? I remember doing that. I think this is the answer. What is this? Alright, well, let's salvage some more. Yeah, there's a few updates. Okay. So I'm guessing when they say that there's like a Tritachyon person who will pay you for certain redacted items, it's probably what they're talking about. Hive unit. No, matches no known class of ship in the domain registry. Huh. So it looks like it does need to... So this is interesting. It has a really powerful ship system, but it only activates if one of the smaller ships use their energy lash. So they actually need to work together to fire off its system. Arabid class destroyer, 43% competence. Armada leadership, most of whom escaped direct prosecution via the Grey Wave, which saw nearly 400 senior officers resign from domain infosec violation threshold warning. So this is all stuff from some kind of really old war. Interesting. Huh. Well, I guess we'll have to find out more about these as we fight more of them. That is something. That is definitely something. And we've got a bunch of threat-type weapons. It's almost as scary as a Strand-type game. Actually, I want to read through those codex entries. Let's look at these. I just love how the old slot is absolutely built to take these on these things. Well, it makes sense. It's the right tool for the right job. Domain being in constant state of war for millennia is such a cool concept. Yeah, I think that's always been part of the lore. Doesn't that remind you of a certain mining event on a rogue planet? Perhaps. Heavy mass driver weapon system obsolete. Heavy payload, ultra-dense materials, ferromagnetic sheath. Militarized versions of the corporation's heavy civilian model. The weapon system was found to be used by anti-domain bandits on heavy warships. Okay, so it looks like this was like a piece of terraforming equipment that anti-domain rebels, bandits, depending on how you want to look at it, they sort of refitted it to act as an anti-shield weapon. 13 points, so the same as a hypervelocity driver, but with lower damage. Now, lower damage per shot, and it's only got 800 range. It's actually, 800 range puts it closer to a heavy autocannon. Accuracy, perfect. Flux, so it's got, wow. Okay. This is kind of like a better heavy autocannon in a lot of ways, where it's got better flux efficiency, better accuracy, better hit strength, at the same range and better. And the downside is a higher cost and slightly lower DPS. But I think the better accuracy and hit strength and efficiency are they're so much better than the heavy autocannon that I have a hard time seeing myself. Like, the heavy autocannon's fine if you just need it, like, really cheap, but it like costs so much more flux a second. So yeah, no, this actually seems really strong. You call it outdated all you want. This seems really good. Free-swarming elements started up to build it. I'm probably not going to read all of these right now, but these lore bits are probably really interesting. Requires fragment swarm hull mod. Wait, so we've got weapons that require a specific hull mod? Well, that is different. But the fact that we can get the weapon in the first place means we're going to get the hull mod at some point. So it's an anti-shield small missile, 500 range, 400 damage. Tracking special. Tracking is special, it says. Well, that is very interesting. Speaking of, can we see them in the simulator? No. We cannot simulate them. Not unless you're in dev mode. Or you go to the missions tab, because for some reason dev mode is it just shows all the dev mode options. Although that will probably get patched very soon. Yeah, I think we're just going to go. So after this incredible adventure, let's go cool off with a nice, refreshing research station. I think this might be human. It even mentioned the domain. It was just modified by a sentient nanite swarm or something. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because it does say that these ships were, like, it's like, 53% match to this ship that was designed by Orion Shipyards. And those aren't aliens. Are you going to check the now literal demons? Alright. Let's not go too far with the, be careful, Fennec, with the spoilers. I was planning on poking the abyssal lights. We might get to literal demons eventually. The mess from HMI is canon, sorta. That's what it looks like. If we get into the lore, it might be something different, but I mean, they do look like a mess, I'll tell you that. Yeah, the only problem is that the onslaught is slowing us down. What's the burn? 7? Even with hyperfield optimization, we're slow. 7 for slowest ship. So 14 plus 1 plus 1. Oh, it still says we're in... Wait, hold on. Oh, it's because we're in deep hyperspace. Okay, yeah. If we get out of here... Now we're up to 19. Okay, yeah, it's not that bad. Not that bad. Do you have a tug yet? No. But, Onslaught's taking me down to 19, so I might want 1 tug. Can you please just tell the general history of humanity in Universe Starsector? No. I actually know all of the lore, and I'm not telling you. I actually don't know much of the lore. Now I really want to do a low-tech run with that battle wagon as my flagship. Well, I don't... Can you pilot it? Yeah, you would have to use Neuralink to pilot it. You've got to go get a Neural Integrator. Because it is an automated ship. But yeah, it's going to go... I think the... It's crazy because both of the Onslaughts just have insanely powerful weapons up here. Because the thermal pulse cannons on the modern Onslaught are just auto pulse lasers, but better. And auto pulse lasers are already really good. So the thermal pulse cannons are kind of insane. Then these things are just... Like, instead of being an improvement, like, they're crazy. Those things are insanely good. Yeah, now you can S-mod Neuralink to skip the transfer delay. So that would make it better. Right? You can take this thing and link it to an Invictus and just S-mod the Neuralink and it'll be an instant transfer. Nope, that's not what I meant to click. Whoops. I meant to hit 5, and I hit 6. Ouch, that's punishing. What the hell is that? I've seen horrors beyond your comprehension. You don't scare me, mortal. Oh, what are you going to do? Fight me? That's what I thought. I want loot. There we go. Insulated engines. Converted hangar. Yeah, we've already got that. Stabilized shields. That's pretty good. And an alpha core. You know, maybe I should just leave this alpha core. I was thinking about taking it out because it was my only alpha core, which, you know, are kind of useful. I was thinking about, you know, ripping them out, but I might just fully integrate because this Onslaught is really good. The Mark 1 holds up, dare I say it. The Mark 1 holds up. I do like how it's aesthetically different. Like, you can tell it's an Onslaught, but also look at the way the armor is shaped. It's definitely from an era when the design techniques were different. It's unmistakable. A mistake you wouldn't make. It's good to see that the flux dissipation has always been terrible. And somehow it's even slower. Look at its top speed. It has a baseline top speed of 20. It also said something about, like, plates. Yeah. So these outer plates are actually separate. It's like much like the, if you've ever played with the Knights of Lud mod, they do something similar with their ships where they've got these extra modules that kind of attach onto the ship. The old slot has that. Let's see how the burn drive feels. I do love how it tells you combat burn, shields disabled. Brother, we don't need shields where we're going. That is very cool. Psy Nation has plates. I haven't really tried. I don't think I've tried that one too much. It's more DP than the Modern Onslaught 2. Yeah, that's true. It's more expensive. Yeah, you can put makeshift shield generator on it. Which, to be fair, depending on what you're fighting, is probably a good idea. Honestly, if the new threat is some kind of automated system that went out of control, it sounds like the domain is just running into the same problem over and over again. What? Huh? What? Now, I already had a pristine Nammo Forge from the mothership that I hunted down. But I'm not going to turn my nose up at a second one. And also, his little bro, Corrupted Nanoforge, decided to show up. And also just a shitload of weapons. That's a lot of weapons. That's too many weapons. Yeah, hold on. Now I'm going to dump some of these. And I'll stabilize them. I don't think I'm probably not coming back for them. But I'll do it anyways. It's only going to cost 2. Bro, with your emergency burn, you can't even catch my sustained burn. Get out of here. Look at these fools. Honestly, I'm going to save, and I'm going to take the... Let's let the old slot get a chance to do its thing. 2%. Nah. This is going to be easy. The old slot's just going to kill him. Right, guys? Surely the old slot has this. And I'm out here in my way. This is one hell of a fleet. We've got Omens. We've got a Manticore. I'm piloting a combat freighter. And there's an ancient battleship from aeons ago. The first of its kind. So old it could be named Bartholomew. God damn. Wait, hold on. Why'd you turn off the thing? Turn it back on. Turn on the hairdryer. Thank you. And look at that projectile speed with the ballistic mastery. Ooh. It feels like it's on speed up. That's how... It feels like I've turned on like combat mod, the mod that increases combat speed. But I don't have that. That's just how it shoots. Let's see. No, the Atlas Mark II is not in frame yet. Okay. Yeah, get him with the Reaper. Yeah. So that was 2 hammers right on the tailpipe. Now it does rely more on hull than armor, so it's probably fine. Tell me what you did to get such good luck. What gods do you sacrifice to? Thanks for the stream, it's been great. Well, thank you for the 5, Alex. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. It's just really funny. And to be honest, every time I should probably do like an early game exploration guide, because I don't think that this is too far off the norm, to be honest. Yeah, there it goes. If you do a lot of early game exploration to make your money, you will just find a decent number of colony items. Now, 2 pristine nanoforges is a bit much, but like if you go hunting down the motherships, there's a really good chance of getting one. You know, among other things. I'm helping. Actually, let's just let the AI escort. Let's do that. Honestly, an alpha core in this thing is probably... Like, this is probably going to be... If this is... So someone said that it spawns in the same location every time. Just like Alpha Site does. Which, if true, then the best play to play the game might be to just rush over to this thing, slap in any kind of AI core in it. Because it's just really good, and it's so easy to get. Like, it's not... Like, you just go there. Yeah, I didn't have to fight anything until after I got it. And then at that point, it just kills things. Now, is it in a different place in my game? Yeah, that's probably for the best. But then again, it's not like it's... Even then, it's not like it's hard to get the mission, you know? You've just got to get Alec's attention, and then just do the mission. And it's like, ta-da! You get your old slot. And if you beat the, and just like how I went and beat the mothership, again, if that's part of your strategy, you just go beat the mothership, you get your hands on this thing, you've got an alpha core, because the mothership's guaranteed to drop one of those. Suddenly, you have yourself an unstoppable battleship. Yeah, I think we could say we're in the mid-game now. We're in the early mid-game, and this thing, instead of getting cruisers, we just got this thing. And everyone else is just doing a good job stalling. Although, you know, the Manticore and the Omens do have some decent weapons themselves. It's mostly the Onslaught just going around killing everything. I wonder how Old Slot would stack up against Remnant. Well, these frontal cannons are really good. Honestly, probably better. Yeah. I think the main thing... Yeah, how much ordnance points did it have? Was it 300? Let's see, ordnance points. I can't see it. There it is, 300. Which is pretty low. It's more deployment points, lower ordnance points. But in exchange, you get these insane cannons. As well as, like, the system drive is pretty cool. The ablative armor is pretty cool. Yeah, it's full assault. Surely you guys can catch up, right? It's just a Cerberus. And this is just the stock loadout. Yeah, this is just what it comes with. You could easily take all of these weapons, refit it. Heck, in these medium slots, I could put those kinetic weapons that I got from the threat. I could easily put those onto this onslaught. Do you have any idea how strong that might be? The potential is insane. Also, hull restoration. Excellent. Now, will it be able to restore this? Probably not. I don't think hull restoration works on any of the other free automated ships you get. Oh god, I've got too much. I've got too many supplies. I'm doing too well for my own good. There's no point in salvaging that. I have too much. I've got to drop some supplies. So this is these ones. Yeah, they'll spend another 2 to put them in a stable orbit. So if I end up coming back down here, and there's a mining station too. Oh, you shouldn't have. Watch me get like another pristine nanoforge from this thing. Watch me. Just watch me get it from the debris field afterwards. No, I got nothing. Alright. I guess there's a limit to how much luck you can have. Yeah, we're burning extra supplies, I know. I'm just gonna... Alright. Oh no, I can't burn through them because I'm too efficient. I only spent 5. Yeah, we burned through most of them at this point. It's fine. It's like if I'm gonna dump the supplies or just lose them to that, then that's fine. Those are my options. Cool. Okay. So we did this. Delete. So we've got to extract the researcher to continue the main quest line. And you know what? We might as well. It's right up over there. I salute each unit of supplies I have to eject out of the airlock individually. That's one way of doing it. Let's take the slip and slide. Now go up. How close are we? Yeah, we're only 50 away. Really? Of course it's another short one. Come on. There we go. Come on, give me a good one. Take me right to my destination. Left and a right. It's a little snake. Playing Snakes and Ladders today. Hot new Snakes and Ladders update, ladies and gentlemen. Now the snakes take you closer to the end instead of the other way around. It's the ladders you gotta watch out for. Yeah, I went a little too far, but that's fine. See, that's another 20. Yeah, we're really close to Slip Surge. Let me go dark. Domain error probe. Gonna scan that magnetic field. Give me that salvage. Yeah, now I don't need to... So the nice thing is, now that I've got this onslaught, I really don't need to worry about the difficulty spike from like a future mothership. It's like, I think we're good. They could have like 8 ramparts, and they're going to get... These flak cannons will absolutely melt Domain derelict survey... those derelict survey ships. Like, it's not even close. That is the absolute perfect weapon for that situation. If you reverse polarity with a sensor ghost orbiting, they swap directions. That is a fun little detail. Okay, so it's over there. Yeah, let's just transverse jump again. Oh, yeah. Okay, so apparently hull restoration does repair the onslaught, which is not how I expected that to work. So I guess the old slot can be repaired. You know, yeah, okay. So it does leave me thinking, like, if you've got like these domain-era automated ships designed to fight the threat, and like if the threat turns out to be an automated tool that got out of hand, then the fact that, like, Tritachyon really is the true successor to the Domain, because they figured out how to do that exact same thing hundreds of years later with Alpha Cores. Absolutely incredible. Although the old slot does seem like it was originally designed for human crew, it's just that the humans eventually became cyborgs, because they were, you know, losing limbs and stuff in the war, and then eventually the cyborgs got rid of all the organic matter. So they're, you know, it was not really designed for robots. It more like went through a little evolution. Yeah, we literally need 2 more. 2 more points. We're so close. Common Tritachyon L, to be honest. Yeah, they're just silly little guys. What are you going to do about it? Silly little guys with silly little problems. You know that one speech about how we made lemons ourselves? Nope. I have no idea what you're talking about. Can AI cores be what's left of actual humans? Probably not. It does, because what we have encountered, like the AI systems on the old slot, and they make mention of how they're very different from anything we've seen before. Life never gave us lemons because we bred them and thus invented them ourselves. Yeah, that's true of like all fruit and vegetables that we eat today. Like the original stuff was not even close to what we eat now. And there's Slip Surge. What's the time to unlock? About 6 hours? No. It had to be less than that because I spent the first hour reading the patch notes. So like maybe 5 to 5.5 hours. Alright, let's go get these done. $33,000. I mean, the baseline is $30,000, and it's got insulated engines assembly. But if I threw on reinforced bulkheads, you could easily get up to $45,000. And then if you throw on damage control and combat endurance, it's basically got... At that point, it's basically got 90,000 hull. Which is kind of insane. Actually, how much does the Invictus have? The Invictus has like 60,000, right? Was the Giga Cannon always Lion's Guard? Well, that's where you're supposed to find it. 40,000 base? Really? Let's see, hull. No, it's... Or is the Invictus 40,000 base? Wait, hold on. No, yeah, the Invictus is 40k. Okay. Yeah, and it goes up to 64,000 after you use reinforced bulkheads. So this thing... So you've got the Onslaught at 20,000. Wait, that's actually pretty neat. So the Onslaught at 40 deployment points is 20,000 hull. Then the Mark 1, you go up by 10 deployment points, and you get 10,000 more hull. And then from there to the Invictus, you go up 10 more deployment points, and you get another 10,000 hull. I don't know if that's not really important, but I thought it was kind of neat. Alright, we've got a couple of things to talk about. First off, we've got the researcher. Yeah, we've got to go talk to Baird, but also you. Greetings, Captain Pauline Bingus. I trust your expedition was a success. Please, do me a favor of summarizing your findings while you transmit the data you've collected. First, I want to talk about what I found. It was hazardous. Yes, very well. Do elaborate. You tell Alec about finding the sensor array, processing the data, then traveling to the Abyss. Alec nods along, fascinated enough to only interrupt occasionally to correct some pedantic detail or other. He goes quiet when you get to the Onslaught Mark 1, and begins shaking his head as you describe the threat. No, this is terribly unlikely. The imaginings of some absurd hollow novel. Which of my statues put you up to this jape? My combat recordings and sensor data prove it. Transmitting now. Excellent. Tell me, what did you find? What's behind all the excitement 200 cycles ago? Now, about the payment. Yes, of course. Credits, always about the princely sum. I hope the value of your data will be its equal. Do I want to demand hazard pay? I mean, he is an independent, so if I annoy him, would that affect my reputation? I don't really need the credits. Plot twist, he's Dowd's son. That would be really funny. If he's just like Dowd's son going undercover, but also working with Tritagion. Yeah, no, well, I don't think... I think Mr. Alec over here is not written to be a trustworthy guy. They don't give you any reason to trust him. You got a cracked ship, no reason to banter for 25k credits. That's fair. Alec gives you a skeptical glare, then begins shuffling through the data. The Onslaught Mark 1, Salvar's exploring its bizarre corridors, the sensor modifications, threat detected, the words burned into your memory. He stares for a long moment with an unsure expression. Then, quite consciously resettles composure and speaks. Tired, sophomoric japery, nothing more. Look at my fleet. The Onslaught Mark 1 is in orbit. He sits motionless for several seconds, then taps at his datapad, his expression grim as he sets his datapad deliberately onto his desk. Is it imagination or his hands trembling? A hollow feed hack. Nothing more. It's trivial to fake. With resources and time, it's nothing at all. I'm done here. We're done here, Captain. Good day. He catches you with a desperate look. Oh no, he's terrified. A damn shame. Let's go see the Provost. And what do you need me for? And why should I help you? Guess we'll just have to see. Indeed. Oh, what do you need done? Yeah, let's reopen the gates. That sounds cool. Calicor Archive. Let's get a certain hacker on board. Ryan Arroyo. Diplomatic path. I'm sure it will. So, what's this project? You'll see. Yeah, of course. I'm sure we will. Anahita Baird. I wonder if we'll be able to talk to the Provost at any point about some of the crazy stuff we're seeing out in the Abyss. Now, that does complete the Abyss quest line, and we got our credits from the guy. I'm wondering if anything else happens. Requested connection is denied. Yeah, I don't really care about that stuff. I'm going to be doing bounties now. So we've got to do these things. Is that all for the important? Okay, yeah, we've cleaned out the important tab. And now we're down to more or less just the essentials. Threat is really cool. Threat is really cool. Threat is a cool guy. Alright, we're going to need to sell a bunch of crap. Here you go. Yeah, I mean, I could go around fishing for better prices, but at the same time, I don't want to. My time is valuable. I guess I'll hold on to these Marines. It's fine. Blueprints? Yeah, sure, pirates can have those. Oh, no, I'm not selling that. Alright, yeah, that looks good. Illegal to sell. Damn right. If I caught someone selling this, I'd tell them it's illegal too. It must be illegal to be this stupid. You would sell one of these things? Absolutely not. You can see it doesn't have the rear-facing guns that the modern Onslaught has. Which, during that battle, nothing really got behind it. And you could maybe say that was because of the omens, but it doesn't seem like... It's possible that that wouldn't matter at all. Nah, I'm going to use both. I'm going to use all the nanoforges. Hey, yo, what mod is that? Who's going to tell him? Yeah, this thing definitely wants heavy armor. And reinforced bulkheads. It's got a dedicated, like the old-fashioned targeting core. Expanded magazines, that makes sense. Yeah, insulated engines, probably not. So we want integrated targeting units. We want... Yeah, I mean, this is my first time seeing it. I am... And we can repair it. In fact, you can just pay to restore it. So unlike the automated ships around that one place, you can actually restore this. So, I think I'm going to keep this one around. Expanded magazine seems like an obvious choice. Let's throw that on. It would be nice if I can grab... Oh, I want to see what that does. Hold on. There's just way too much. Let's see how it sounds, yeah? Simple but effective. It just does decent hit strength, decent range, perfect accuracy. I like it. Medium railgun acquired. Yeah. It does the pew-pew. It do it like the railgun do. Bulkheads, right. 42,000 hull. Sure. That sounds nice. I could definitely see an argument for going with like makeshift shields and omni shields. But I don't think I'm going to do that. largely because the ordnance points are so... Like, 300 is a lot lower. The modern Onslaught has 370. So it's missing... It's, 10 more deployment points, and it's missing 70 ordnance points. So there's definitely a trade-off there. I guess I could I might S-mod the bulkheads. Honestly, I think we can drop that. S-mod the bulkheads, and then pay for heavy armor. And then we've got 8 ordnance points, which we can use to upgrade some of our weapons. Like this one, for example. It's now using the weapons of the enemy. We killed the enemy and took their weapons as a trophy. I mean, if we're fighting human enemies, then a Hellbore is probably better. Getting like a Hellbore and then a couple dual flaks up front. Or maybe you're just regular flaks. And then maybe upgrading our missiles. Yeah, it requires Fragment Swarm hull mod. I am very curious about that. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of good options to purchase. But we do have a single Typhoon. And Gorgon. Or maybe instead Sabos? No. Single Harpoon? Not great. Yeah, I would rather just have like double Typhoons. Or, yeah, like this. And if we go into the simulator, drop all of those, drop those. This is our main combat fleet. We have the Shepherd, little hug pile around the Manticore. We've got the Omens. And now we can go with like pirates and say, yes, Chiefs, I would like to order up a pirate fleet. Fragment Swarm is basically the magazine of the weapons. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Is that they have like a certain amount of ammo. It does seem like a separate resource. It's like basically like ballistic. Like imagine ballistic weapons had like an ammo stockpile, but instead of ballistic weapons, it's whatever that stuff is. My first threat encounter dropped the required hull mod. I always assumed it did, but apparently not. Yeah, I didn't see no hull mod. God, the combat setting is so good now. Yes. Look at it. Behold the new and improved combat simulator. Glorious. Let's just generate. How much have I got? 95? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Give him some S mods. Okay, no. Well, pirates normally come with D mods, right? So let's just say pristine ships with high quality officers. Faction standard. Generate. Bro, I said 200. Why is it 177? Alright, let's just throw in some Condors. Deploy. Alright, let's see what the AI does with it. Bro, it's not even stopping. It's not even slowing down. It doesn't care. It dodges the Reaper just by burning forward. This boy absolutely does not care. He's maxing out on his flux, but he can just vent. Although, yeah, it does have the flux demod, so it's gonna be a little painful. Oh God. At this point, these ships are just basically bombs. The pirate ships are just bombs trying to detonate on the poor onslaught. Honestly, I think I might go back to the Devastator on the front. I would like to try and replace the Arbalests with something, although, again, very limited ordnance points. And Arbalests are pretty cheap. It's just pushing its way through the wreckage, like a child knocking over a sandcastle. I think 2 of the Omens died. But yeah, this thing is just... This thing could probably solo the rest of my fleet. It's just an unstoppable beast. It does feel like it might have been designed as a hero ship. Something for the player to, like, Neuralink and then pilot it yourself. It's like, oh, you don't like the Ziggurat? You want a different kind of hero ship? Something more low-tech? Fine. Here you go. It's not Ultra... I believe it's Super Alabaster. That's what the Doritos are. And could it solo them? Yeah, probably. The strength build of Starsector, yes. Yeah, see, that's the problem, Fennec. You can't call it Ultra Alabaster. We've got to save that for, like, the biggest one. For, like, the new threat. It's so new, nobody even knows what it is. But it's definitely Ultra. I mean, this thing... So it did burn through all of the combat repairs it has. But it did win. This thing is insane. No, that was wrong. Here, here, and here. And then we switch this back to a Devastator. Yeah. Oh boy. You know what? Breaches might actually be good here. Because these things do so much... But then again, they kind of already break through armor on their own. Oh, I didn't even notice. Wait a minute. Holy crap, I didn't even notice. It's got a flux efficiency of 0.1. I didn't even notice that. It's got a flux efficiency of 0.1. Flux? What even is that? Never heard of it. Oh my god. It's like the Cryoblaster is already insane. This thing is somehow even better. Yeah, these heavy adjudicators. Like, this is what makes the ship. Unbelievable. And now that I've kitted it out with a player build, as soon as this gets repaired by hull restoration, It's going to have more flux, and it's just going to go absolutely insano style, as they say. I guess the question is, do I want to S-mod a flux distributor or the repair unit? I don't think I need the repair unit. Right? If you've got damage control and impact mitigation, you're probably fine. The thing is, I do like the alpha core in this thing, but I am considering just piloting it myself with Neuralink. And if I integrate it, then that's not an option. So, I think I'll pass on the integration for now. But then again, if I pilot it myself, I really want these two skills, which would mean staying in the industry tree. And then I need to go blue for this, so I would have to skip leadership, which would hurt my carriers quite a lot. And I do want to use the carriers this map. Yeah, I don't think I can pilot this, unfortunately. It's just not going to work out. I want to try out carriers this run, and if I do that, then I need to go into leadership, and the kind of build you want for this thing, you can't do that. Uh, 10% damage reduction, it sounds kind of nice, but point defense, it doesn't really have a lot of point defense. It has devastators. 50% extra damage to fighters and missiles, maybe. But I think like the AI does know with shield shunted ships that it should vent sometimes. And the more venting speed it has, the more likely it is to do it. So the elite bonus here is like a rare case where it's not terrible. And the baseline effect, increasing the armor durability, is probably good on a ship with 2,000 armor. You know, some may say it would be good. Although it's kind of crazy how this design, it only has 1,500 armor, and it has no shields. But if you take like a shield shunted onslaught, you can easily get to 3,000. It's a lot more hull than armor, that's for sure. Storm Needler and Flax? Maybe. I mean, these things kind of are point defense on the front. Because these things do shoot at missiles, it says. Check the ablative armor. How? I just joined. What the hell is that creature? Well, this might be a little bit of a spoiler, if you haven't played it. But this is the Mark 1 Onslaught. The original. Codex. What are you talking about? Van Brace module. There it is. We found it. It's got 100 flux dissipation. 0 capacity, but it has dissipation. Just in case it needs it. Oh yeah, and of course, 20,000 hull on the side plates. Huh. So when you add in all together... Wait, these side plates by themselves have 20,000 hull, which means that the whole thing together is 70,000 hull in total. That's more than the Invictus. At the very least, because it's an automated ship, the hull tanking doesn't bleed crew. That's true, actually. Funny enough, an automated ship is kind of better for hull tanking, because if you have... Because normally, when you take hull damage, you lose some amount of crew. But if it's an automated ship, then that's not the case. Yeah, the side plates have 1,500 armor and 20,000 hull, which is the exact same as a Radiant. The side plate has the same armor and hull as a Radiant, the exact same. Not a point more, not a point less. Should you change his name instead of having the serial number? I think I'm going to leave the serial number. This is incredible. We open up the codex again. No. Why is it not? There we go. Yeah, it's 20,000 hull. That's insane. So they were clearly designed. I mean, with these side plates being the way that they are, and with the Devastators being the way that they are, this thing was clearly designed to be fighting, like, in every direction. All at once. Except, notably, backwards. It's not designed to fight anything behind it. It's got no rear guns. It has no hope of fighting anything behind it. But it is designed to fight everything around in front of it. Captain, shipmaster, they outnumber us 3-1. Then it is an even fight. Alright, let me reorganize the hull mods. Gotta get it in order. There we go. That's much better. I mean, this is kind of a weird thing to look at. We've got an Onslaught Mark I from thousands of years ago. It's being restored to its full fighting capability, and also being piloted by an Alpha Core. I think any of those words would give a Ludic Priest a stroke. With insulated engines and its perma-burn drive, anything they are thrown out won't be able to focus it down. Yeah, I don't think you even need insulated engines to achieve that, honestly. I think with these skills and with these hull mods, it's already, the engines are never going to shut off. You don't even need insulated engines. 5,000-year-old Sherman tank versus modern Ferrari. That's kind of what this is. Also, I've got 1 million credits. I think it's about time I start building a fleet. However, I think it's also about time that I take a break. I will see you guys again on Sunday to continue this, because it has been almost 7 hours at this point. And we just finished those missions. I think we're in a good spot to call it. Yes, we'll get to the demons, Fennec. We will. And thank you all for showing up. I'll see you next time.